Alright, and YouTube says we're live, so welcome back to our Russia game. Our Muscovy to Russia game, that is. I've been sitting here the last few minutes kind of analyzing a lot of the situation. There's a few things I kind of want to do. First off, the Age of Reformation is going to be up in a few years. And I want to try to get artillery to spawn, but that requires us to have 20 offense, and right now we're at 8 offense. So we're probably going to have to use the cabinet to push that really quick. Confessionalism we'll definitely get because you just have to have high spiritualism and then a printer's shop, which we do have both last I checked. Global trade requires us to have at least 500 goods traded in the last month, and judging by our market activity, that is all the unused trade capacity, that's definitely not happening anytime soon. In fact, we might just not build more merchant quarters for a while because we are just not trading in anything. And another thing I've been thinking about is that we have a lot of roads to build, but I'm considering, instead of making more paved roads, which are almost 400 ducats in some areas, and they require lots of sand, which gravel roads do require too, I'm thinking we just build the gravel road because it's going to save about 200 ducats each. And it's not as much proximity reduction. But we have issues out here where we don't have any roads out here, and the minus 20 from gravel is better than minus 25. And I just want to get as much of this put together as possible, because right now, the control map is not looking great. Thirdly, was going over the cultures real quick and realized that this one right here speaks Russian, just like our main culture. And I want to grow the cultures that speak our language, because that will increase language power, which is going to help our research. Yeah, because we have the capacity, they're an easy acceptance just to get all of... Where's the button here? All of this will become core territory next month, which is good. I actually need to consider maybe a few others too, because some of them are very cheap to accept. Like Siberian here. It doesn't speak our language, so making them accepted would cause them to grow. But it would make this area... easy core, so areas like Kursk would actually have 25 control instead of 10, while having basically no proximity to the capital. And then, of course, we have the red zones that still need to be integrated, which is going to take a long while. And then there's cultures like Mary that... Yeah, they're tolerated if we accept them. They cost a lot. I think we'll do it. We'll go ahead and we'll accept it. We'll just have to do a lot of conversion later to make up for it. And then the Kazani, I would just tolerate, so all of that is less angry people trying to murder us. We are going to try to war the Golden Horde with some new CBs, especially with the better ones that I've learned of how to do and what to do. And I am settled that we're just going to build out a bunch of kind of these gravel roads for now. I think technically... See, technically it'd probably be better to just build paved roads, but they're at least double the price, which means all the roads that we still need to build would just not get built, and these areas will just suffer indefinitely. So that's all of our money gone already. I also have a few laws that I want to change at some point, but we have to wait till 1535 or so. And there you go, we just gained a lot of cores. All down here. This is all of this that was yellow is now core territory, which is really nice because it's going to grow up to 15% more control. That should arguably help our financial situation a bit. I don't think it's going to help with the insurgencies. That's just a lot of pops in areas that are conquered, so they hate our guts and want us to die. Which is very normal, I assure you. It's very normal for your people to hate you and want you to disappear. Guess we're speaking like a Russian Tsardom. Although, I feel like that's not how the Russian Tsardom should go. Right, we did want to do... I've got two things to do first. I really should let an integration finish, but if I don't do the societal value for offense now... Because it's going to take several months or several years just to push this. And our fort maintenance... If I upgrade my army maintenance, does that actually help it? Yes. Yeah, we'll do that then. Just to try to get the 20 offense so we can try to roll artillery and make artillery spawn up here. In fact, I need to build a gunsmith in Moscow because I don't remember building one there. If I can type gun. My god. Just need to build one so it's there. Technically, there's a revolt about to happen, but I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. This revolt is literally a singular location. I'm just gonna march the army up there to kill it. I'm not even gonna care that the revolt happens. We're just gonna put it down and move on. It's less of a revolt and more like a protest in a single tile, in which we go down and immediately put a stop to it. Now, this doesn't guarantee us the best roads network, but I'm trying to maximize our roads. Because, again, getting a -20 on the gravel road here would be better than a paved road that's going to be 5 more, but cost me literally double the amount of ducats at a time when I don't even have the control to benefit from a lot of this. Alright, there it is, and we'll just put it down. Also, do we have our spine network in the Golden Horde? If we don't, I need one because I'm going to use that later. I know we're spying on the Pope because the Pope has research. I remember that from last week. But does... Oh, you're Spain now. That's cool. I don't remember if we saw that they became Spain from Castile. I do remember the mess around Constantinople. That was fun to witness. I see it's still there. And goodbye. Don't need to waste a cabinet slot to stop it for 5 seconds. Don't have to do any of that. It's just gone. Now, the 2 insurgencies I actually have to worry about a bit. They're all pops that are in areas that are just not integrated. So they're getting a -50 to their approval, which is very difficult to keep happy enough to not be a revolt. It's possible in theory, but in reality, not so much. There is a secondary issue of concern, is that a lot of the areas we're colonizing out here are mainly tribesmen. And thanks to the privilege we gave to the Cossacks, we can't convert tribesmen. But if you recall, we gave that privilege to them because we didn't want the Cossacks to disappear, since, you know, Cossacks give us access to more unique privileges. And more importantly, technologies. Which, speaking of, as soon as copper and tin finishes... What research is after copper and tin? Let's not do the silver and lead. After that finishes, there is a few techs I want to do from the Cossacks that I noticed. There is a Cossack technology chat that literally gives us 0.05 monthly legitimacy. And it also gives us army reinforcement cost reduction, which is, it's not great. We're gonna go back to the Age of Renaissance to grab this, because that is monthly legitimacy we don't have to pay for. It'll make it easier to maintain 100 legitimacy without spending money. But we did want the tin because we have almost no sources of tin and we need tin. By almost no sources of tin, I mean there's a singular source of tin up here that we took from Sweden. And it's all just immediately getting exported and being used for artillery maintenance. Bohemia became the new... These hegemonies are going to switch all the time. I actually don't mind not being the hegemon of anything right now. I actually kind of want to be the cultural hegemon, but we need a lot of universities for that. But by not being a hegemon of anything, we are minimizing our cost of court at least, so it's only 10%. But later on, we'll probably go ahead and just bump that up anyway. So they're the economic hegemon as well now. Good for them. I'm so happy that they can have these nice things. Maybe they'll share one day. So is it like the exact same route that it's taking? In some cases, yeah. Because now that this entire road network is set up all the way up here, they still don't have proximity. But some areas are starting to get proximity to show. We just need a lot more proximity cost reduction, in my opinion. Because, yeah, this is just way too many areas with no roads. We're just gonna start laying out lots of roads at the end points of the country and hope it just connects everything. If it doesn't, we'll go blame someone later. Yes, there's a 5% discipline from the Cossacks. I want that tech as well, but I want to get legitimacy first, because right now we're spending money on legitimacy. Definitely the integration process. And then there's a few laws I said I wanted to change. One of those laws is that I want to go ahead and get us off of Court of Culture. We've squeezed out a good amount of innovation. We're at 70 innovation at this point, so we don't really need it as much. The problem is the itinerant court does give us decentralization, but it gives minus 10% proximity cost. So we just have to be very careful and wary where our centralization is. Right now, it's actually fine enough to switch over. I don't think the Cossack privileges are better overall. They do have a 5% cabinet efficiency estate privilege, which is nice, and they have a privilege to make it to where they can't convert or promote into peasants, which is nice because then you ensure they don't go extinct. There are other ones we can unlock by doing various technologies. I don't remember if all of them are good, but thankfully almost all of the Cossack techs are, well, they have Cossack in the name, so it kind of makes them a bit easy to find. The problem is that the tooltips fight you sometimes. Like this, I wouldn't really use. It just makes the nobles upset by allows Cossacks in the cabinet, which I'm not really interested in. This makes exploration cost a bit cheaper, which I guess is nice. So, you know, there's some good ones in here. There's some kind of like, you know, it's there. Anyway, first off, we are changing off Court of Culture, which, if anyone's curious, innovation increased our expected cost of court. We are doing that because we wanted the innovation. We're going to be switching to itinerant court, which means every time our leader dies, we're going to get an event to move the capital. We can choose to keep it in the capital, but it's going to cost us 5 more legitimacy. But you get minus 10% proximity cost through land when it's fully implemented. So that is going to be very good, especially for out here where there's almost no proximity, because the proximity reduction on each one is going to help. So the further out the area is, the more it benefits from proximity cost reduction, just because you're reducing more raw numbers here, which is very good. I would say if you've never played a Paradox game before, the game is probably going to be somewhat difficult to learn. Just because there's a lot of moving parts, and it takes on a number of mechanics from certain games like Crusader Kings 3 and Victoria 3. God, that research is too good. I would definitely say it's kind of like Victoria 3 in the sense of go in expecting to fail. Just try focusing on learning the game and getting better at it. I cannot wait for that proximity cost reduction. We're going to just keep using the Synod chat to get the 10 research bonus for now. Because that 10 research is helping us catch up with the rest of Europe. It's helping counteract the fact that we've been behind on technology for a good while in the early game. We actually got 59 of the 115 advances in the Age of Discovery before it ended, roughly, which is not bad. Problem is, I don't think we're going to get offense done in time. Can I replace this guy? He's not even married. He has no children. He's not contributing to... He's a member of the clergy. He can't. Okay, never mind. Never mind. The guy's well within his rights, but I am going to replace him with someone that's a little better. Because I want to try to get this offense to move as much as I can in the shortest time possible. We really need to integrate the north up here to stop all these insurgencies. I'm not sure if there's a tech map mode. I don't think we're too behind anymore, actually, because a lot of the European nations don't have technology to steal. If you can't steal technology, then they're not ahead of you. Like, the papacy we can steal from, so the papacy might be equal to or ahead of us. I just feel like we're behind because for a very long time, our liturgical language was giving us pretty much no research bonus. Now it is giving us some, but our literacy is below 40. I don't know if that's good or not. We're Russia. I guess our literacy was never going to be good. I really want to start seeing more blue beyond our just capital zone. In fact, I just realized I really need to bring the army back, huh, chat? It's just sitting up here eating up all the food. That's probably not good. Anyway, the itinerant court is starting to implement, so once it's fully done, hopefully this is going to look a lot better. What is this? Oh, this is because we have a traditional economy. I mean, we want to stay traditional anyway, and I love communalism, so this is just a great event. Just free stability. The Cultural Commonwealth. I'm hoping in Victoria 3 that the Cultural Commonwealth power block is actually good in the game. I'm just a little concerned that it's going to end up being one of those power blocks that, like, it's neat, but no one really wants to use it because it's just not good in any way. Ooh, I just realized I can actually settle tribesmen to get some tribesmen to peasants anyway. So I can select... Okay, that's good. I can selectively promote them then. I was a little concerned about that. Not to worry then. Promote integration. Oh, yeah, I guess that failing kind of sucked. Ah, there we go, chat. So this is at minus 14.42, but the itinerant court is slowly being implemented, and in a month this drops to 13, minus 13. So our control is slowly spreading. I don't think we're that behind technologically. I just want to get more tech going. So what is Rada autonomy? 5% legislative efficiency. You know what? Yeah, sure. Why not? It's a very small amount of efficiency, but to heck with it. Why not? Just take it. You can have my privilege. Or you can have that privilege, I guess. 5% food production. That's definitely a Cossack tech. That's fine. I feel like that's just another one of those techs where it's neat that they have it. I mean, 5% food production is not bad, actually. It would help us in the Little Ice Age by counteracting some of the negatives. I have to look around really quick to see all the techs, because I know we haven't really invested in the naval technologies, because almost all of our combat is on land. Why would I invest into the sea? Boats are scary. Do want to get down to the construction speed and the Renaissance tech at some point. We have time to do one more discovery tech before they all get discounted. There are actually some technologies over here for the Explorers tab that we might want to grab, like colonization and the native policy. And then sending people to the colonies, even though our colonies are in Siberia. Is that technically a punishment? Yeah, legislative efficiency is just kind of how fast your laws are implemented. That's pretty much what it does, including government reforms and estate privileges. So the higher it is, the faster it'll implement things like our change to the itinerant court. I usually don't try to go for legislative efficiency that much, but since it was just kind of a very easy estate privilege to pass, I just figured we'd give it. It didn't really cost us anything to do it. Oh, yes, foreign culture law. We might want that if we want to just assimilate pops faster or just make it easier to accept more of them. And army morale is good. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll go down to this, get army morale, get the foreign culture law for assimilation speed. That way we can also just stop being in the menu for a bit and tick along. I did forget to get a second law pass or do the Golden Horde war, CB war that I was planning, but that's okay. We'll just use the, we'll just use a CB to supplement it while we wait. I can't do anything against Kiev. Feels bad. Oh, right, perm still exists. I totally... I forgot you guys existed. Oh, God, we really gotta finish these, annexations. Where is, why can't I annex you yet, actually? You're technically disloyal. And you technically haven't been okay, that's a bit of a bug there. Yeah, we'll focus on getting Voronezh ready to annex then. That way we can get rid of the decentralization counts. And I know a lot of the area up here will become cores eventually, or at least yeah, they'll become cores. I couldn't remember if it would be integrated or cores, but it's all like Novgorodian, so it'll all become cores in the end. Yeah, look at that map mode is looking a lot better now. It's still a lot of red and orange, which we don't like. But our tax base, as you can see, our tax base has suddenly shot up because we have more control, which is very good. I am kind of letting the money just build up in installments as well. That's paved roads. Actually, I don't mind a paved road to Novgorod and maybe... where is it? Where's the river? To that Novgorod city. Just kind of like building some highway zones and then some of our lesser zones. Sometimes it's going to be faster to go this way than the river too, which it is going to try to pivot and do if, you know, if applicable. Doesn't guarantee what it's doing is the best choice. It's just making a choice that it thinks is best. Also, not necessarily that the roads we're connecting to are the best for our little spread as well. But we're trying to use the gravel roads for the -20. It also helps the market access. Later on, I do want to upgrade it all to paved roads, but once I have gravel roads everywhere, I can just hit the button to upgrade to paved roads instead of having to constantly click things every 5 seconds. Yeah, that is true. Some theftum, the theftums, thiefdoms, however you want to pronounce them, it would be good to have. Maybe we keep Voronezh for now, just so they can slowly upgrade Ivan. But I definitely want to annex Perm. I know that I definitely want to annex Perm, without a doubt. And does the Pope have any tech? He just finished research a little bit ago. Don't know why he doesn't want to share. I just want to steal all of his technologies. Okay, let's colonize here. Is this the whole area? That's impassable. Well, good on me then. I really need to switch to like the raw resource map mode when I'm trying to find this stuff. Oh, there's silver right here. Okay, let's get a colonial charter then. I don't have money. Yeah, this thing is like... There's this thing called money you need to actually colonize, chat. I will gladly upset my clergy for 5 research. They'll get over it. Yeah, the biggest issue for Victoria 3 and converting or assimilating cultures right now is just... There's the Age of Reformation. It's just fervor kills it all. Fervor kills all forms of just assimilating. Now we're going to get the everyone's upset in the background noise for the Age of Reformation, because I guess that's just the theme. See, we're really going hard on spiritualism, so true faith tolerance would actually be good. Heathen tolerance is okay. I really like diplomatic focus for the Age of Reformation, though, chat. 10% tax efficiency for audit checks. 20% cabinet efficiency, which, if you recall, we were wanting to do as much as possible. Trade maintenance cost reduction, which is great. Trade capacity is good. Colonial maintenance is just a bonus. Then there's always the military ones, and I just like showing it off. The 20% fort defense is actually good, because if it takes forever for them to siege you down, they're stuck. But we are going to do diplomatic focus, because I really like the text for that. Oh god, are we not on the high ranking for confessionalism? Can we not get confessionalism? No, we should be able to, because we have a printer shop. We didn't forget to build a printer shop, did we? No, we have a printer shop. Trying to figure out why we're not as high on confessionalism. Maybe our literacy, it could be our literacy, yeah, because literacy does... Maybe we still have a chance, but we're, like, very low in the rankings. Wait! Wait! I wrote global trade-off as the one we can't get. You're telling me our capital has the highest chance to spawn it and also meets all the requirements? So, I guess it's not based off of how much you traded in the last month. It's more like, what, market value or something, I guess? Because apparently we meet the requirements? Yeah, 1.0.8 really killed trade with trade maintenance. Speaking of which, we have new policies that unlocked. But our administrative system is currently using cabinet efficiency. We do want to switch to Confederal Union at some point, though, for the 5% proximity cost reduction. Federal state gives you state satisfaction, which is nice, I suppose. Anyway, apparently we've got a good chance to get global trade. We currently don't have a chance to get artillery. We're trying to push for the offense. I don't know if we're going to get it in time, though. But we're going to push for it as much as we can. I do think our trade income definitely went up a little. But I don't think it was the trade income going up that made our income go up. I think it's just the tax base is going up because we have more control. Oh, good, there's no sand. Why is there no sand? Because apparently we just don't have sand. Maybe we should build a sand pit. Why can't you build a sand pit here? Oh, there's too many buildings. There's too many buildings. It's too built up. Uh-oh. Speaking of which, I actually did learn over time that building a bit of excess masonry is not bad. Makes things really cheap. So, really quickly, chat, we are actually going to just let some masonry get built. I actually would not be surprised at all if we've been importing masonry this whole time. Like, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Yeah, we have been importing masonry. Because when we start to build lots of buildings at once, our masonry demand is going to temporarily skyrocket. And I've been experimenting with this as Bohemia a fair bit in my games. It can really start spiking really fast. It says the printer shops have a lot of money, but the problem with the printer shops, if anyone doesn't recall, is that they need lead, and we don't have lead. We've been having to import it. Which I'm still, once again, surprised that we don't have... That I had to, like, manually set up an import for lead, and that we never got, like, an automated import for lead set up. Hey, printing press gives us benefits. Yep, confessionalism spawns in Italy. Do we have any... Wow, yeah, so we never had a chance to spawn it, really. I thought confessionalism was the one that we were, like, guaranteed to get. Turns out we didn't get it at all. I don't know if the Golden Horde has a lot of livestock, and they have salt, and, you know, gamers love salt. I think we did build the settlements in some areas, but we didn't build too many at the time. Oh yeah, wherever the case is. We can build them in some new areas. But we didn't build too many settlements earlier on because back then we were making like 30 ducats a month, which was just awful. it was terrible and we felt terrible. Let's just build a snake of roads. There we go, chat. There we go. More roads. I guess we should start worrying about the commoner insurgency. Okay, global trade spawns in Italy again. Italy's just getting everything. But since Moscow actually had a very high chance to spawn the institution, and thanks to all the benefits in Moscow, like the university, it's actually going to get it to spread very fast. We're also over 20 in offense now, so let's... Where is... Do we already have that? Institutions. Let me just... There we go. I couldn't see it I probably scrolled past it. I couldn't find it in the list. We're just going to spread institutions to get global trade to spawn faster. And it might get confessionalism to spawn faster. I don't know, because it's not a 100% chance. But once we can get it spawned in the Moscow trade center, it'll spread faster everywhere else. Novgorod had a really good chance too, so our market centers are going to be spawning this pretty reliably. Once it's in the market center, it starts to spread everywhere at a faster rate. Accepted culture minus 25 is not bad. It would mean we could accept more cultures at once. The only downside to accepting all those cultures is that they'll all start to grow, which I don't exactly like. I think I'd rather just do more assimilation speed, which would counteract the big negative we have to assimilation speed from spiritualism. It doesn't fully counteract it, it just helps. It spawned in like northern Italy. Yeah, all the way over here. It spawned in northern Italy because of course it did. And then Naples got global trade, so the only chance we have now is to roll artillery. Which, it looks like we have a very poor chance to roll, because we're not even on the list of possible locations. In fact, I don't think we have a high enough literacy, once again, to actually roll it, despite meeting some of its requirements, which is fine. Okay. As a Lithuanian, it hurts me to say this, but you need to conquer Lithuania and Poland for them good borders. Yes, we're going to eventually do that. You know, maybe we can make Lithuania a subject, just to kind of preserve Lithuania a bit so it technically still exists. But yeah, mass trade helps us too. We also have Lubeck, our little subject of Lubeck over here, which we're just kind of using to get institution spread. Because as you can see, it could have spawned confessionalism. It's going to have confessionalism soon, and then it should start spreading that to us. We'll see as soon as they actually get confessionalism. Culture capacity is nice too. But yeah, let's just get the 10% assimilation speed. That'll take time to integrate. Also, the itinerant court is fully integrated, chat. Moscow and its surrounding regions now have almost pretty much 100 control without the army being present. And thanks to that, plus roads, we actually have more than 0 control out in these integrated territories. It is still terrible. It is just slightly less awful. Oh, right. I forgot severe winter actually stops construction. I'm not used to that because I haven't been playing in areas with severe winter. So I'm not used to severe winter stopping all of my construction. 3.47 a month. That is some good power projection bonuses. So do you have it yet? You do have confessionalism. So, to my understanding... Oh, wow, it's spread randomly. Nice. We should have knowledge sharing, right? Or is that not active? It should be active. I'm pretty sure it is active on them. Oh, maybe it's not active right now. I don't see it. Nor do I see share knowledge. Break from union. Yeah, I'm not seeing here. I wonder if it's because they're disloyal and it's not just showing it. Because sometimes the sharing knowledge will appear, and sometimes it doesn't. Oh, wow, that is completely wrong typing. Request knowledge sharing. Okay, there we go. I don't know why I couldn't find request knowledge sharing when I was looking at the subject actions, I must have, like, scrolled right past it or something. So that caused confessionalism to go up a little. I don't know if it's actually going to make this go up, though. That's the thing. Let me give it a month tick, and we'll see if it just updates it. Yeah, we have things like universities to help with institutions and libraries in at least our market capital. So they kind of just spread it a bit, but not permanently. Interesting. Okay. Then I guess the second option is to just force a trade route with Lubeck, which has it. Which, I don't even know what Lubeck trades in. Oh, what is their best goods? They have lots of iron, salt, livestock, fish. Well, some of those we have ourselves. The problem is actually finding things we can trade that aren't going to kill us. Technically, I guess there is always wood, but I don't think that's going to do a lot. I don't want to export 105 lumber, though. I just want to export something very cheap. Maybe we find something just cheapish to export. Do we actually make jewelry, or are we importing all of this? We're importing all of this. That's fair. Okay, let's technically... Technically, we get export fine cloth. I don't know why it's trying to export an insane amount of fine cloth, though. I have to like, scroll wheel this now and find the Lubeck market. There it is. It's trying to do all 136. Like, it wants to mass export, chat. The game yearns for mass exportation. We're just gonna set up that. I think you actually have to import, though. I don't think exports count. I think it's only imports. I'm only doing this right now to just kind of test it, because I haven't got to experiment. Okay, well, our 45% chance is working, at least. And yeah, it looks like I have to import. So we're gonna have to do just a random import, which I guess what? Lubeck makes fish, so we'll just import fish. It's telling me how awful of an idea this is because it's going to make no money. I know, this is literally not going to make us money. The sole purpose is to just try to get the confessionalism to start spawning. I presume just because it exists in location will be enough, but maybe they have to actually embrace the institution, in which case Lubeck may be a while. Nope, there we go. It's got 0.07 now, technically from importing, so... Technically, I just need to import lots of... Wait, if importing gold is going to make lots of money, why aren't you doing it, game? You have over 200 unused trade capacity. Has my trade just broken? Because it is technically automated. Maybe I've got to turn this on for all automation, but the automation over here is technically active. Oh, yeah, no, Well, we'll see if that works or not. Okay. It's kind of working. I see it has activated new trades, but I don't know if those are those going to stay active? Was it really that most of our trade wasn't working because okay, we didn't get artillery either. Because I forgot to turn that button on. I'll laugh if that's the case. I don't think that's the case. But I'll be very sad if that's the case. Could we have spawned it in Russia? Okay, so thanks to us pushing the 20 offense, we did make it to where Moscow could spawn artillery, so we're at least going to get the institution fast. Oh, we could already import masonry. That's true. Yeah, I guess you also need to come over to the automation page and actually hit trade, even though technically... If you go to our trade menu, we already had the automation activated. Either that or this is extremely coincidental and the game just found a lot of good trades in one go. I could not tell you. What I can tell you, though, is that I want to get food production. I actually don't have anything to say beyond that point. I'm just filling the air. Colonial policy is something we could technically research just to make colonial maintenance cheaper and... Yeah, you know what? Let's actually grab that because we are planning to colonize Siberia, although the Golden Horde's doing a pretty good job of that already. But there's no reason we can't do it too. I know we're taking a lot of pops from Moscow to do these colonizations. That is kind of on purpose because Moscow is where a lot of pops are migrating to, and they tend to be our primary culture. So we're just trying to do this to make sure that the areas will be our primary culture when it's done. Man, severe winter stopping all those roads really sucks. General Winter is not our friend right now, chat. I know he's supposed to be, but he's not our friend right now. And then the rest of our locations are going to spread global trade pretty slowly. But the more present it is in the market center, the better. And we've at least got confessionalism getting a guaranteed spread now. I am curious, though. One more thing I have to do while we still have, like, 20 free trade capacity. I might just increase the imports from Lubeck on fish, even though it doesn't work. What about iron, actually? Would iron actually be good for us? Probably not. Are you just going to use 20? Yeah. I want to see if importing more goods, chat, causes this number to go higher. I assume it does, but we have to experiment. It does. Okay, the number basically doubled, so we're getting confessionalism at double the speed. So we're just going to pay however much it costs for those trade routes, and we're just going to purposely use them to spread the technology to us faster. We are literally paying for tech spread. I don't know if these roads are the best. I just know that having roads out there is going to help mitigate this monstrosity. Whatever makes the clergy happy. Yay, no sand. Again. It's a common good. We still can't find enough of it. I'm about to just build so many sand pits, you have no idea. What is this used for sand anyway? Lumber, which we have an insane excess of. And tools, which we can always make more of. So yeah, just get us some sand pits then, because apparently we have one area that's just... Oh, right, because that is the RGO. Of course it makes a lot of sand. It has the RGO there. That makes sense. The sand RGO is already maxed out. It's already at level 10. I haven't even upgraded it to a town because I don't want to reduce the size. But we definitely want to continue our town highway along the rivers, since those all have good control. I know that means we get less RGO size, but in a lot of them like this, we only have about half the RGO size to begin with. And I know building them, they technically get less pop growth, but we have 0.12 extra pop growth from technologies. And towns are effectively going to be a +10 increase to control if you count the temple. And then when you build the library, that's +10 literacy in the area as well, which is really nice. Ooh, paved road network. Oh, I really want census. I really want census for more pops, chat, but develop the interior is what we should do, just so we can bump land up by another 2 points. Which is slow going, but... Oh, support for land focus. There you go. Bellicose, increase opinion, contain global trade. No, thank you. I do have to make sure this passes, though, or else we lose 2 land. But I also want to go to war with the Golden Horde. We don't border that, and I think you'll... Let's do it anyway. And we're still a great power. I have to see... I don't think they'll accept threatened war in this case, because it's not their capital that we'd be threatening for. Oh, technically there's an insurgency with high progress. Right. I can task someone to handle that. I guess we gotta go put them down finally. Yeah, the little ice age will kill our food. Thankfully, since we're going traditionalist economy and serfdom, traditionalist economy is going to give us 20% more food production, and serfdom gives us more RGO output, but laborers consume more food, as do peasants, so that kind of is a net neutral. But it's also why we went ahead and researched the 10% food production tech. Moscow is actually making more food than it consumes, for example. We haven't even built up irrigation yet, which I'm actually going to spam up the irrigation for Moscow, since it should probably get it before it maxes out on population size. Oh, I don't want this to fail, but I don't want to contain global trade. Has it... Well, it's already finished in Moscow, that's true, so I guess we could afford to contain it a little bit. It's just going to make it take longer to spread, which I don't like. Where are we on land? See, the problem is I could contain it and it might not even jump up anyway. Traditional ideas, I don't want to do that either, though. I guess we just take the hit. No, I need your taxes. Yeah, I guess we'll just take the hit then. We got +2 land from the nobles. I think it was +2. Oh. Okay, if this is +5, that puts us at 38, 48. I'd have to take them both. We'd just lose it anyway then. Okay, so we're at 66.5 land still, which is fine. So, what I was trying to do, chat, and I think we're going to have to border their capital to make it happen. If you do threaten war as a great power and they decline, it starts a war with a follow-through on threat CB that's minus 25% cost. Really nice CB. Unfortunately, that is not the CB we're able to work with right now. So instead, we're going to once again fortify some areas. We have a lot of forts because there's a lot of areas that people can just walk right through, and I don't like that. Honestly, we should probably build a second army. Tamed Steppe is something we could grab later. Technically, monthly experience decay is good. I mean, we could honestly do more military technologies. We didn't grab halberdiers because we already grabbed the arquebusiers, and there's no point in grabbing both infantry techs unless you're going to want to hyper specialize. But I would just say grab one infantry tech. Grab one infantry tech, throw the other one overboard because that'll just save you a slot. I think the Cossacks do have a colonization thing. At some point, I don't remember where it is, though. We might just go for that 5% discipline for now. Also, because getting the army better logistics and making it to where they have less attrition and morale movement would be really nice. Our money is down because our legitimacy is down. Speaking of legitimacy, I'm just going to crank this up to the max now so our legitimacy covers quickly because it's just in a much better spot than it was before. At this point, you are not a threat. Like, I know this horde is the actual threat because they have a lot of troops. They actually have a decently sized army of regulars, but it's mainly the fact they can raise a lot of levies. So, we're just going to build the second army in the background while we start this war. Actually, is there an ally we can grab really quick? Maybe I can ally Kiev? No? You guys don't like us? Well, I guess we can always just call Georgia in. Who will join because they hate the Golden Horde. Yeah. When Vladimir Lenin. We're kind of a few hundred years early for Lenin. Instead, I'm just going to have to give you the nice entertainment of us invading the Golden Horde and seizing what little forts they have. I hope we have enough cannon to make this easy. Okay, we do. Minus 47. Minus 47 siege defense because the Golden Horde has a massive offense. Technically, we're suffering minus 10 from our own offense score, but we just got up to 20 to make artillery spawn more easily. Okay, you've kind of suppressed that rebellion enough. It's not a threat for now. I would just go back to integrating one of the areas that the rebellion's actually in so it stops trying to murder us. Technically, the downside of having two armies is that it is going to split the crown power between them. That has actually made us the military hegemon as well, which is probably pretty fitting given what we are. Yeah, they are around the age. They are going to do pretty good damage, but the main reason why I want cannons is to just make sure we will pierce through the forts. The fact the Golden Horde has extremely high offense is just icing on the cake. Now, obvious downside here is that there's still a lot of our territories that are not protected by forts, but if you recall from the last stream, we made a fort line up here for that exact reason, to minimize their ability to just go around. They are still going to raid some areas effectively. It's just going to happen. We can't cover everywhere at once. Is there anyone from the crown that I can appoint? There is. Because I think everyone here is, like, from the clergy and the nobility. I need someone from the crown to exist so I can feel good about myself again. There we go. We've got another 10,000 strong army that has no cavalry and has no, no supplies, but that's fine. They just need to guard a different set of lines so we can stop worrying. Oh, hey, the Golden Horde finally figured out to fortify their capital. Good for them. It's a shame that won't save them. Just let our morale recover before we go fight these guys, chat. Oh, they're gonna run away. Come back! I just want to murder you. In-game. Right now, we are just invading the Golden Horde. That is what we're doing. We're going to try to take as much of this as we can, because I have noticed from past games and this current game that the only people who really get upset about us murdering the Golden Horde is other hordes. Like, Kiev and Europe do not care if we slaughter the Golden Horde right now. They could not care less. We are going to try to border their capital after the end of this war, so we can get that follow through on Threat CB next time. Because that'll be very... Oh my god, we're sieging so fast. This is crazy. And half of the reason is because they don't have... They have a lot of offense, no defense. It's a stack wipe. Oh, I love using regulars to wail on levies that can't fight back. The poor levies, they just get slaughtered. We actually should take some of the Siberian holdings too, now that I think about it, because we're running out of areas to colonize. Oh, that's where their raiding is, all the way up there in Perm again, just like last time. Well, good for them, I suppose. Do we own the target? We do, so that's why it's all ticking. I am going to quickly just, ahead of time, make sure that we border their capital, but we're not going to take the capital itself. We just want to make sure that we border it, so next time we can threaten war over it. Oh, man, these are cheap. Well, it makes sense that they're cheap. There's not a lot of people up here. And then I would like to seize a lot of this. Just so... I guess we don't want to go too far because we can't see what's out there. I do want to get down here too, but if I take anything that cuts them off, they get a lot less nice about surrendering. And it would be a good idea to take anywhere that actually has forts. Because, you know, then they don't have the fort. We'll probably go for something like that. We're going to try to go for a full 100% war score, but whether that actually happens remains to be seen. I probably should send one of the two armies to go respond to the Golden Horde that's raiding our colonies, but, you know, the colonists knew what they were getting into. I could put the army on automatic hunt. I am just... If anyone's seen my Victoria 3 videos, I am like just a micromanager when it comes to just, oh wow, yeah, they really got around the forts, didn't they? I just kind of love to micromanage my stuff way too much, which is probably not good. But yeah, they're definitely raiding all the areas that don't have forts and the open zones that just don't have forts, which is a little annoying, but it means they're also a little predictable. Ooh, is this their regulars? I think this is their regulars, chat. Yeah, this is their regulars. Well, at least I'm pretty certain it is, because they didn't just immediately die. Yeah, the combat speed. Although... they seem to be stuck now. I think we might have forced them into a zone of pause. That, and we went in with half morale because, you know, we're smart like that. We go in with only half our morale. Nope, get behind the fort. Okay, hang on. What is this? Growth of the administration. Oh, this is just to make someone happy. Okay. Oh, are they coming for us? Okay, there we go. That makes this much easier. It's just... sometimes you just have to wait for the AI to make a mistake. And there we go. The problem with the lack of forts is just the insane amount of sieging that goes on. It's a very big back and forth. We have, like, I think it's 160,000 tribesmen. We're at 205,000 tribesmen, actually, now. It's almost 2% of our population. Presumably because of all the colonization we're doing. I really need to build forts on more of our capital locations. Like here in Rostov. Which I am going to start doing for some of them. But it's just we have a lot of, like, little micro provinces that are not that big. Or they're not even towns yet, so I don't care as much. But yeah, I think what's happening is they're just kind of going around up here and getting around us. So I think what we honestly need is a castle here to cut most of this off. And then maybe another castle here, because I think that spreads the zone of control right there. Yes. Watch, we're planning all of this for the future, and we'll never need it or use it again. All of our years at the academy will be wasted for nothing. We finally catch up to them, and then we have to rest because we don't have any morale because we've been marching. And that's why I want to get the technology that reduces the morale lost while marching. But I also want to get the 5% discipline because then our troops just fight straight up better. Which is pretty self-explanatory on its own. Of course, now that we're winning in a bunch of fights, that is also going to make it a bit easier. Solely because they don't have troops. They do have troops. They actually have way more than us, but about 40,000 of that is just regulars, so we don't care. Perm was forced out of the war again, but Perm also has basically no military, so it's just kind of like, eh. Wow, the top messages says we're at 26 at the moment. That is a little scary. The viewers, which I'm sure is good 5 seconds. Ivan is dead. It doesn't. I actually want. What does it say? How did he die? I'm sorry. No, I want to know how he died. Died while the army was encamped. Oh well. We're just gonna blame dysentery. This is what I meant, though, chat. You lose legitimacy if you decide to keep it in the capital, where it currently is, instead of moving it with the itinerant court. But I still think the court is extremely valuable because of the -10 proximity. It's very nice. Yes, I believe the Golden Horde not breaking into a lot of little countries earlier on in our playthrough, I believe that was a bug. I believe they were meant to collapse, but because they could keep raising levies indefinitely, which I think they have partially fixed in the new update here. I'm not too certain about that, though. It allowed them to technically kind of just barely survive when they shouldn't have. Oh, shoot. Yeah, hang on. I need to pull them out really quick. I sent the army in without the general because the general hasn't arrived yet until January. What is this? Oh, this is another event for us. Chosen Rada. Okay. It's a government reform. Or hunted down and executed. Wow. Okay, yeah, no, so this is basically we get access to a new government reform to use that makes the nobles weaker and gives us centralization. I probably won't use this, but I'm going to pick it anyway. Oh, wow, our armies are not having the best time. Oh, no, they won. Never mind. Never mind, they won. It's okay. False alarm, chat. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna have to stare them down for a bit. Oh, look at... Oh, sorry, that's not our core map. There's our core map. A lot more green and a lot less horror. Horrors beyond our comprehension, at least. I don't even know if it's wise to spam all these roads. I'm just doing it because I want more control and I want less rebels, and that just seems like a good way to get both. He's still not here. Oh, you guys don't even have a leader either. Wow, all of our generals just kind of upped and left, I guess. Alright, well, appoint you. And they're all children. Okay, well. Oh, nope, don't leave. I just got our commander in charge, I'm pretty sure. I'll have to check because it's saying that we can't win, which I find very curious. Why is that? Their armory... Is it because they're all cavalry? Are cavalry just that good in the game? It's because they're all cavalry regulars? Oh, but we won in the end, and the game said we had a very bad chance of winning, so... Cool. Oh, you know, probably because we don't have any cavalry in this army. And then these should all be regulars, so yeah, they just run away. Which is not too bad. Let's... Now that we've kind of pushed them back down here, we can actually pull the armies downward, but I need to pull one of them back to reform it. It's taken a lot of losses. And honestly, I don't think we need our own cavalry that badly. But I'll go ahead and make some cavalry for the other army anyway. That way we have it. Oh, right. We can't even replenish because it's winter and we suffer attrition because we're all the way up in the north. Awesome. Ah, see, that's not really worth it. The 5% discipline is great, though. So we've got 3... Okay, we've got 3 years before it just forces peace. Well, we've ticked up to plus 37, which is a good start. The downside to having all these cabinets is that you eventually get a bunch of old people and they all start dropping dead. It's like, stop. I can't keep appointing you guys over and over again repeatedly. I need a break myself. So we're gonna have all of you come down here to them. What did we just say about dying in the cabinet? Once you are appointed, you are not allowed to die for at least 20 years. Otherwise, I have to keep appointing people and spending 300 ducats. And I don't want to keep spending 300 ducats. Okay, let's have you start marching. You've got most of your troops back. I don't know if cavalry is what we needed to just stop their cavalry from doing so much damage. But I think it's also just horde cavalry is scary. And they probably have their Age of Renaissance cavalry. Where are we on... Yeah, see, the downside of not having roads everywhere, too, is that this is going to take a long time to spread. So I did actually learn, chat. It says it's spread to X number of locations, and you need it to be at least 20 locations before you can embrace an institution. This is actually wrong. What the game is actually checking for, in my experience, is it's being spread to 20% of your population. The problem for us is that our population is very spread out. So we need it to go out to a lot of different locations at once in order to actually acquire it. So it's not based on the number of your locations you have, even though it says that. It's based on how many pops have been exposed to the institution. And I know this because when I was playing Bohemia and got an institution to spawn in Prague, which had 14% of my population, I immediately had 14% progress out of 100 to the institution itself. But yeah, that's why, yeah, it is pop-based. We have some of the techs that make characters live more. Ooh, 5 centralization. Yes, please. We also have... We should have a hospital in Moscow as well. Yeah, we do have a functional hospital in Moscow. I think they're just choosing to die to spite me. I think that's all it is they're just choosing to spite me and die because they're all nobles. That's probably not true at all, but I prefer to think of it that way and not just bad RNG. Because it's probably just us getting unlucky, and they're just reaching their end of lifespan by a hidden dice roll in the background. It's a city. How long do we have till it forces us out? We have about 2 years. 2.5 years, actually. I'm saying less years than we actually have, since it's 3 full years. Just so I remember to check, and, you know, not forget and lose. So, Woodley recipient 2 fractured. Right, because... Oh, Voronezh actually lost territory. I see. Okay, that is slightly unfortunate. That is slightly unfortunate. If I can't take all of this, I will just reduce it to whatever I need in order to border them. And we'll just invest into more forts for the next war. But we still have another year or two. In fact, by the time this is over, we'll be able to make another CB. The problem is just we can't declare war unless we want to do a truce violation, which is a little expensive on the stability side, and we're about to blow through like 60 stability for our institutions over here. I say about as if we're about to get them. We still have probably 2 to 3 years at least before they spread to us. And we're already trying to annex more land. Aren't we great at this? No, we're actually really awful. I want to use my government to spread other things too, but we just have so much land to integrate. I'm just trying to do mass integration as fast as we can. That way, we stop having all of these rebellions threatening us. Where are you? You're probably fleeing all the way down to the city, right? No, you're fleeing to the fort. And there you are. And now where are we going? We're fleeing somewhere, chat. I don't know where we're going, but we're running somewhere. Movement time and attached. That's good. So we'll have the easier morale soon. Hello. We're just going to keep killing them because what we need to do as well is get their war enthusiasm down, and that means getting their numbers down. Actually, how many men can I raise? Okay. We're going to raise 138,000 men, chat, but they're not going to go to war. We're going to raise a bunch of men, and we're not going to march them off to war. I am scared by that 13k stack there, though. Let's actually group you guys up here. Oh, are you trapped here now? You gotta stop getting yourselves trapped. Anyway, the reason why we just raised all of these troops, chat, is because now we actually have the army advantage. The Golden Horde had about 70 to 80 war enthusiasm. I raised 140,000 men, and their enthusiasm dropped from 73, because it hasn't ticked yet. It dropped from 73 to 13. They lost 60 war enthusiasm. And now are way more likely to accept for peace. In fact, maybe we give up some of this now just to do an earlier war. No, I kind of don't want to. I do actually, because I need to make sure these pops don't just insta-die, I do kind of need to start gathering everyone up, though. Actually, could you maybe do a few liberations while you're at it? Thanks. But we just raised, like, 140,000 men. The sweet 200 gold. Yeah, they're literally killing, they're killing their own family members just to get the... Why do I keep doing this? I checked the steel technology right as they finished researching it. It's like I have this just terribly good habit of missing it at just the wrong moment. So is this... I think that's got to be a bunch of regulars, right? No, that's all infantry. Or, levies. God. More integration. Very good. And I'm trying to get all the northern areas specifically because that's where a lot of these insurgents are. And also, I don't want to go fighting up in the cold again. We're fighting in the cold anyway. I just don't want to go north. I prefer anywhere that isn't north right now, please. Okay, I guess I didn't need this army to come over here anyway, but let's try to chase these levies down, because if we can kill these levies, that'll be very good. I know I don't need both armies for the fight, but I'm kind of just grouping it together. Shipwright contracts? No, no. You're not getting free shipbuilding. We don't even need ships. I'm not granting you something that I won't benefit from. Okay, where did you go? I can't even go this way because of the fort. How did we get trapped by the fort? How did we manage to get trapped by a fort again? This is just some impressive self-trapping we've managed to do. Okay, can you leave the fort at least? I don't know how we got trapped by the fort, but we've somehow gotten both armies trapped inside the fort. The good news is that they have minus 58. Minus 58. With a half-built spy network on their fort defense. So the siege cycles take 12 days. Yeah, a lot of them are just kind of nestled way up here. They're actually 136,000 men have all just gathered up here. They're fine. And then you've got some others kind of over here. I think some of them have died to attrition, actually, which is kind of unfortunate. We are going to try to end this war very shortly here. Oh, you know what? You guys need to combine your cannons really quick. There you go. Because you just got to get out of there. The assault's risky. Religious influence. Do I need religious influence at this point? I don't think we do. We just use it for the synod, but we generate more than we use. I guess we could... No, not really. No, I'll keep the gold, please. Thanks. I think we're already maxed out on this, and they're starving. Of course, they're starving. And I think the kids started enough cannons that they dropped by 10%. Okay. Let's actually just see. Maybe we just end the war now. Oh, I do want to take that fort, but we need to border this. Which we do border. Okay. Can we just not take this? I really want that fort, but I guess I have to give it up. Okay. Let's also... We'll give up that. We could try to take more, and the aggressive expansion is against just the Horde. Really just the Golden Horde. Because we'll do the better CB war next time, and since it's their capital, they're pretty unlikely to say yes to us taking it. We technically annexed Furnez, thanks to that, and also didn't. So now they kind of exist as a one-province fiefdom that's just meant to help buff our leaders, I guess, which is really funny to think about. Let's send everyone home as well before they start starving in the snow again. Well, they won't starve now since we're at peace. Probably. We'll bring the armies up, and then I have to get all of these forts built up still. We do have new forts up here, though, which I think will hopefully stop them from pressing in next time. Probably won't, but one can hope. I also see we have research to do. We have a lot of alerts. Half of them are ignorable. Okay. I need to see... We probably want the weapon workshop, actually, because we're probably going to burn through weapons as we get more and more pops. Maybe upgrade the cavalry at some point. I could get the developed settlements for the RGO size, but I don't know if we need that. Oh, right. Something I learned from a fellow player. The Pomor Outpost. I thought it only had one level, chat. It can only be built in rural areas. This thing isn't limited to one level. It's based on RGO size and development, too. So, Kerba, for example... Kerba can get 10 levels of the outpost. Chat, this outpost gives 33% raw material output per level. If I build 10 of them here, it is going to turn this level 6 RGO as if it's producing 330% higher than level 6. It is going... I'm gonna say it. Spots like this, even though they're on a river... I think these fishing spots, we do not urbanize. I think we don't urbanize it. In fact, let's just max build 10 Pomor outposts here to experiment with it in Kerba. And in fact, even better, I'm going to tag Kerba so we come back to it later. Our gold mines are all the way over here in the Urals. Like, there's 3 of them out here. We have a bailiff or 2 set up, I think, to try to access them. There's actually a gold mine that I just missed right there that we could grab, but considering we have basically no proximity out here, there's not much we can do with it anyway right now. Speaking of proximity... Let's get the roads out here. Can I not? Oh, technically this road's faster and it wants to build through there, but I can't because the Golden Horde... I don't know if you've noticed, chat, but the Golden Horde doesn't really like us for some reason. Something about repeatedly tarnishing their ambitions over several hundred years does that, I guess. And for anyone new joining us, the reason why we're building gravel roads instead of paved roads is because the paved roads are going to cost us several hundred ducats. The gravel roads are costing us about 100 to 200 ducats cheaper, and we have a lot of areas that don't have any roads yet. So their proximity cost is really high. Or in this case, this thing's downstream a river, so it's fine, thanks to all the rivers. But there are various areas that don't even have roads, so they can't build bridges. And because they don't have any roads, their cost is really high, at plus 40 base. Gravel drops it to 20, paved drops it to 15. We're just trying to drop it a good bit for now. Why is this at 100? No, that still doesn't make sense. Why was it at 100? That doesn't make... That doesn't make any sense. I'm really confused. Oh! Because we had 134,000 men just milling about in the location, right? Yeah, I guess that would scare the peasants into being obedient for a time. Yeah. I guess that's how spear tactics work. Market access is not great. If we go to the edges, we are looking at like 60 at the 60s for market access. Roads do help market access too, and also paved roads would help market access even more, obviously. But that kind of just further confirms the whole thing of that I need as many roads as possible to help market access as well. And in the severe winter, our roads stop building, so we can't even build them all year round. Ooh, university. 0.5 innovation for 6 months. Where's our innovation at right now? Yes, okay. I love when the university one pops up because you can do this. You can set up the university and then set up a cabinet member for innovation. You only get about 5 ticks out of it, but altogether it is 5 ticks of innovation we otherwise wouldn't get at all. Because right now it's way too high normally, but with the 0.5 from the university promotion in Parliament, we're going at 0.92 at the cabinet. So we're going to squeeze out a little more max literacy and make embracing institutions a bit cheaper. Speaking of which, communal values. Yes, please. Ooh, twice. I love communal values. And the reason why, chat, now that we're over 50, we can get communalism events. One of them gives you 0.1 monthly literacy for 10 years everywhere. The other gives you 0.1% pop growth for 10 years everywhere. And I'm hoping to roll both of those at some point. Central Council. We talked about changing that. 5% cabinet efficiency is great. And I know we're using that for the special cabinet actions that's reducing our proximity cost. Confederal Union is minus 5% proximity cost, though. The only issue is the decentralization. We'd go from a 0.2 swing, and we're sitting at 0.293. Okay, that's not good. So, I need to annex one of our subjects. If we annex one of our subjects, we have enough to where this is barely okay and it doesn't drift downwards. Yes, thank you for reminding me about the temples. I was so engrossed in the war. I know we need to build the libraries too, but let's get the temples first. Just to get... Wow, we did not really build that many, did we? It was just kind of down here. Support a communal value street. We're over 50 now. I don't need more communalism for the moment. I kind of want to do Confederal Union now. The issue is just there's a slight risk we start to... I mean, if our control goes up, we'll get more centralization, which will help. I just need to annex Perm at some point. Let's do it. Let's get the proximity cost. Where is Perm on being annexed? They're disloyal. Okay, well, I can fix disloyalty. I'm good at fixing disloyalty, chat. I know how to do this. It's called spending copious amounts of money that you don't have. And then what we're also going to do is we're going to support loyalists. So it puts them at 61. So we're actually going to drop this to... There we go. And we're just max spending on our legitimacy to get it done as soon as possible. There we go. Now we can integrate them, or annex them. Would take about 7-ish years. That's not bad. 7 years is not bad. You know what? They're actually pretty upset as it is. We've done a lot of negativity towards them. So we probably won't do any more for a while. Hope. Technology. Yes. 5 points. 8.29%. This is another reason why I love having the university, chat. You can sometimes get an event where you can instead of taking the 5 support, you get 5 research points. So we just got 5 research points as well. We did build some bridges, but we built a lot of new roads recently. We actually have a lot of roads to build now, too. Army maintenance. I know that's giving us something. What is that giving us that we wanted? I think it's belligerency. I can't check it because the government page broke. Okay, there it is. I say broke. It just lagged out for a minute. Because I know that by funding our army maintenance is giving us land. Rulers. Okay, I don't have to worry about it then. I can actually defund it. I think the other thing is what? Belligerency? No, we're at peace. General trade. I don't have to worry about it. I'm trying to make sure I don't mess myself up here by rushing too far ahead. Because we're trying to not be stuck in the same year for 5 minutes, 15,000 minutes, but we're also trying to, you know, actually think things through. Fort maintenance, supply. Well, we don't really need supply limit. We're kind of spreading the armies out at the moment. We definitely maybe get colonial migration at some point here. Iron and copper output's always good. Expand mine cost. This would kind of help us colonize faster, but let's grab preaching missions for our conversion and assimilation. Most of our pops are orthodox, but just by having a little bit of spread going, it'll be a bit faster. Just a little. Yeah, the +10 conversion is something I need to get as well. That is actually something I should... I forgot we hadn't set up yet was that conversion. I thought we did, but that was in my other game. It will be good for it to just slowly convert people in the background for us over time without it needing our input. Let's see, you only have 1,000 cannon. Let's go ahead and get you linked up here. Those insurgencies are growing again. Traditional economy. Grant them. In fact, it puts us at 43. Do I... Yeah, I'll do it this time then. Because what we could do is we could fabricate a CB. We could invade Kiev. Which is technically a subject of the Golden Horde. So it would be a war against the Golden Horde. Okay, so I can't invade. We could invade Lithuania. We talked about it. We could invade Lithuania. Sorry to the Lithuanian viewer earlier. Yeah, can we call it now? Oh, yes, we can. Thank you for pointing out. I knew it was sometime this year. And I think we just keep doing the same thing as before. Because honestly, 10 research points every 5 years is not bad. Right now, that is equivalent to about 4 and some odd decimal of research. Eventually, what I want to start doing is... I think it's under clerical matters. No, it's under internal affairs, I think. It's one of these. There's one that gives you the +5 proximity cost reduction. It's somewhere down here, yeah. Yeah, here it is. Pious prosperity for 10 years. The -5 proximity cost is definitely really good. But what I want to do for now is just keep pouring on that research, because it's allowing us to catch up and in some cases get ahead of our opponents. It's just making up for any lost time that we might have. See, I don't border any of your capital zones, though, so I can't... Oh, you know, we could just war Sweden. Is there anything good up here? Lumber, fur, I mean, iron. It's about what I expected, really. I guess we could just invade this area just to make the borders look nicer. And, yeah, there's your capital. I don't border it. I'm trying to get the capital borders, but we can't get those. Maybe they'll... Ah, yes, there it is. Okay, that's exactly what I was looking for. Okay, there's something they'll say no on. Sweden actually joins the war, too. Fantastic. We can get 2 birds with 1 stone. Or in this case, 2 armies, I guess? I don't know. Probably should... I feel like I need to grow the armies more, but honestly, they work just fine as they are. We could just build a 3rd army instead. We're going to go ahead and let the armies get into position before we actually go to war. Wow, 45 people now. That's amazing. We'll go ahead and invade it. The reason why we're wanting to do that, to get threatened war for anyone that just joined us, if we do this and they say no, it automatically starts a war. You can only threaten war when you're a great power and you have a claim. It will give us a CB that's -25% conquer and subjugate instead of the +25 that the CB is right now. So that'll make it cheaper to take land. That's what we were trying to do with the Golden Horde earlier, but they weren't willing to fight us to keep anything. So we had to just do a regular war instead, which was unfortunate, but, you know, well. We made it to where we're bordering. We have 2? That's weird. We have the 2 CBs on the same... I don't understand how that happened, but okay. Oh, shoot. You know what? We really should get more forts up in this area now that I'm thinking about it. There's no particular area that gives extra fort defense, right? I'm pretty sure extra fort defense isn't a thing. It's just movement. Yeah, right there. I just realized if we're going to invade Sweden, they're going to just come around us over here. It's going to be a bit, probably too little too late to get the forts built. But it kind of just occurred to me that it would be really wise to have a few forts in these choke points over here. That way, any future wars, they can't just waltz on through. We technically should build a fort here as well, but, well, we might build a city here later as well for reasons unknown to me. I can't imagine why. Also, yes, for anyone wondering, yes, we literally have a single boat out here with our ruler's distant cousin on it just for the 25% crown power it gives. Guy's got 1 boat and he's got more authority than... Oh, I hit violate sovereignty. That's okay, we'll wait a month. We're letting them know, chat. We're letting them know what's coming so they can get ready. Oh, clergy are building a university. Love to see it. Threaten war. They're going to say no. It is going to start a war. And because of that, the war score cost for all of this is now -25%. Instead of +25, which is effectively a 50% swing. If you want to do some math. Oh, wow, look at that. Sweden built a line of forts in Finland. I wasn't expecting that. They really wanted to make sure we couldn't come in to say hello, I guess. I don't know. How many forts do we have up here? I wasn't really paying attention. We have some. By some, I mean I didn't build a lot of forts like I probably should have. Because I've been playing nations that are a lot more compact, so you don't have as many fort locations to be building up. Obviously, not a great thing for me. Because I really need to make sure that works out. Why are we decentralizing? Yeah, we're starting to get a decentralization tick. I know it's because of the Confederal Union. I didn't think the swing would be that hard, though. I guess it is a bit harder than I thought. Okay, so... I don't want to do it, but we're going to have to take an emergency measure with one of our cabinet members until I can correct that. Which is really just going to be however long it takes to annex Perm. Does mean I have to probably avoid taking a subject, though. Or else we'll just start ticking back down again. Minus 11. I did forget... Well, I guess we didn't really plan this out for long. We couldn't have set up a spy network in advance. Yeah, I'd rather keep the legitimacy, thanks. I am going to keep the spy in the Golden Horde, though, so that way the next time we invade them, we can just quickly occupy their territory like last time. Technically, they have double our size, chat, if you count their levies. If you don't count their levies, we're scary. God, there's actually people, a lot of you chatting now. I actually have to, like, glance over and see what you're saying. Oh, yes. So the minus 25 will be in Sweden, too. Let me show you. Obviously, if you're doing a separate sue for peace, all the locations cost more because it is a separate piece. That is to kind of balance that out a bit. But it is still going to be the same cost. It is going to be minus 25 against everyone that's in the war. So instead of targeting just Lithuania or Sweden for it, we got both. And depending on how much we can get away with under antagonism, we're going to try to take a lot from both. Because we might as well. We have the opportunity. Our control is definitely looking better. The Confederal Union's almost done. It still has about 1% more to cut down. But this is definitely getting better now. And it will get even better once I can start building lots of paved roads instead of gravel roads. Which, yes, I know we can build paved roads. It's just... the cost is kind of up there and really hurts. If we try to build out to here, we're looking at 1,000 gold. Whereas a gravel road out to here is, well, obviously there's already gravel roads out here, so it's not going to be as expensive, I suppose. But we could probably start upgrading in the core region a bit just to get more tax base. Just to get more like 100% control. I mean, yes, it's mainly the two of you, but I still appreciate it. I know there's a lot of people who like to just lurk and listen, and you know what? That's fine. As long as you're enjoying it. I mean, monthly tradition would be nice. I am not spending 3,000 gold. I would rather lose 5 prestige. I need so much gold to modernize this country. Modernize? What am I playing? Victoria 3 with no technology. Speaking of which, where are we on... upgrade? Slave? No, we're not building slave markets. I don't even want to see that as an option. Moscow over here with 39 paper workshops because, of course. Okay, conversions are done. We still don't have any of... I mean, we already knew it was going to be a slow spread. Most of our areas are rural too, so our literacy is not as good as it could be. What is our fort limit at right now? We can build like another 49 forts still. So let's just get iron and copper output so the little iron and copper deposits we do have make more. By the way, something I learned, chat, and maybe a lot of people already knew this, but I didn't until today. Where is bog iron? Bog iron smelter, there it is. I just needed to find this to show you. The iron upgrades, like Blast Furnace, don't just impact the iron RGOs. They impact anything that makes iron. So, bog iron smelters that turn coal into iron also get the 75% bonus. They're not efficient, but it is extra iron that you can get. So it actually will cause this production method to be more iron than coal because of that massive efficiency bonus you get. I'm not going to say it's highly worth it to build. I just wanted to point it out because I thought it was interesting. And maybe in certain circumstances, depending on who you are and where you are, maybe you have a lot of coal and not enough iron. It's an option. It does have restrictions on where it can be built, though. You can't just build it anywhere you want. So that is something to keep in mind. A lot of buildings are like that, actually. Some of them can only be built in rural locations until you get their much later equivalents that can actually be built in urban areas. But we're talking like Age of Absolutism. They're really far into the game. Which I assume is to make it to where you actually have to rely on the RGOs and rural locations instead of just paving over everything like you're building a super highway. More books. And the ad has blocked chat once again. Yeah, Market Fair, I don't really use that one as much. I mean, well, oh, wait, market fairs. No, I'm sorry, I was thinking of the wrong one. We actually do use market fairs quite a bit because that gives us 0.25 monthly prosperity. And in 1.0.8, they added prosperity decay to the game. So if you don't have continually generating prosperity, your prosperity will decay and fall. So market fairs actually kind of went from a... It's pretty good to bump your prosperity up early game to a must-have to keep your prosperity up, because prosperity means more development, more pop growth, characters live longer. Unless, of course, you have the Kremlin in Russia, because for whatever reason, it gives 5% monthly prosperity, and you can get 2 levels of it through event. I have no idea why. This feels slightly broken, but it's in one location, so I guess we can just... it can just have its fun. Oh, you know what we could build lots of, chat? We can build lots of tools. The game's going to tell me that they're not profitable, and I know it's probably not profitable, but we could just export them later, I'm sure. It'll be fine. Actually, speaking of exports, we probably should cancel those bad trades that we made to Lubeck. Now that we don't need it anymore for the market center. Still going to keep the lead imports going, though, because we kind of need those for the books, which is also why they're doing so poorly. We did forget to kind of check over here, though, in our new little area. Are we colonizing up here? I hope we're colonizing up here. We're not colonizing up here. How awful. To just forget to colonize. I have no gold again. I keep forgetting it's 200 gold. I'm over here thinking it's like 3 ducats. It's 200. It's the maintenance cost is what we've been dropping. That's right. Once we have all of these colonized, it should fill these in with our colors. It'll look nicer. I keep getting tricked, though, because I keep thinking these are, like, little big locations to build, and then I have to realize later, no, they're not. They're just impassable territories that look like it. Oh, this winter is just destroying... It's not destroying me, it's just taking longer to get everything done. Alright. Oh, was that the head of cabinet that died? It was. Okay, so we could actually get crown cabinet now. It's just... slightly less proximity cost reduction then, since you won't have the really good, the extra 25% efficiency. Yeah, what we just did, we actually just did a war with the Golden Horde and took a good chunk of this, and we're bordering their capital for a future war. We're actually invading Lithuania and Sweden right now with a really good CB to kind of smooth out the borders. We're also trying to build lots of gravel roads to get proximity out here. I do plan to upgrade them to paved roads later. But right now, as I pointed out to people before, there's a lot of spots that don't even have roads. And it's better to just get a road out there for now, because that's going to be minus 20 proximity compared to 25 at triple the cost. Which isn't even an exaggeration. In some areas, it really is triple the cost. You know what? Forget the siege. Forget the siege. We need to... Oh, are you not replenishing... You are not replenishing garrisons. That was a goofy mistake on my part. I forgot to replenish garrisons, chat, because if the AI knows that it's guaranteed to succeed in an assault, practically, like, it'll be very fast, the AI will do an assault. It will actually do assaults. So, me forgetting to actually refill the garrisons was really bad, because Sweden just liberated 2 or 3 of them. 3 of them is what they did, yeah. I think we'll actually go ahead and grow the armies soon. Probably about to 15,000 troops each, and then maybe assemble a 3rd one. Don't mind the warning that we just had depopulation occur. It's just something about lots of violence in the background. No one will accept my royal marriage? Oh, you will, but you're not in the age range, are you? Okay, you're just gonna marry a noble then. That way we at least have some internal talent. There'll be nobles, the children, but they'll be in our country, which is something we can use. You know what? We have half their, or double their strength. It'll be fine. Tsardom needs... Ooh, it's almost 1,800 gold. What is your trait? Oh, you have well-connected! Yes! I love this trait. Well-connected is a really nice trait, chat, because I believe it unlocks this option here. I'm actually not fully certain if it does unlock this 3rd option for this event, because you usually only have the first 2. Well-connected, in my experience, will sometimes give you an event related to artists that lets you get 15 research points. Just straight-up 15 research. Yeah, I'll check if he can. I think I already had him join one before we ended the stream before, but I might have forgotten to do it. Let's check. Okay, no, he's already in a foreign order, We made sure to already get him in the one that gives us the administrative ability. That's why he's at 75 instead of 60. So we've already done that. It was still a really good call, though, because if he wasn't, we would have needed to do that really quickly. Okay, come over and recover before winter. That's like the downside of fighting up here, Chad, is you have to plan for your resupply months before winter hits, because once winter hits, you're just going to constantly suffer attrition, and you can't replenish, even in your own territory. Which kind of makes sense. It adds an extra bit of dynamic to fighting in the wintry areas, which I do actually like. I don't think everyone likes it, but, you know, it adds extra strategic depth in the sense that all your guys are dying. We've actually got a lot of techs done now that aren't the techs over here. Maybe we do them then, just because we're running out of techs. I guess Art Academy. Not really going to use the Art Academy that much. We could grab monthly experience too. We're just kind of waiting for the next technology stage to unlock. Oh, I love how I get ads and it blocks my chat, and I'm the... Yeah, only Georgia. Now, it's not necessarily that the others didn't want to accept. We have, like, Bulgaria and Serbia, Hungary. They all actually like us. It was probably just a circumstance that... Oh my god, what has happened down here? It's probably a circumstance that they just don't have anyone to marry. And so, you know, there's no one to marry. Saratov's depopulating because all the people are dying in war. We're actually at 11.5 million pops already, and it's just growing as we conquer. It's great. Are you the heir? Or the future heir? You're one of the sons. You're not the future heir, though. Oh god, is he slow? Oh no. So expensive education is just going to make up for that. Okay, maybe we also give you an expensive education as well, despite the cost, because you might need to back up your brother when he takes to the throne. Of course, the crown prince is slow, but his younger brother gets the bonus to administration as his trait. I love this game. It really feels like I'm playing CK3 at the same time. Because sometimes you really just want to remove one heir and replace them with the other. And CK3 had a few ways to do that. I think our succession law is favored son, though, right? No, we could actually change it. There are different laws that you can change it to that can help. But we could also just keep it to our current one, because technically our current one is pretty decent. Since we're getting pretty much no legitimacy loss when our character dies. Oh, 82. Good, 82 Swedish men are raiding the countryside. We're doomed. It's 103. We could probably take that. Yeah, we only lost about 500 men. That's not bad. Then we can chase this army before it actually tries to liberate something. We're technically losing the war because we haven't seized the objective, which is... Oh, God, that must be the regular army because that wasn't going well. Yeah, we'll seize that really quickly. I think this is their regular army, isn't it? It's gotta be. No, it's levies too. I guess we just had a bad dice roll. Yeah, we just had a bad dice roll. Okay. So it's not a 5-alarm fire like I thought it was. It's not a everyone's dying rapidly situation. And sorry, I'm thinking of 3 different situations at once and glancing at chat. Yeah, but we could change succession. I'm just not sure if I want to. I'm stubborn like that. Ooh, favorite son succession is nice. 50 legitimacy and 50 stability is a lot to spend. It's a lot to spend. But if we do it instead of... How about this, chat? We'll wait for both of them to grow up. We'll wait 10 years. We'll see if which one of them is better. Then again, if we spend it now, we can get it over with. Actually, no, because then we don't have the stability to embrace our institutions that are spreading to us. Which I really need to make sure they've spread to all the markets. Where's the third market? Kazan. Oh, it's almost done spreading there. Okay, I don't need to worry about it then. It'll be done in a few months. We can just let that spread. Did we not seize everything down here? Oh, I see. It's ticking. Oh, the forts are countering it. Right. Go seize the capital then. Just go around and seize the capital. The Golden Horde found our spy. About time. We've been spying on them for years. And the Pope just finished tech again. This is the third time in one stream already, where I've gone to it just after they've finished it. Let's go ahead and just expand what iron RGOs we have. Naval range, trading. I guess we could grab the trading hub just for market attraction. It's not that I need market attraction with where we are. I just... options. I need my options. I don't really need colony range because all the stuff we're colonizing is just what we border. I guess we can get local storehouses. And then maybe get the estate privilege for the Cossacks. Which is for exploration, which technically we should be doing, actually, now that I think about it. Because I have no idea what's over here, and I can only steal... Oh, right, we can steal maps from the Golden Horde to handle some of that. Even though they just found our agent. Yay, we know a tiny bit more of China, whatever part of China that is in the far north. I don't know, we have a very incomplete map over there. It's kind of hard to see what's going on. Free stability, do not mind if I do. Don't worry, I'm here to butcher words, it's okay. How are you feeling about the war, Sweden? I'm sure you're feeling very confident. Yeah, they're still fairly enthusiastic. They actually stopped our fort construction in a few areas, which is annoying. How is their army? 21,000? Okay, so they've lost a lot of levies at this point. That's probably why we're not really seeing them up here anymore, Chad, is a lot of their levies are dead. Yeah, their army size is about the same as ours now. Alright, and so, you know what? I know you have 88, but you're 60 years old. I'm going to appoint the guy who's 28, because I don't want to have to replace your seat in 10 years when you pass away again. I think the Pope did have goggles. Let me check that really quick. Yes, the Pope does have goggles. He is 58. Wow. He has 4 ruler traits. I think he has the goggles because he's a scholar, but he somehow has 4 traits when you're supposed to usually have 3. I'm telling you, the Pope's cheating. They don't show it in the game. I bet you the Pope's cheating in the background. He's generating stuff out of thin air. See, I have to wonder, chat. I don't really care about the aristocracy versus plutocracy meter. I actually ignore it half the time. We could technically drop it a bit at the cost of discipline. I mean, how strong is our nobility right now? They're kind of powerful. I don't really want the -20 satisfaction right now, though. I could actually make them happy and maybe revoke a privilege later. Like, I want to get rid of only nobility as leaders. I dislike that one a lot. Because to me, it doesn't really give you a benefit as the player unless you're trying to stop them from stabbing you, in which case, sure. More bridges, because why not? I don't understand why there's some areas it doesn't build the bridge in. I assume it's because there's not enough laborers to build them in. I'm just going to clear this too, because yeah, there's more bridges we can build that it didn't even let us know about. Technically, there are bridges we can't even build yet because the roads aren't even finished. Or rather, roads don't exist in those areas, so they can't have one, which is unfortunate for them. Ah, there's the Swedes. Let's go get them. Okay, we're going to have to start saving gold for a bit because we are getting close to the institutions. Does this look better over here? Kind of. It's just very snaked. Once again, Moscow, so it's our culture pops that colonize the region. It's all Siberian forest. Hello. And goodbye. 500 to 2100. God, that's just it's just one-sided. Are any of you in line for the throne? You are. You're second in line, so I guess we'll marry to you then. Just to maintain the continual alliance with Georgia. Don't have to, I just feel like doing it. Here you are. Oop. Crown Head of Cabinet, which... Crown Head of Cabinet is nice for another reason. It does give you a 0.02 bonus to legitimacy per month. Which isn't much, but that plus the 25% crown power that we'll get next tick the next month tick is pretty nice. Okay, maybe, can we separately piece you out now? I don't think I'm going to be able to separately piece out Sweden anytime soon. I would like to seize their areas around Pskov, though. That way it looks a little bit better over here. Because, one, you know, good borders, two, I just don't want Sweden to have forts near us. At least not near the coastline over here. Yay, explorers! That's not why we're doing the technology, it was just on the way. Speaking of explorers, we have exploration going now to continue our Siberian expedition, because that's why I decided to call the episode instead of anything else, because my plan was to just expand into the Golden Horde and expand as much into Siberia as we can. Not because it'd be a good idea, just because it was something to do. So, it's only built 4 of 6. How long do these take? Oh! I see, it takes that long. But anyway, chat, remember what we said. This right here, this outpost, it does 33 raw material output per level. We can build 11 of these here, it says. This is going to be a lot of fish. In fact, I really should build up the fish now that I think about it. Although maybe maybe we wait for these to finish. 2.6 output per level. And that's just one fish spot. Oh my god, what about all the fur locations? I need to make sure I don't build cities on these. The price is so dead though. There's almost no demand for it. I think it's because we're taxing our pops too heavily. Yeah, the burgers aren't making enough money. Either we're taxing them too heavily or there's just not enough control to make good money out of it. Or both, really. Honestly, it could be both. A lack of control meaning a lack of money, and therefore they can't make demand, which is just downgrading everything. It's technically possible. Heavens bless us. Oh, good. What'd you get? Oh, good. I'm happy, Chad. It changed his general trait. That's all it did. He already had a general trait, and instead of unlocking one of his traits early or getting another trait or something else, it just replaced the trait with a different one. I'm so happy that the game did that. I need to check really quick. Because I don't want to build more market quarters unless we're actually using up all of our capacity, and we are, so we can go ahead and make more, which is going to help make more burgers, and ideally it'll actually help them do stuff. That is true. More nobility means more luxurious consumption. The same is technically true for the burgers, so you can't go wrong either way. Oh, wow. Do they have... Oh, that was because that wasn't the fort. The fort was next to it. Whoops. So how are we doing all the way to here now, proximity cost-wise? That's not bad. From, what is this, 15 to 5.08 in some areas? It's not perfect, but it's not bad given our circumstances with, like, woods increasing the cost and everything. Paved roads will definitely go a long way. As soon as I can find the money for it all. We could spam carpenter guilds, I guess, to make more furniture. But furniture is already technically cheap. I mean, I guess we could. I think it'll be too much, but we have access to so much lumber, and there's so many areas that have the lumber RGO. This one doesn't, but I'm just trying to find examples. France is now the economic hegemon, dethroning Bohemia, I believe, which is slightly surprising, considering Bohemia is sitting on gold, literally. Also, Bohemia has 2,600... Oh, are they no longer a great power? Yeah, that's what it is. They're no longer a great power. That's what it is. Bohemia didn't go Hussite. Really? Or did they, like, just switch? Maybe they switched. It could be that. I think they probably switched at some point, because them not going Hussite doesn't sound right. I feel like they always will. Partially because you're kind of pressured into doing so. So, you know, like it or not, you're doing it eventually. Let's see, cathedral, interior, control. I guess interior for the +2 land. If we don't, you know, fail it this time like last time. Oh, but we did want the, Oh! Oh, that's gonna upset the nobility. We just destroyed a lot of toll castles. I kind of don't want to lose outward, but I'm willing to give that up if I have to. Because... Oh, wait, we don't have... When does our truce with you end? Let me just... I can't even declare war, right? Because of the insurgency. Yeah. 1551. Oh... I called the cabinet too early. I can't fabricate the CB because we already have a truce with them. I could technically do it on Kiev. But the problem here is that I'm not going to be able to get the war goal that we're doing right now. So maybe we just let this pass for the +2 land to help our proximity cost. Something like that, yeah. Okay, what's ready? Technically global trade and artillery, so... Let's take out some loans, chat, because we're going to embrace both. Because each one embraced is going to give 0.05 research, if you're not counting liturgical language. And I'd rather take out those 2 loans and get them ready now. Artillery bonus versus fort, that's good. Is there anything special over here for, like, Russia? I know the cabinet efficiency is over here. We definitely want to get over to it eventually. Trade maintenance... There's nothing special for Russia. What I really want is confessionalism, because that's where the next government reform, cabinet slot, and the Supreme Court all are. And the Supreme Court, when it's in the capital, gives you 5% reduction to proximity cost. Colonization by the Cossacks. Oh, there's that colonization by the Cossacks that we were thinking about. Technically, we could... Oh, intelligence agency. That would actually help. Isn't there a special intelligence agency for the Russians, if I'm correct? Oh, yeah, here it is. It's a government reform, too. Oh, and it gives a government reform. This has to be Russian, right? I think, I could be wrong. This might not be Russian. Presuming we can't get it, I do want to get secret police for the rebel growth reduction. That would be really nice to have. Muscovy belongs to the French group. Oh, we do belong to the East Slavic group, but I don't know what the secret office of investigation would end up being. Would be okay. Belongs to the Chinese group, which we obviously don't. Oh, yeah, the outpost building is just silly. Oh, yeah, so the reason why I have a cabinet member encouraging centralization right now is because we're actually drifting towards decentralization, which we don't want. So he's encouraging centralization to prevent us from drifting too much. I think... Oh, -5 separatism. Nice. I think let's grab global trade for now, chat, for the trade maintenance. Upgrading the army would be good. Upgrading the economy is just as good. Oh, the artillery power. Okay, Russian artillery yard. Oh, see, I don't know what I want to grab. Because there's a lot of good techs. I do want trade maintenance. Let's let the global... Ooh. 3,600 gold for 15 research. How many loans can I take out? Don't worry, I don't have a spending problem, chat. It's okay. We're just spending more gold and taking out more debt. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm told this is how you make things work. Time of troubles. We are currently playing as Russia. Oh. I don't... Chat, I really don't want to... I don't want to face that. Yeah, I really don't want to face that if we can help it. Disloyal vassal. What are you at with that? 46? Okay. So... I didn't know about the times of troubles. That's interesting. We need to get back to 25 stability then. Quickly. Or we are going to be suffering. And this can happen at any point in the Age of Reformation or later. Oh, God. I wonder if this is something that gives us a reward after we get through it and that we actually want to go through it. But I'm going to be stubborn and try to avoid it to the best of my ability instead. Just cut the cost of court for now. This is what, a 2% chance? 10% chance! Wow! Okay, game. I see. I get it. You really want it to happen. 10% chance. My God. You may as well just throw it in my face as a guaranteed event. So, but as long as we have enough legitimacy and stability, it can't fire. Okay. Okay, so now it can't fire. Okay, fine. Nothing we can do about it. Firm hand is fine. Colony. Diplomatic wordsmith Ivan Isbor. What does he give us? He may set up additional bureaus if assigned to cabinet? Really? Okay, well, let me add you really quickly then. See, I feel like that means if I just appoint him and ideally do it quickly, he's going to give us a lot of stuff. I don't think it'll let me... No, Ivan Isbor, there he is. There you go, Ivan. Have fun with your new cabinet seat. We'll see what additional things you set up. Because the event hinted that he might set up additional, like, cabinets. Which I assume is other little unique cabinet interactions we'll be able to do. There we go. 2 land. Now, whether he actually will is a completely different story, because, you know, he just might not at all. Okay, I don't think Sweden is close enough, right? No, they still have high war enthusiasm. Well, time to do posturing. And that is to just raise up a bunch of men to destroy their war enthusiasm. Single-handedly crushing the war enthusiasm of our opponents by just raising troops without actually fighting. So Lithuania has done... Actually, I just noticed Kiev is invading Lithuania right now, so if we don't do an annexation soon, they probably will just start taking territory. So really quickly, we're probably gonna raise levies and end the war now. Also because the, hey, the war ends soon because you've just been winning is starting to tick. Okay, there we go. Let's see, Sweden didn't really shift on that. Okay, let's at least beat up the Swedish army and then do it. Yeah, the centralization isn't doing anything. I do know that. That's because right now... Let's see, where is it? If you see cabinet influencing is giving 0.2 centralization, and we're at 0.11 centralization drift. If he stops influencing centralization, we're going to start drifting towards decentralization, which we do not want to do. That's why I have the cabinet set up to influencing it right now. We're going to work on fixing that later. Really, I just need to annex our vassals and it'll be fine. I know there's the market fairs, but we have that for prosperity. Then the other ones are either giving us proximity cost reduction or prosperity. So it's just... We're in one of those little fun situations. We've got almost... I was going to say almost all of this integrated, but there's all that new territory out there that we don't even have integrated yet. Population dropped by 103,000 because they all got raised to just stand in their local town squares. And pretend they're gonna go march off to war. Okay, so I can't take all of it. Yeah, I was hoping to take land from Sweden. Like a good amount. I guess we can take the 2 forts, so we have the forts at least. And pretty much all of Polotsk. It's not the ideal outcome, but it is 74 total cost for peace. It is going to make a lot of people angry with us, though. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. I don't care about that much. It's just really Sweden and Lithuania that get upset. Everyone else is going to kind of get wary, but they're not going to murder us over it. Like, give it 10 years, and they'll calm down about it. Alright, everyone, go back to your homes. I also forgot that we just lost stability again, so... Back to the time of troubles chance. 25 estate satisfaction equilibrium. That is scary. We'd have no money. Well, we'd have money, we just wouldn't be able to spend anywhere near as much. I think we're eventually going to fall into that disaster, chat. The question is just how long can I prevent it? Thank you, Zippy, and you have a good night. I'm hoping that we can get more done if I don't trip into the time of troubles. Although seeing the 10% chance to appear, I'm shocked we've gotten this far. Yeah, we are actually integrating perm right now. It is actually, wow, they're actually integrating really fast at 6.4 points a month. It'll be done by September of next year. So yeah, that's going pretty well. I guess we'll just keep hard spending on stability for now, because I need to actually get really high stability. Or else we're just going to fall into the time of troubles. And he died to food poisoning, so now I have to appoint someone who's less efficient. Not great. We're at 41 crown power, though. Really got to build all those counting houses that we never got around to building. And I really want to build even more towns, but we do not have the income for that. Like, we genuinely do not have the income for more towns. I can tell you that right now. As much as I'd love to have more towns. It's actually... How is Novgorod doing? 77 now. It's not bad for a city location. Obviously, we once again have areas over here to integrate now, and of course they hate us. Yeah, Oh, is this because of our guy, or is this just a random chance? The court rejoices the preferential medical treatment offered at the upper level of society. It gives disease resistance? That would have been really useful back in the 1300s. 20%. All we need is a prayer. Hang on, we're not gonna make it permanent, chat. I just have to see what this looks like if we actually use it. That's the wrong option. What does it look like if we actually implement it? 53% disease resistance. What the hell? Wait, what does that put us at for disease? 64% disease resistance before hospitals are accounted for in urban areas. Black Death has nothing on this. The next time the Black Death appears later on in the game, we are kicking this on, and we are going to survive so much better than everyone else. I kind of want to leave it. I might turn it on every time a plague appears, chat. If we know about it, we might not know about it. Oh, that was a good laugh. I enjoyed that. 49% disease resistance for a cabinet action is so stupid. I'm sorry, it's really funny. Oh, here it is. We actually got an event from Ivan Ismore for making him a cabinet member. Gain a new cabinet action, Diplo Annex and Diplomatic Reputation. Oh god, I can't. Please, no more. It's too good. I didn't know Russia had all of this hidden content. Because you can't check it unless you play. Oh, what does it look like when it's actually active, though? 24.8% diplomatic annexation cost reduction. Actually causing us to just insta-annex perm, I think. Because I think 392, is that where we're at? Yeah, it causes us to just instantly annex perm the next month. We could get the RGO sites. I've been kind of mitigating it, or not really touching it, because we have almost all of our RGOs aren't even upgraded to the max yet. That actually made us the diplomatic hegemon. Oh. Right. It is technically the location of... You know, it can stay, I guess. I really don't care. Oh, that was a good laugh. What's next? See, I kind of want to keep these little guys right here, just so they keep slightly buffing our leaders now and then. Oh, he's got the engineer trait now for the Navy. Weird. Are you an admiral? No. You're general. Where are you learning Admiralty from? Okay, so we're not going to keep that on, though. We are going to go back to our proximity cost reduction. But that was funny how it just allows us to instantly annex Perm, who apparently had their capital in the very far north. Very efficient, guys. Very efficient. I'm genuinely not upset about that at all. Okay, so let's start making money again. We're going to drop the stability down to 0.3. So we still get a lot. Ooh, Serbia. Sure. Why not? Just so we can get some money. And these insurgents are still growing, and it's always in the areas that aren't incorporated. They just hate us so much. Oh, we can't steal research from the Pope anymore, chat. So the Pope is, no longer technologically ahead enough, which is fine by me. I just realized I have almost no manpower gain. We actually need to make more manpower. Okay, so trade maintenance cost is down. I kind of don't know what tech I want to go down, because the problem is that we want both techs. I say let's, just to make this simpler, because otherwise we're going to go back and forth forever, let's head straight to the intelligence agency. That way we can reduce the growth rate of rebellions. I would like to get the RGO size at some point too. The iron would be nice as well. So that way we're just researching something in the background until confessionalism comes around, because that has the key text that we want. Some of the key text that we want. Oh good, the random event that makes exploration less terrible. Oh, they'll be done in a few years. Oh good, an ad. Yeah, it kind of depends on whether we want the drift from it or not. Because I do want to free up the cabinet slot. I'd rather not have them be stuck just drifting us towards centralization forever. Maybe we can find a privilege or something that gives us centralization. Not that I think there is one. There's usually not that many that give you centralization. Oh, there is embellished great works of fate, actually. Yeah, you know what? I just mentioned that maybe there was something here that would give us centralization. And you know what? There technically is, so we'll take it. So, there we go. We're almost there to where I can just take it off now. Technically, annexing either subject would work. What? I mean, technically, Lübeck's the subject as well, huh? Yeah. I guess Pskov we could annex, or... Do we keep Pskov around as the Theptum subject then, and just annex... Yeah, I guess annex Voronezh then, yeah. Do that. And that'll move it around enough. Why did our money suddenly drop down? Oh, I guess we do have loans to pay off, don't we? I guess we should focus on those really quick, because we are paying 20 ducats in interest from the remaining 4. 120 trade income now, though, chat, which apparently is primarily selling gold in our own country, which is definitely from imports. Not that I mind, it's still money. I just had to pay off all these loans. I'm actually happy to lose the diplomatic hegemony, because that'll make cost of court a bit cheaper. Doesn't save us too much money, but it is still saving us something. We should start seeing a lot more money come in the next month once legitimacy fully hits 100 here, and it just drops down to what it needs to do to actually sustain it. Because you're going to see it's going to go from 0.98 investing to 0.51 for the amount that it was generating right there, which is nice. That's why I wanted to get that Cossack research, because now we're making almost 500 gold. And these things take a long time to build. But I guess when you're trying to build 10 of them, of course it's going to take a long time. It's just normal. Oh, I don't like our stability. I have to constantly stay over 25 stability now, which is nerve-wracking. Just to avoid an issue that we're probably supposed to face at this time anyway. This is making 4 fish per level with the outpost. That outpost is ridiculous. I was planning to make as many urban centers as possible, and this outpost came up and told me I don't want to do it for fish or fur. And even then, it's only making a surplus of 68 food. I don't know why, but that's how that works, I guess. This is single-handedly making a lot of fish. How much fish is it making? 25. It is making almost all of our fish in the market. That is silly. Absolutely ridiculous. I haven't even upgraded the RGO to the max yet because if I start pulling them out, that's going to pull out the laborers, but we'll probably have to do it anyway at some point. Give me all the markets. I don't want to do printer workshops. Let's just do more merchant quarters to get more trade. For now. I do want to upgrade the wheat RGO, though. And probably, we might max upgrade some RGOs later. I'm not sure. What is this? Controversial nuncio. Orthodoxy will view Lutheranism as negative. What do we view it as right now? We don't have a view. We're neutral, so we'll actually make it worse. I don't want the drift towards communal individualism. My God. Okay. Well. Wow. See you later, Igor. Thanks for coming around. Okay, so I'm thinking, as much as we could choose the 7 stability, which makes Lutheranism viewed as negative, which I really don't care about. I think I'll take the cultural exchange instead. What does this one do? Yeah, let's just take... I'll lose the 5 communalism for the 5 innovation, because the innovation means more literacy capacity. So we're almost at 40% literacy now, which is pretty nice. In fact, is it going up at all? Yeah, it is 0.04, so it's rising in some areas. Maybe because they just got a slight increase. Yeah. That's good. It's a tiny improvement to our research progress. We could remove our agent in the papacy now. I'm just stealing random maps instead. Because I can. So do I want to let this revolt happen and just put it down? Not really. But I don't want to risk losing... I guess we'll just put it down through this then. I actually have to start searching for what I'm looking for with the little search bar in the cabinet because we have too many cabinet actions that are possible. This is ridiculous. What? Oh, why does Russia get so many cabinet actions? I love it, but this is silly. The disease one is insane. I feel like that needs to be 20% base, and I can get it up to almost 50 already? That is insanity. I mean, I guess diseases aren't happening that often to begin with anyway, but, like, why? Maybe I shouldn't complain. It's just a really good thing to have. But I'm just baffled by it. Time to steal another map. Let's steal a map of the Red Sea. That way the map looks slightly better. There we go. Just like we paint our borders, we have to paint our maps the same way. Oh, they're now named the Principality of Ruthenia. Ruthenia is probably how you pronounce this. My bad. Are you still a subject of the Golden Horde? I assume yes. I can't figure it out because the insurgencies are too big, but that's fine. How's the Reformation going? Oh. Yeah, that's a lot of not Catholic. Wow, I mean, that is a lot of not Catholic. Wow. Yeah. It's not a very yellow map anymore. If we actually go over to religions by location, though, it's not too bad yet, but it's spreading everywhere. Definitely tearing itself apart. Okay, let's... I guess we can build a road of paved road all the way up there. Well, we'll start getting some more paved roads going, I suppose. It costs so much gold. It's so much gold. We have a nice little area of 100, though, which is nice. Oh, trade disputes between Cossacks and burghers. And what, whoever I support just gets more power and they love me and the other doesn't like me. So I'll just make the burghers happy then. The fourth rebellion in Georgia, which they're going to once again put down without our input because they don't actually need us to come help them. 66 iron output is very good. Yeah, the Golden Horde still protects them. I thought so. Where is Kerba? So now, Kerba, I want you to build six gathering posts for fish, and I know it's gonna rip them out from the Pomor outpost, and it's gonna drop it a lot, but that's okay, because you'll just promote more people. 0.54% pop growth in Moscow. That is silly. I wish it was higher, actually. I say it's silly, but I wish it was higher. Speaking of which, temples. We can build more of those. And universities. Not that we probably need them, but I just want to build up several to try to give us more cultural influence. Also because it does actually give us some literacy for the local area for burghers and nobles. Not too great, but it does help. More importantly, though, it's going to give that institution growth for the future. It's not really going to help us now in the areas that we're building because it's more or less kind of spread to those areas. Actually, in two of them, it will help, which is funny. See, I could be paying off my debts instead, though. I've just been choosing not to, I guess. But we'll actually start paying more of these off here, because I really want to stop paying the interest rate. It is at 6% interest. I love how the coalition is the Golden Horde, the Hansa League, and then the other horde that's been keeping the Golden Horde from being completely caved in by us. Honestly, probably the only reason why the Golden Horde hasn't been completely caved in. That's all we can explore? I guess that's all we border. Why are you suffering attrition? Normal winter? I guess that's just how attrition works. Just hide in the homes. Actually, yeah, that stopped them from taking attrition. I guess that works. just hide in homes. It'll be fine. Oh, no. I wanted to build up clay, not destroy clay. Okay. Kind of don't need to do the integration process anymore because we have gotten a lot of integration done. How much is left, though? I think we do have a lot to go. I really want to do census, but I guess we should hold true and keep the integration speed up. Support for outward. Change policy. I am not changing that. CB on the Golden Horde for the capital, and this should work now? Because I don't think they're going to say yes to giving up their capital. Yeah, they're not going to say yes. They won't give up their capital without a fight. Fantastic. Now, we just need to build a third army. Honestly, I probably should do the military tech as soon as we get the intelligence agency done. I think this third army will probably play it defensively and just move it over to the Perm area where they were breaching us last time. The new forts we have should stop them from just taking everything, but it's probably good to play it safe. We also probably need to upgrade the size of our current armies, but with the vast territory we have, I'm feeling like I need more smaller armies ready to guard at once than just one large lumbersome army. I also need to get barracks research, so I think what we're going to do here... Oh, but we're about to get confessionalism. This is the hard part about unlocking all these technologies. There's so many techs to grab because confessionalism is going to give us the Supreme Court. So I guess the army's going to have to wait a while longer. Where is a member of the family? I wish there was a way to kind of filter this by estate, including the Crown estate. Because otherwise I have to scroll and stare at the screen until I find someone. Technically, I could search by name as well. That is technically an option. You're the heir, right? So I'm going to have you join this. There we go. Chivalry's done. Don't have to think about it. Are you? You're still too young. Okay. You know what? He's at 53 administration. That's good enough, even if he was slow in the end. Even if that's what he's rolled, I think it's good enough for me. Five 3.5 integration speed with 40% power projection. Why do we have so much power projection, actually? I know power projection is largely from technology. But I feel like we have a bit more than we should. 2 from outward, 5 from... Oh, 5.7 from great power. Okay. 12.3 from the... Okay, that makes sense now. I forgot that every advance you do gives you a small amount of crown power. It kind of, like, scales up. Well, it doesn't scale up, it just adds together. Okay. Just so they don't go right through everything. Oh, St. Basil's Cathedral. The successful conquest of Kazan. Ah, okay. I feel like we could have gotten this a long while ago. Material invested in reinforcing the stone walls of the Kremlin. Will that just give us another level of the Kremlin? Even though we already have 2 levels of it? I don't need a bigger one. Oh, it costs so much gold, though. And wait, instead of being a building, it's a piece of art? It's a piece of art? Chad, I guess we're taking out more loans. Because I don't know when to say no. And then I actually do need this to pass. So, plutocratic, conciliatory, and innovative. Because I actually need that to pass so we don't lose the Senate stability. How much stability are you going to cost? I need to wait then. I actually need to wait because otherwise we're going to trigger the disaster. And I really don't want to trigger that disaster if I can help it. Where is the other fort? I want to be able to take 2 forts at once. There it is. Actually, you can siege that then. So let's move you guys here. Yeah, because I have to have 25 or more stability or else we can trigger a disaster that's unique to Russia that can happen, as chance to happen every 10% every year. Which I really don't want to eat if I can help it. Cabinet proceedings. What does the examination do? Okay, centralization. Efficiency. You just can't beat 10 research progress. I think we've done that, what, 3 to 4 times now? So it's 30 to 40 research points that we've just printed out of thin air. Which is nice. I could just make more stability at once or have one of the cabinet leaders focus on it. That's what, 19... Yeah, it's 19. Is that just enough? Yeah, that's just enough. Because we're over 44, right? Barely enough. 25, 23. Okay, good. So, I know we were pushing straight towards the intelligence agency chat, but I have to let the current tech finish and then head straight to confessionalism. Not for the conversion speed. I want the government reform and the Supreme Court for that proximity cost. Legitimization of power as well for the legitimacy. The crown power I'm actually just going to grab a lot later. The other thing would be the cabinet seats. And then we can actually get tolerance of true faith. That is so nice. War score cost, disease resistance, road cost reduction. Obviously, there's other techs we want to get too. But I really want to get that proximity cost and get the extra cabinet seat. So we can start playing around with 7 cabinet seats. As well as having another government reform. Because there are new government reforms we can enact. But we haven't switched to any of them. Because right now we're operating with 4 unique government reforms. And you need this one to have all the cabinet actions that we're using. So yeah, there's a lot we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. Let's see, are they busy in a war right now by chance? No, so we will be facing the full brunt of it. Which is fine, arguably. Oh, wait, nope, don't do it this way. I almost declared war normally. And I almost did it again, God. Okay. Hopefully, this, combined with our additional prep work of a 3rd army and more forts, will be the day we actually... well, I guess we won't fully destroy the Golden Horde, but... we'll knock them down a bit. Can we explore more? No? Okay, game. Instead, I'll just... set up some colonies then. There we go. And then we are back in 6,000 debt. So it's like we never got rid of the debt to begin with. Fantastic. I think we're playing Russia the way we're meant to. I'd rather lose the prestige than the legitimacy, even if it upsets the little guys we have. Subjects, that's what they're called. Oh, God. 95,000 men. Very impressive. How many of them are actually regulars, though? Probably 10 to 15,000, so less than ours. 64% chance, 71% chance. Thank God one of them actually rolled as a success to finish the siege. They could occupy the new colonial territory, I just realized. But honestly, that's well outside the heartland, so I don't really care. Visionary creator Postnik Mosval... I'm gonna just butcher all this, aren't I? Moskovalsky, I don't know. Architect in Russia who is particularly remembered for his involvement in the construction of St. Basil's Cathedral. Oh, is that because we're building the cathedral then? That's why he's being invited to court. Or can be invited to court. He's got 90 in artistic skill. That's good for him. Let's keep integrating. Just keep doing integrations. I have like 4 of you doing integrations. I'd have 5 if we didn't have the ongoing issues that are prevalent in our centralization. You know, I don't mind eliminating a lot of these little, like, level 100 groups of just 100 levies. It's a lot easier to handle the enemy if they're all just dying piecemeal. I do see that they're gathering up for a northern assault, though. So, we'll have one army move to the north. The other army will just keep sieging certain positions near the capital. Sure, I was gonna say, we should already be counting up war score here, at least, which is good. Haven't seen their army, though, which is a little concerning. Maybe it doesn't need to be that concerning, but, you know, they technically can get a very big stack together in one large clump and just throw it all our way. And we had to pay off... What is happening? Heresy? Support local inquisition? Sure, have fun with it, I guess. I'm gonna just not pay attention. Just let them do their thing. We have bigger problems to worry about. And we're gonna worry about those problems instead. Well, they're not burning Georgia to the ground, so they're gathering up somewhere. That much is evident. Really should go back and get the spy technology to lift fog of war on a nation for a few years. It'd make it a lot easier to track them. I guess if the Third Army's still sitting here and nothing's shown up, they can just siege one of the forts. Which does tell me that the fact they haven't gone into, like, Perm and the Urals yet, their army's still, like, hiding somewhere, tells me they can't find a path around it for easy sieges now, which is very good. Let's keep going. Already at 11%, which is nice. Oh, they have another fort here now. Cool. Kind of want to prioritize the forts, actually, since that'll take way longer for them to unsiege. So, since they're gone, we'll just have you path back down to the fort. Control-wise, we're okay. I'm seeing a lot more of, like, 70s or higher in control as well, which is very good. Let's focus on paying off the debt. I really need to stop carrying all this debt, because it also hurts crown power. I mean, one set of debt isn't going to nuke your crown power, but a lot of it does kind of start to weigh it down, which is not good. 91,000 troops, we haven't seen any of them. I know most of that's the other horde that has to move all the way up in the north and get food and stuff, but where are they hiding? I do love how this pain and salvation track seems to play fairly often. I would not be surprised if it's programmed to play more often during war. But I think it just plays often because it's just a good track. And it fits your situation no matter what you're doing. Okay, you can get back to integrating for now because the commoners are no longer going to revolt in the next 10 years or so. It's drifting very slowly. Yeah, path all the way to Crimea. There's another fort there. We can take that. Each fort we seize will just make this way easier. So, yes, +5 centralization. Don't mind if I do. It's going to put us to about 84 centralization at least, finally. Do we need paper that badly? Maybe, or is it just a good export of ours? Well, it seems like we're using a lot of it. I actually can't find any import or export for it, so I guess I'll just assume that we need it. Oh, sorry, not a paper guild, paper workshop. My god. What are we doing? Oh, doggos are saying hello. Hi, doggos. Hi. Oh, they actually finally got one of our spots? Oh, yeah, wow. 32k are all grouped together in one giant horde. Okay. I know that's mostly levies, but I see that they beat back our forward army and are sieging down a fort. So we're just going to bring up both of the main armies and just fight the whole thing at once. Because killing that is going to be great. So they're raiding the colony area as expected. That's where all their troops ended up being. Yeah, we're going to lose a couple hundred pops to enslavement. Or 1,000, I guess. Wow, really? Oh, because technically the capital was not protected. Right. The capital of the area was not protected. It's a different zone. Oh, that's fair, I guess. Oh, where are they going? They've split up, so we can split up too. That's the good news. Oh, I see. They're probably going... Are they going for the fort? No, they're going all the way back home. What, they just came to raid, take 100 people, and then leave? Which, I mean, yeah, I guess that works, but really? Let's cross over to our territory where it's safer. That way that we're the defender. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now that we're the defender, you don't want to attack, huh? Didn't think so. We should be able to attack this just fine. Yep. Oh, they actually ended up attacking our stack and lost. Sweet. The ward of regulars on levies. Regulars tend to win. Not always, but, you know, they tend to. Okay, this army really is just too small. It needs more troops. But we don't have manpower. I have to build armories to upgrade the barracks, but we can't do the research because we're doing everything else. Oh, I feel a little insane saying that out loud. Ah, what's one debt? Fine. Already at 32% for the score, which is good. If I can just keep catching their armies quickly, we should be able to win this handedly. Especially with how spread out everything is. Thanks to just the wideness of the plains. I don't see any siege warnings. Oh, but they are kind of sitting up there on a captured fort. Their armies are heading this way, so we'll just chase them down. Yeah, it's 77,000 troops to our, like, 24,000, or how many? 28,000 if we count our subjects. Yet, our troops are a lot better, because most of our troops are regulars. Theirs are not. Ooh, I wasn't paying attention. We might have stack wiped, because we got prisoners. Okay, that 7,500 was a stack wipe. That was good. Just let morale recover and then strike them. That broke them almost immediately for way more casualties than losses. Siege. I don't think we're going to get like a full 100% war score capture of land, but I think we're going to get a lot of juicy land. If I could separately piece out their ally, that would kind of help, but I don't think I can. Yeah, no, the base is 25. There's no positives right now unless their enthusiasm collapses, which it's not gonna anytime soon. Yeah, because we already have the ticking war score. Maybe I shouldn't take the capital as quickly as I do. Let's see about this. Because that's what that's all 61. That would be a great amount of territory to seize. And that's a 97 with minus 26 from war score. Technically leaves them too fractured because of Crimea. But if I take Crimea, it's also 97? Oh, okay, then we'll just add Crimea to the list. Now I just have to try to do that in a few years. the second I go to march towards them, they immediately start running. They just know they're not gonna win. They just know it. Which, you know, props to the AI for knowing when it can't win in a fight. Sometimes, not always. I feel like sometimes it doesn't realize it's going to die, but it could be the game is just giving us a bone. See, I need to do more than just crush their war enthusiasm, because that alone isn't enough. Let's take the 4K army and just start sieging down the area that they're not fighting in, near Crimea, since we have them blocked up all the way up here, especially now that we have some of their forts, so they can't easily walk over there. At least not without being seen. If we see them. Knowing my luck, I'll miss them anyway. I do not like it when it does that lag for a second, because sometimes you're getting war decked when that happens. Thankfully, that didn't happen this time. But I have had that be the case before. It lags, and then suddenly you're at war. Definitely a frightening experience when that happens. No temples to build, that's good. What about libraries? I really want to build more towns. Oh, we have a lot of libraries to build, very nice. You know what? I am going to do it, because I want to do it. I'm going to build some more towns near Moscow. That way we have just a very big area. Oh, wait, you have fur. We don't want to build on you. Lumber's extremely cheap, so that's fine. You're already a town. Technically have almost no sand deposits, so I actually have to let the sand go for a bit. There we go. We're actually going to try to... I really want to turn all the fur into towns and cities too, but that outpost is just way too tempting for its own good. Yeah, I figured the outpost now has no one working in it because they're all trying to work in the fishery. That's fine. They should promote enough in due time and start working it again. Promoting at, what, 38? I really should get the technology that allows you to promote pops, which I think is an Age of Discovery tech, actually. Just to make it go faster. I think we need cavalry for this. Is this their regular force? It's levies. If it was their regular force, we'd probably lose, but since it's their levies, even though we have half their number, we win. Because that's just how levies work. Against regulars. What is our win time? Okay, we have about 2 years. So we probably won't be able to take everything. Even if I swing their enthusiasm hard, because what are they at right now, enthusiasm-wise? 65? Is this 2 different armies I brought over here? It is, okay. I was confused for a moment, because I only remembered having 1 army over here. But now we have 2. The third one's getting the fort back that they took from us earlier, so they won't have that point anymore. I need to stack wipe this army too so it stops running away. They're down to 54,000. We've already killed 34,000. I think it's going towards Crimea. Yeah, it is. It's definitely heading all the way down here. That's fine. Let it run. We can chase it. Don't know if I can trap it and just auto-kill it, but we can chase it. Well, there's actually a... Theodoro's an actual city. That's nice. It'll be a great throne. Oh, and they got around me because I'm not paying attention. Oh, no, they stopped. Wait, hang on. Okay, yep. We actually stack wiped it. Fantastic. Our dreams came true, chat. Stack wiped another 6,000. So let's see. War enthusiasm is now +2, and they're at 47. So even if I mobilize the whole army, we're actually going to be a little short. So I need to still siege more territory. Or at least siege down the fort in Crimea so it's no longer providing the defense bonus. Of course, that has access to the sea, though, so we get a malice to sieging. Yay. It makes sense. It's just like, yay. More pain and misery. I am happy we got to the point where I can start building a bunch of towns, though. I would especially like to do them on the rivers, but all the ones that are at 70 or higher are a good choice too. I'll probably leave it at that much. That's already a good, what, 12, probably 15 towns. We'll be able to build up more urban buildings in all of them, and all the towns will have more burghers, clergymen, nobles, so they'll all demand more goods. I don't think it'll have a big impact, but they'll demand more goods to step up. Let's see, they're at 56 now. It's almost there. It's almost there. Worst case, we could take like Crimea or something off the list. So there's no integration. There's expand armories, but it's only going to help us get 2 because we don't have enough urbanization for more armories. I guess we'll conduct a census then and grow the population. Reduce opinion, spiritual retreat complaints. Market village, okay. Outward. Almost passes for free. Oh, well, not free, but just more stability. Alright, what are we growing at now nationally without counting for any unforeseen deaths? 12,000 pops for the next few months. That's not bad. Considering how slow pops grow in EU5, that's actually pretty nice. Like, Moscow's growing at 1% for the next couple of months. It's not too much, but they're getting 334 pops. I'll take it. It's more pops for us. Our special little fishing area is getting 27 pops now, even though it's still going to take forever. Let's see, is this the capital of the area? Yep, capital of the region. Okay, they are starting to liberate some other areas, but we've got our other army here. How much longer do we have? About a year. Do we just assault the fort? No, we'll just fail it. Okay. What I might do, because we're running out of time, is let's wait for the census to end, then we'll raise our armies, just so we can squeeze out a few more pops here and there from it. You know? Just a few more pops here and there. Expectations. Okay, so the Duma will pass it, so we get the 7 stability, which is nice. Kind-hearted, less war exhaustion. Well, that's nice. It's not a heavily needed one or anything, but I'll take it. 44. Okay, raise the army soon then. Yeah, their enthusiasm is +4 now. New government reform. We got the technology finally. So let's carefully look through. I really want to just take mandatory bureaucrat education, +5 max literacy, because that's more, just this more of everything. Primarily research, but you get a bunch of little benefits from your pops too when they have higher literacy, depending on their class. Mining communities. If it didn't give decentralization, I'd consider it for the iron output. Universal serfdom. Let's go. 33% crown power. Production quota bureaus. 10% raw materials. That is not bad. Oh. The Oprichnina, which I might be mispronouncing. Apparently, we can actually enact it. And that gives us a possible government reform. So I already know what we're doing, but I want to see what else we have. I am probably going to mispronounce a lot of words because, of course, I am. Yeah, let's do that. It weakens the noble crown power by noble power by 25%. What I really want it for is that it's going to give me the centralization I need to stop using my cabinet for it. And since it gives us a government reform, we can just equip another government reform right after it's implemented. Easy. Okay, census is over, so raise 171,000 legions to scare the Golden Horde into surrendering. From 42 down to 0. 42 war enthusiasm down to 0. Now they're just willing to surrender. Can I get the fort while we're at it? I can. Ooh, hang on. I can get 2 forts out of this. Oh, the cost reduction is so good. Yeah, and who gets upset? Just the Golden Horde and the other hordes. It is basically free land. Not really. Thousands of people had to die for it, but look at that massive expansion to the Russian Tsardom. We now own Crimea and a good chunk of the coastline. As well as we took 2 forts the Golden Horde have in the north to just kind of cut that out. Of course, our control down here is going to be abysmal and honestly awful. We actually need to consider maybe... Yeah, I can't even tolerate Mongolian because it uses up too much capacity. god. There's 25 million Mongolian pops in the world, compared to 4.495 Muscovite pops. There's way more of them than there are of us, if you're not counting the other cultures. Anyway, bring the army back and demobilize everyone before winter hits. And that should restore our population quite nicely. I am going to need so many forts for this region, man. There's so much wide open territory that anyone can cross through. We're just going to handle that right now, actually. At least, like, lock down the Crimean area so people can't just waltz through it unopposed with no resistance. Because that would not be good. Where's the capital for this area, actually? That's probably what should have the fort. Oh, it already does. It's right next to one. Never mind, then. Well, we'll at least fortify the Crimean Peninsula. That'll make it a lot safer. I just realized we can build this in any fishing area, can't we? Oh, that's crazy. Ooh, I would rather get 5 research than 7 stability. Research is just too good to pass up in almost all cases. It's a choke point fort right there. Oh, we can marry into Duchy of Lithuania. Why not? Bygones be bygones or something like that. I love how technically Ruthenia is still a subject of the Golden Horde, but the Golden Horde doesn't even border them anymore now. It's just completely disconnected. Oh, the control down here is going to be a nightmare for decades, though. I have to wait for this to implement before I can take this off. What are you pushing it at? 22? Yeah. Thought as much. Okay, formidable strategist. Maluta. Wow, 91 administration. Trial and execution of Ivan's only cousin. He was, let's see, killed in the siege of 1573. I mean, sure, why not? We get another good minister to replace one of the other ministers when they inevitably decide to not live anymore. Oh! Chat, we now border our Bulgarian personal union member. And we apparently now have a claim throne against Serbia. Which would include the Ottomans? Who are Orthodox, right. Yes, because that happened. Okay. I can't ally you because we're in a union, right? Yeah, I thought so. But I can ask you for access, right? And you'll just give it? I had to pay for it, but 400 ducats is literally a month's income. Because I'm seriously debating a war to just make Serbia a part of our union. Obviously, we'd have to then protect them if anyone fights them, and if we don't intend to annex our union member states, they're just going to sit in it indefinitely. But I think that's fine, because we're using it for the 10% cabinet efficiency. Which, by extension, means we are a federal union, because we can't do anything else. Plus, technically having our king on the throne of other kingdoms emperor or czar, should allow them to bolster his stats, just like a fiefdom would. Fiefdom, I don't know what the words are. I switch interchangeably between the two because I don't care, I guess. Let's mobilize the main army to Bulgaria's border then. The third army I actually want to keep back in case a revolt happens, or more importantly, just to build it up, because we have a lot of ducats of gold now. It's saying we can make so much from gunsmiths, but the gunsmiths can't employ burghers in certain areas because there's just not enough burghers. But what I really need to do is build up a good 19 more. Okay, so 19 more temples. Oh, because we have one down there. So we built up about 18 more towns around Moscow. Very nice. Let's build more. Because I unironically feel like that is kind of the meta when you have lots of money. I could be very wrong, though. Trust me. There's a lot of RGOs that are about to lose levels because of this. Or at least levels they'll never be able to gain. I am very much gambling with experimentation, and I think that's fine. You should be able to experiment in games and have fun with it. Okay, and then we're just going to ask them for access before we actually march inward. Or start the war, that is. I'd like to be on the border before we actually do it, you know? So we got food access. I think I can just march in without military access, right? Yeah, because we're in the same union. I don't even need to ask for... I don't need to ask for military access. I just need to be able to cross over and actually eat their food while I'm here. You know, I'm in their home. I'm going to eat their food. Technically, declaring war on Serbia means their war against Hungary is going to go even worse, but... judging by the current numbers and the armed forces, I think it's going worse already anyway. The Ottomans will also join, which is fun. Oh, can I threaten war? No, because we don't border, right? That makes sense. That's how that works. 100% cost for conquer. Yikes. Alright, well, let's do it. It's probably better to do it now while they're in the middle of a war with Hungary, because that's just going to make it easier to push in. And then the third army really should... Oh, the Chamber of Finance. Oh, yeah, because we have that government reform active, and now it's giving us a new event based on it. I really wish it was easy to know about this. Oh. 10 capital economy. No! I think I'm good. I'll take the belligerency, actually, instead. Thank you. Thanks, but no thanks. Okay, centralization's going up enough now. We can switch you over to something else. Finally. That's the Mongolians who are getting upset. More than the peasants, at least. Yay, we can build the Supreme Court and get 5% proximity cost reduction. As long as we have enough items to supply it in nobles. I mean, yeah, we either make or import all that stuff, so that's fine. Gold, we kind of make and / import. Oh, it's nice to see that the far frozen north is no longer pure red. It's more like a sea of light red and dark orange, which is honestly not any better, but it's better than zeros across the board. Ignore the south. That's gonna be a problem for a bit. Cabinet leader died. Is there anyone from the crown to appoint now then? Which, oh yeah, there is. Because we gotta have at least one member of the crown and make him head of the cabinet. Because that's how our version of nepotism works. It's 4.5 stability, but I'm gonna replace you with the guy that got way better administration, because I want my Kazeni policy to actually give us as much proximity cost reduction as it can. The 2.7 tax efficiency we're getting from it is a good bonus. It's not the main reason to grab it. We want the proximity, but I'll take extra money on top of it. Why not? Oh, another event based on the Opportunia. I might be mispronouncing it. Centralization. Leading to a decline in agricultural product. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait. It gives us 0.5 pop growth reduction for 5 years? That has to be a typo. 0.5? Oh, but I don't want to decentralize. Oh, no. Oh, that's evil. That means, because places like Moscow will barely grow at all then. We'll barely grow in general. Oh, if we hadn't gotten the text that give us the pop growth as Russia, we'd be shrinking. I guess for the next 5 years, we're not growing our population because I don't want to decentralize it all. So, yeah, please tell me that's a typo and we're not actually suffering 0.5. That's the wrong location, okay. We are actually suffering a 0.5 drop, wow. So now we're growing at a population of 145 pops per month for the next 5 years. Good God. That is awful. We did get 10 centralization out of it, though, I should note. So that's effectively minus 1% proximity cost. So we gained something of value out of it, at least. But it still sucks. Maybe I'll feel better once the Supreme Court's built. We'll feel better then about it. Okay, government reform available. So, there was another unique government reform in here I pointed out for a minute. Let me find it. Oh, there's another one in here now. These reforms are just appearing out of thin air. A census, country's population. I know it's because of the events, but like it feels like they're just appearing out of thin air. So the new one that just appeared makes the nobles happier. We tax them less, tax the burghers more, get free subjects, and levy size. I mean, I want to maintain serfdom. That's the goal we set out from the start. So I kind of don't like this already. I'm not using levies, but I would love 10% burgher tax. That'd be a nice chunk of cash. Which they're already not making enough money on to begin with, but oh well. That being said, the free subjects one is kind of a deal breaker for me. The Ministry of Conscript Logistics. I think that's a generic one. Yeah, that's a generic one. The Chosen Rada, 25% legislative efficiency, minus 10 noble power, 0.1 centralization. I mean, 0.1 centralization is not bad. But I don't know if I need it, because I don't know if there's anything I'm going to enact later that gives me decentralization. Yeah. No, I think we'll go for that 5% literacy boost. The 5% max literacy, so we can get a little more research out of it. Because that's going to boost it everywhere for all of our pops. And what I meant by how it buffs your pops depending on what they are, peasants will get more pop promotion speed with higher literacy and recruitment. Laborers get more RGO size and production efficiency. Clerics convert and assimilate faster. I want to see the burghers, because nobles just increase your control. The rate of control. The burghers give you trade capacity and local development growth. It's not the main reason to get more literacy. The main reason you get more literacy is so you can research faster. That's why you get more literacy. Everything else is just a good bonus on top of it. Yeah, Serbia has no army to fight with. So, the Ottomans and the Serbs are allied with each other and just kind of, split Byzantium completely apart. Just tore it in half, essentially. Good for them, I guess, but the borders look awful. It's terrible down here. Serbia joins the Russian. It's 152. Wait, it's 152 aggression for this? Who do I upset? I mean, Bulgaria, I don't care. Hungary actually gets upset enough to care. So we'll probably have to do some preemptive diplomacy on Hungary and Naples, so that when we actually do this, it doesn't automatically enrage them into joining against us. Wallachia, too, and then everyone else is kind of below 50 enough. Thessaly don't care. Ottomans don't care. Albania don't care. Bohemia, I do care about, actually. Yeah. Because when you do improve relations, it also reduces antagonism, and that does get counted even if there is no antagonism. So we're just going to preemptively build that up right now. Can we not? I don't want to spend the legitimacy of the stability, but I don't want to execute the guy that's practically 90 across the board in all stats out of 100. I'd rather not do the execution. Not when he's way more useful alive than dead. The Cossacks are so happy they're giving us 3% food production and minus 0.01 war exhaustion. The tribes are giving us a tiny bit of output in food production. It's not a lot, but it's nice to have. One of those little things where you're not really getting that much out of it, but you weren't really getting anything else anyway, so, you know, at least you have this. The other thing I'm hoping with all the libraries that we build on top of the increased literacy that it's going to give to those areas is just the paper and book demand that it's going to provide. So our paper and book production is doing really well. That being said, our books have been suffering because of the lack of lead, and I feel like that's just an issue I can't solve. I mean, it looks like the Krakow market's exporting lead, so it's partially getting solved. But not quite. Guess we can build more printer shops then and see where it goes. Because I guess trade is slightly more effective now. Probably, well, only slightly. It's got 91 open slots in Moscow. Yeah, the increased trade maintenance really hurt trade. I understand why they did it, though, because prior to the change, you could just print money with trade. It was kind of silly how much you could print money with it. It only needs 1,000 laborers, too. That's way less than I thought. There we go, legitimization of power. Right now, we can only pick 2 of the laws. The rest of them unlock later on as you get to the Age of Absolutism and the Age of Reformation. Machiavellian is okay, I guess. It makes declaring war cost less, which doesn't matter if you're using good CBs. I would just take the French worded one that gives you stability and legitimacy, because that's just good. Especially the legitimacy one, since that's another 0.05 we don't have to pay for to sustain it. So it'll actually be sustaining itself more than we're paying for at that point, which is very good. It'll save us on gold. Not too much gold, but every little bit it saves counts. That's another siege done. Trying to kind of siege in the north so Hungary can't take certain states in this war that they're obviously going to win. Because they're definitely going to win the war. I can't see them losing it. Oh, the papacy finally found our agent. That took them a long time. But it just goes to show how good our agents might be. I say might because I'm not sure if they're that good. Siberian terrain, Siberian terrain. Let's see. One colony that we can create. It's a singular colony. Which is better than no colonies. He's okay. Doggo's here, other dogs barking, so they're barking back now. I do see that the Mongolian Patriots are about to revolt, so as soon as when the integration finishes, we'll just kind of sick them on that to solve it. I'll actually take the 2 diplomats. I don't really have a lot of diplomatic capacity right now, thanks to everything we're doing. Can I still not annex you? You're technically disloyal. Which is wild, actually. Why are you disloyal? Minus 18%. Oh, right. Centralization. Yeah, of course. Centralization. That makes sense. That makes sense. Just support some loyalists, then. There you go. 53. It's enough. Takes up diplomacy slots, but we're just going to annex them here. And it will take only a few months to annex them once the ambassador arrives. It'll literally be done at the start of the new year. What is the size multiplier? 1,298% because of being much smaller. That's great. Actually might finish in December then, depending on the math. Let me see. Rebel crackdown. Mongolian Patriots. There we go. One less revolt risk. Until we stop doing it, I guess. How's your little gold spot down here doing? I wish I had gold way up in the north. I do, it's just not as much as I'd hope. We are making over 400 ducats while at war now, though, which is good to see, because that at least means economically we are starting to do a bit better. You know, I don't know if that pathway is the fastest pathway game, but... Oh, wait, I know why it's doing that. It's doing that because it's following along the rivers that are going downstream, which would make it faster. Because that's the equivalency of a modern road. That's why it's doing it. And there we go. 4,000 ducats worth of roads spent. Voronezh is already annexed in December. And it's a core. Very nice. Oh, the pop growth is so awful. I hate it. I hate missing out on that much pop growth for 5 years, but... Oh well, I guess we just deal with it. Almost got it down there without revolting anymore. Almost. Oh, can we not cross it because of the... Yeah, it's because of the snow. We can't access it because it's winter, which, yeah. Fair enough, I guess. What if I did a separate piece? I love... the Ottomans are Orthodox, chat, so they're being called Kingdom of the Ottomans. That makes sense. I find that amusing. There's no food here. Oh, because the Hungarians took it. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Love these areas that are going from conquered to cored, because that's just a 30% swing in control once they're done. It's very nice. Presuming they'll immediately become cores upon being integrated. Oh, the clergy, the clergy horde. That is such a funny name. And a little strange at the same time, too. You know what? This area kind of needs a fort. Just so they can't walk through half of it without an issue. Okay, we're just going to make Serbia a subject and take some gold from them. Subject by union, of course. I think this technically means I can be called into their war against Hungary, or I can join it. We won't know until the diplomat gets back in a month. No valid wars available. Well, of course not. Oh, no, the 5th rebellion against Georgia. Georgia's having a lot of revolts this game, chat. Like, more than I would expect. Yeah, I'm guessing I cannot join your war. Yeah, because I'm not seeing... Yeah, no, I can only intervene and declare war. I guess it only works for wars that haven't already started. With the Union's protection. I just figured we'd do it because why not? We could do it, so... I just did it. Because we could. And because we could avoid the worst of the blowback. What does mercantilism give us? Gives us trade maintenance cost reduction. Ooh, you know what? Trade maintenance might be better than trade efficiency right now. Honestly. So I guess, yeah, give us some more mercantilism then. Make the trades a little cheaper. It could honestly go a long way to helping our trades grow. Or at least getting us to use more of our trade capacity. Oh yeah, we own Kaffa now as well. I did forget about that. Not that it has a lot going for it. It's kind of not really urbanized down here. Not by much, at least. The few areas that are pretty fortified. Which is better than nothing. Our tax base is almost at 2002. It's been accelerating as our control spreads and we get more towns built. Ah, oh, that nice little snake of 100 that's just spreading outwards now is so good. It's not perfect, and I'll soon lose track of where everything is and click on the same thing 5 times repetitively, because, of course. And this is why I've said it before. I need, like, maybe there is a little macro builder I can just click on in the game to just build towns in lots of areas. I haven't seen it yet, if so. If there is, I'd love to know where to find it so I can utilize the heck out of it, because I'm going to be doing this very often in all of my games. I'm just going to let time tick while I do it, actually, because otherwise this will be a while. Very nice. Lots of highly controlled areas. This is along a river, too. That makes it better. Oh, that's fur. I can't upgrade that one, then. Well, I shouldn't upgrade that one, then. You're wool, so that's fine. A lot of wool, but it'll bring you up to the 90, like, low 90s. Okay, that's enough town upgrading. That's another... That's a lot of towns. I don't even know the count there. About 20 towns. Yeah, that's a lot of money to spend. Ah, support a university. So, who's the slowest on their... There we are. You... No, not the disease resistance, as funny as it is. I need you to do innovation, so for the next few months... Yeah, we can get about 5 points of innovation, which is going to be 0.5 max literacy. The cultural influence it gives us is a bonus. Like, you know, not why we're doing it, but it is good. Huh? With the ever-increasing influence of the Cossacks in Russia, the newest warrior serfs and tribesmen have also migrated to Zaporizhia. Having constructed several fortifications, I can create a subject or just gain cores. Over the, just straight up gain cores over the entire area? I mean, I'll wait a month tick here. That's what it said it would do. Okay, so the game lied. It didn't give us the... I think it's because the areas are still conquered, so maybe that's why I didn't core them. But I didn't core them, even though it said we'd gain cores. Little unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. It just would have been a good bonus that would have made our lives a bit easier. Didn't happen, so oh well. Hungarian Union is kind of small. That's sad. They actually don't have Poland in it. They usually have Poland in it. I'm surprised. But they don't have it this time. Ooh. Can we declare war on the Golden Horde? Not for another 2 years. Can I get the CB anyway? Didn't think so. Brithunia. I could actually do it on them. I can't border Kiev, though. But it would be good to cut into them. There's a nice amount of coal in the area. And there's a lot of amber, too. It would be good. The problem is that they're Orthodox, so it's going to attract Europe's ire. Oh, the Golden Horde is their leader, so maybe it won't attract their ire. Let's do it. I'll still have to wait 2 years, but we'll do it. Is there a valuable province that they might not want to give? I would say the amber, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. I don't think they'll give it. I think I'm going to have to do the regular CB. Yeah, no, the 2E border they don't want to give up. The others that have more value. Yeah, it would have been better to look along the borderline and find something valuable, but the only thing would have maybe been the furs or lumber, but even then they're less valuable than these, and they're willing to give those up. Ah. Yeah, I'll take 2,500 gold. Makes me feel better about all the money I just spent building up towns. So why are spinners looking profitable? What is our cloth at? We actually have a net surplus. But is this like importing it or... No, it's fine. We actually have a big wool surplus even with the towns we're building. So spinner guilds it is. Lots of spinner guilds. Oh my goodness. All the new towns means more spinner guilds. Did lose 7 stability for the university failure, but that's fine. We're at almost 89. We're over 88 in innovation now. Average literacy's just barely over 40, even with the newly conquered territory. We're still the military hegemon, at least, so that's cool. And we're in top 3 for income from trade and tax. So, financially speaking, we have caught up. And our cultural influence is actually ahead of France now. Bohemia is further ahead, presumably because they have more universities than us. But financially speaking, we are actually catching up with the great powers in Europe. But what's so great about them? They don't have a vast territory like we do that wants to murder it. Because it definitely wants to kill us, if it's given the opportunity to do so. Hey, 500 ducats, even if it's only for a month. We now have more money than before. Okay, we need temples. I was kind of waiting for them all to cycle through before I started building them. Temples and libraries, which will temporarily, with the libraries at least, spike our book demand. Because yeah, for anyone who didn't know, libraries do give 10% max literacy. Sorry, they give 5% max literacy. I thought it was 10. It's because they give 0.1 monthly literacy and 25 institution growth. I must have fudged the numbers in my head. Let's see. Subject opinion, that's fine. That's not what we want. We want the cabinet seat. Then we get tolerance to true faith, so all of the Orthodox pops we have will be 5% happier, which is almost 77% of the population. Definitely worth the investment. Because happier pops just generate less... they lower max control less and hurt prosperity less. And they allow institutions to spread more. Basically, they cause problems if you don't make them happy. So we can do this war in 1567. Was that like October of 1567 though? Yeah, October. And the new forts that we have along the border, the new border will definitely help too. We have a lot of forts. We have to have forts. And actually, before we end up going to war, we really should expand the Third Army. They are obviously going to need their own artillery and their own cavalry. Now, having a lot more towns means more armories, but maybe also more headaches. More to manage. Micromanage, at least. We'll definitely get our military upgraded at some point, but I don't think for the next 40 years are we going to actually do military research. It'll probably be the latter half of the Age of Reformation is when we start doing it. Just kind of focus on getting the economy going and getting our domestic affairs more efficiently streamlined. There we go. That gives us a decisive Third Army. And another person to replace. At least the guy who we can replace it with that's very competent is only 16. So he'll actually be there for a lot of decades. We won't have to replace him for a good while. It's not at the same 10,000 height as the other armies, but 9,000 is a respectable number of regulars. Until we get the upgrade and then the size doubles. Which is fine. Because the Third Army will be needed for all the forts that I'm seeing. I'll probably just kind of siege up to Kiev from the south. I know we can do the war now, I'm pretty sure. No, we're actually only now getting into 1567. I noticed the game has slowed down a tad compared to our progress before. Either that or we just have less chaos going on, so there's less to do, and I'm just noticing it. Compared to before when I probably didn't notice it. Let's build universities. Will universities give any literacy? Is it just monthly? It's just monthly literacy. Let's see. In the wake of the triumph, conquest of Smolensk. Okay, so we're getting events for conquering in whole areas, chat. It's just taking time for them to appear. I guess they're set up to not appear until the 1500s. So what, a special building in Moskva? Oh, yeah, like, because Moskva just needs more monthly prosperity. I mean, sure, it literally just costs religious influence. It also gives us nobles in the location. Why not? We'll just double down on stuffing everyone into Moscow. It's not like we already get 5 monthly prosperity from the Kremlin itself. Why did you lose people? Died as soldiers, okay. No need to be dramatic about it. Oh, wait, they are actually dying from attrition. Why? Oh, do you just die from attrition when it's winter, when it's not, like... Oh, it's literally the only tiles down here that had winter attrition. Awesome. Fantastic. Man, I had to just double take my chat here and scroll it real quick to make sure I'm not missing any of you guys, because, oh good, our pop's growing at normal rate again. Because I noticed there's about 70 of you here now, which is insane to me. The highest I've ever had is in the low 20s as concurrency. We're at 69 right now. Very nice. Which I hope means it's entertaining for all of you, and you all just weren't violently thrown over here while you fell asleep. Although that would be kind of funny to think about. But it probably wouldn't be the sort of entertainment one wants. That's not October yet? Nope, not October yet. 15.4 million. And 2% of them are slaves. Not because we're actively enslaving pops, mind you, chat. Because the Golden Horde would enslave people, and then we would take territory from them. And so then we just never freed the slaves, so they've just kind of always been there. It's really weird. Export license for nobles. Sure, it just gives them some estate satisfaction. The burghers' estate satisfaction so high, I don't need to care. Okay, I think Bohemia's fine now. It's not going to murder us. Yeah, there's no antagonism in Bohemia. It's just France that I'm concerned about. I can actually stop doing it here. Let's do it for France instead. Because I do not need France, of all nations, jumping in on me. Maybe we could win against France, but it would be a bit scary. Just because they could literally throw bodies at us, and we'd have to throw bodies back. So we'd have numbers. The problem is, so would France. So right now, France has 22 million people. They actually have more than we do. Very, very scary. Oh, the Golden Horde just lost their ally. What coincidentally good timing. Now, technically, we can get stuff from the Golden Horde too with this, but we're just going to focus on Ruthenia here. Also, because the Golden Horde doesn't have their ally anymore, so they're a lot weaker. It's just a lot of forts to conquer. You know what? Really quickly, after our cabinet slot unlocks, because we're facing so many forts now, we'll grab the artillery bonus increase versus forts next. And then get that true tolerance of the true faith, because +1 to tolerance is literally +5 satisfaction to anyone following the religion. Oh, did they already fall? The fort fell? Was this not a fort? This was a fort. Oh, wait, do they not have anyone guarding in the forts? No, the forts were not completely prepared. They were only partially ready. So we can actually assault some of these and just get right through them. Fantastic. And then just immediately deal with their armies as they're in the middle of grouping up. Yep, stack wipe. Already killed several thousand of them. Let's see, 52 troops. I should have checked this before we started the war chat. We got a little lucky. They were not fully paying for their garrisons, which, if you're ever playing multiplayer, keep in mind, if you're not paying your garrisons, you're only working with, like, oh god, 10k casualties. You're only working with about half the garrison size. And if an enemy player catches that, they could catch you with your pants down pretty fast. Because if there's almost no one in your forts, they can just assault it for, 1,000 to 2,000 losses. Yeah, they lose some troops. You lose an entire fort. Oh, we actually did lose a battle, though, because they brought in their regulars, I think. Yep, they brought in their regulars, and combined with their levies, they had just enough pure number to win. Thankfully, it's not winter, though, so we can actually replenish an honorable people plus 20 prestige. Thanks, game. Great to hear. They have already lost 20,000 to our 6,600 losses, though, so, like, it's fine if we take a big hit loss or two, because they're definitely not winning. All right, now we get to play around with 7 cabinet seats, because 6 wasn't enough in the 1500s. Let's integrate full province areas first before we start integrating single tiles. If possible. I'm not appointing the 59 and the 79-year-old. Wow, it was 2 of them. I would like to have my cabinet members live longer than 5 years, please. Oh, that was actually 10,000. That might be a loss. Nope, we barely won it, but they do need to fall back and replenish. Probably siege this. Woot. Do we rival? We're always missing that one rival, so we're technically taking a small hit to not having that rival to our counterintelligence, which is not great, but oh well. Nothing I can do. There's just no one strong enough to rival. It's just, I can't do anything about it. And stack wiped. You love to see it. 30,000 casualties on their side already. Okay, let's actually go, even though we're gonna miss the... Oh, we didn't miss the replenishment. We got it. Extra benefits. That gives them some trade advantage. They did recapture the fort, but we didn't immediately just sieged it back down, and for the price of 500 men, took it back. That wasn't too bad. Oh, they have a lot of... Every time I go to siege Kiev, they bring a lot of troops over. I gotta kind of watch those and get rid of them. And I think these are actual regulars, too, aren't they? Yeah, wow. Kiev actually has like a good 10 to 11,000 regulars. I think most of these, a good chunk of these units are it, followed by some decent combat efficient regulars. Yeah, they were actually able to beat us there while our army was separated. Nice. Time to bring over the other ones so we can crush them then, because I think that's most of their forces arrayed together in one big blob. Also shows that we really do need to get the military techs, because if they have them and we don't, that would be another reason why, but I don't think they have them. I think it's just they had more numbers and they actually had a fair number of regulars, which made it difficult to win. Our people have been enslaved. Oh, no. You mean the ones along the border who recently became our people but hate us? Oh, no, they're enslaving in the colonies again. Poor colonies, man. They just can't catch a break. They just can't catch a break. Wow, it's 70 for just those two areas. And yeah, as I feared, it actually angers a lot of people in Europe because... Yeah, okay. But just those two, this is what? This is the power of plus 25 war score cost instead of minus 25. That 50% swing is really big. Let's try to trap them. Sweet. Managed to stop their armies from linking up. I saw that they were trying to link up and we managed to stop it and just knocked them out instead. I wonder if they hired any mercenaries too. I doubt it. That's their levy force. Which will be very easy to kill. Yeah. 343 losses for them losing almost 3k. Not even close. Man, just taking these areas is 70, though. And that's with all the forts claimed? That's with all the forts claimed. That is just a lot. Can't go there because of the forts, right? Yeah, I thought so. Didn't want to believe it, but I had to because it was true. We have almost 600 gold now. I have not been paying attention, but apparently while we were doing that, our tax base went up another 100 points. Don't need temples. That's actually good. I see. It says printers can make up to 3. Oh, right, because we're building universities, so the paper demand went up, which means the price went up. Price should be coming back down now. Yeah. Because while building, it's a lot more expensive, and then it goes back down. What about paper? Is that actually expensive, or is that the same circumstance? Construction of university. It is more so actual demand than just university construction. So we could actually make more paper, which we will do. I just spent like 10,000 to 15,000 ducats on paper mills. But you know what? We always need more paper. Nope. I think that's a loss. Do I just evacuate you? Yeah. Just fall back to them there. That way you're okay. Because that is their regular force. So the superior numbers actually does work for them. Well, it's a mixture of regulars and levies, but it does work. The problem for them is that they now grouped up right next to where all of my regulars are. And so now we win. At costly victory, mind you, but we did win. War enthusiasm still very high, though. I assume it's because technically they have more troops than us. And also the Golden Horde slowly occupying the countryside. Which is funny. Well, it's actually tragic for me because they're enslaving pops, but... Oh well. What can you do? Oh, they have a 5-star general leading it too? That I did not notice. That is actually scary. And man, they do not want to give in. If I were to, let's say, raise troops, would that be enough? Probably not. I think the number of victories they've gotten has also emboldened them to keep fighting, because they, unlike a lot of the AI, they actually have a regular force to fight with. Or at least a confident enough regular force to fight with. I'm kind of glad one of them is up to the challenge, though, so we're just going to combine 2 of our armies together then to move in sync. Oh, well, I was hoping they'd move in sync, but one of them decided to take a different approach. They got there together in the end, at least. But they definitely took a weird... They definitely had a weird path about it, considering they both came from the same location. It's definitely odd. Plus 6 artillery bonus, that is nice. Yeah, I need to fortify a lot of a lot of our, what are they called, colonies, because they're just getting raided now, and it's not good. Then again, I'm in the mood of, it sucks, but I'm not losing much. They definitely shouldn't have gone on the Siberian expedition, I guess. There we go. Their capital fell, which is going to hurt their war enthusiasm a fair bit. Plus help generate war exhaustion on top of it. Yeah, they're down to 61 now, so it's not going to be much of a positive anymore. Yeah, against actual regulars, it is brutal. Which is good to see that it actually is brutal. That is a lot of counting houses. Which makes sense because we built a lot of new towns. So, yeah, I guess let's do that because we actually have the gold for it. We can just get them at half price. Yes. Local assembly complaints. Communal values? Yeah, sure. Even though it costs legitimacy. Just kind of moving the army in sync now to make sure one of them doesn't get caught out and die on their own, because that's what's been happening. Okay, we've got our victory ticker on now. Oh, we're now the cultural hegemon. Cool, that means I have to pay more money every month. So plus 43 battles and occupation. Yeah, makes sense. No, I don't want to lose stability for 300 gold. That's not really worth it. Oh shoot, you know what, chat? The Orthodox Synod could have been done like 5 years ago. I forgot about it. I just noticed the timer. Or what time it is in the game. 10 more research points. Albeit 5 years late. Oh well. Better late than never, I suppose. Let's integrate more provinces. Alright. I'll try to see if we can't take at least 2 whole tile areas to take a lot of forts along the river. But it is a lot to take just on its own. Can we, I'd rather spend the legitimacy than execute an extremely good leader. Ooh, right. I totally forgot about the rights of the clergy, which really is just either give them more strength for conversion and traditionalism or make them extremely angry at you for no reason. Not a lot of good options there. Ooh, stability investment costs specifically for Russia. What is our stability cost right now, actually? Minus 16% with legalism, orthodoxy, allow gatherings. Shoot, so we can knock it down even harder. 10% tax efficiency would be pretty good, too. We'd squeeze out a bit more money. Obvious. Oh, war score cost. Maybe those are all good. I mean, yeah, I guess grab war score cost, character life expectancy, crown power. And then I guess go for rights of the clergy for tax efficiency, trade capacity, and the stability investment cost. The colonial maintenance is cheap enough to where I really don't care about it right now. So I think I'm fine with that. What is our research speed? 2.32 now? Sweet. Just slowly ticking on up. We just built a good chunk of counting houses for cheap. And I'm actually going to spend the next 6k gold that we now have. It queued up 20 counting houses to build, chat. And I just queued up more to make it a total of 49. So we've got 49 counting houses being built. But 20 of them got built at half cost. That's going to be a nice chunk of... I don't know how much more crown power that will be, but we're at 43 right now. So hopefully that's going to be higher than 43. Whatever it ends up being. Okay, let's actually pull the armies back now because they're starting to run out of troops, and soon we're going to have entire divisions just dying outright. 49, 48. Enthusiasm is actually at +6. Okay. So I think now's the time to just raise the army and force them to surrender. I just raise them all. We'll just have to not care if someone dies in the process of raising them all. Which will suck, but, you know, oh well. Well, that didn't kill their enthusiasm? Interesting. I suppose it makes some sense, but interesting. I suppose that it's probably because they're bigger, huh? Or the war just hasn't been going on for as long, which is equally possible. Well, we'll just ban that one. I just don't want to bring that one up. Same with this one here and these guys. We don't really need them to actually pressure it. Still, knocked them down to 28 enthusiasm, so it's almost gotten it down there to where they'll just give in. And having our troops replenish is pretty good. Thankfully, there's no attrition here right now. It's been almost a year since that tick started. I think we can get them to surrender pretty easily, though. We're just occupying more and more of Ruthenia, and that's just kind of taking their remaining enthusiasm down over time. And another cabinet action. I am glad to have all these cabinet actions, because my god is there a lot of integration to do, and there's just... It feels like there's not enough to actually integrate. Or... not enough cabinets to integrate it all at once. Just put this under siege as well. Yeah, their war enthusiasm down to 20% now. I just saw it tick down as I clicked away. The 5th rebellion in Georgia. I've lost track of these rebellions at this point, and I'm sure they have too. At this point, I think they're just calling us over for target practice. With how often it happens. Only to result in the exact same thing afterwards. Nice thing about the counting houses, too, is it'll generate some demand for books and paper. Tools. Technically gold as well, but that's not hard to import. Bohemia is generally flooded with that stuff anyway. So it's not hard for us to import a bit of it if we need to. Ooh, 51 control all the way up here. That is with it as a rural location, too. We should actually make you a town. Oh, wait. Oh, it has fish, and technically with the Pomor outpost, I shouldn't make it a town, chat. But I want to make it a town anyway, since historically St. Petersburg is built here. And I want to just go ahead and build it, because why not? So I'm just going to preempt history for fun. But arguably, I shouldn't be building it there, the fish spot. I should be building the Pomor outpost instead. That would be the most strategic decision to do. The fun decision is to just do whatever we want. Oh. That did not work right. Oh, that is a lot of places it can be built in. What the hell? And it can only be built in fur and fish, so that's mainly just furs. As if fur wasn't cheap enough already. Oh, it actually has demand finally. Our nobles finally learned what a felt hat is. And a little experiment in Curb, I'd say, has gone extremely well. The outpost is actually not full right now because, again, not enough people to work it. Not enough laborers to work it. But Kerba is single-handedly producing, if I can get the tooltip, single-handedly producing just under 45 fish. And it's not even maxed out. I mean, this place can still fit. Oh my god, it'd be such a good town, too. With the river flowing through, the continental climate. Oh, it'd be such a good town. Is there anyone from the nobility we can appoint? Sorry, not nobility, the royalty. There might be somewhere in here. You know, I'm actually going to just appoint someone who's competent. Because we've had enough battle losses as it is and battle wins as it is. War score cost -5. There we go. That's going to help a little bit. That did actually shift it to +3, but Ruthenia is a subject. Well, yeah, oh, because I've been targeting them in the subject deal, not the Golden Horde. So I couldn't have even. I want to take more, but with the +25 CB, it's too much. But what this will do is it'll put Kiev on the border, So the next time we fabricate it in 5 years or 10 years or whatever, we can just war for it. It's either that or War the Golden Horde. We can do either. I can't even take gold because it's +1. Who does this anger? Do I care about who this angers? Not really. Not really. Serbia is a part of our union, so I really don't care. Oh, we're technically at war, so it's not telling me about the disband levies. I was trying to find my disband levies button, and it wasn't there. But this is nice. We now have access to some of the amber trade, and with enough time, the market of Kiev itself will be under our control. Oh, why has Moscow suddenly got 100 and... Well, I just used 40 trade capacity, so never mind. I guess because it's trying to do exports, but then you get the sound... The trade route maintenance was just significantly gapping the profit margin. Oh, yeah, sure, I'll show the map. We actually haven't been doing too much of our culture spread. Our main culture is Muscovite, sorry, but I've accepted Novgorodian, Smolenskian, and Resnay. I'm sorry, I'm not good with language, apparently. Zanian. I apologize if I butcher anything here. That's going to be just the staple of this. We accepted them all as cultures, and we're going to try to convert the rest, which we're only tolerating. We primarily wanted 2 of them because they also speak Russian, which helps our liturgical language grow, because it's a part of the dialects. So that counts. And then the other one we just took because I needed to have more core territory, because we have a lot of integrated territory. Once a lot of these territories finish integrating, which I might flip 1 or 2 of them soon, we're going to start assimilating pops. Because actually, you know what? We did get a simulate area unlocked very recently. So what I'm actually going to do... This is not a simulate area. I'm actually going to switch one of them over is what I'm trying to say. Oh, this is a simulate area. Our areas are just really small, chat. When it said a simulate area, I was thinking like the size of Bohemia or Lesser Poland. Moscow is actually a fair number of locations. I'm just complaining. Okay, well, let me... I guess Kursk, Vyatka. I've got to kind of compare it with the areas that don't have core, so I guess over here. That's the problem, is I was trying to switch the map mode and it wouldn't let me do it very well. So I guess technically here first, just to get all of that done. Because yeah, we're going to have integrate foreign traditions. We research, we have preaching missions. We're very spiritualist, which is a problem, and lack of control is a problem too, but we have a lot of cultural influence, so honestly, it should be fine. We could convert from Orthodoxy to Lutheran. We've kind of been doing a bit of a LARP as Russia, where we're like heavy on spiritualism and Orthodoxy, and we've stuck with traditional economy, and we've gone extreme serfdom. So for the sake of this run, we might not switch off Orthodoxy, just because we're being really funny with it, but also because Orthodoxy actually has some decent texts. You don't get the literacy bonuses that you can get with the various Protestant texts, which are arguably really good. But there are a number of decent Orthodox texts. I don't remember how to find them, and I don't think this is gonna highlight them for me. Yeah, of course it's not, because that would be too easy. I thought if I just looked up Orthodox, it would highlight some of them. Because there was at least 1 or 2 that we're getting. It might be in the Age of Traditions, actually, that's giving us... Where is it? It was a legitimacy bonus, I believe. Oh, no, we don't even have it up down here. It's just universal Christianity. We have bonuses somewhere. I just don't remember where they are. There's the religious icon power modifier, but I haven't really seen religious icons that much. Oh, yeah, here it is. One of them is giving us a 0.01 stability investment, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a bit of stability I don't have to invest into anymore. It just handles itself. Really, I just want to keep LARPing a little bit because we're having fun. I'm having fun, at least. I don't know if anyone else is. Maybe no one else is having fun and everyone's just being held hostage here against their will and I don't know it. Actually, yeah, here's a really good one. Age of Discovery. Orthodox gets access to a minus 5% building cost tech. And minus 5% pop join rebel threshold. Which is pretty nice in my opinion. I think there's also a... Yes, they also, and I really love this one, they also get access to a minus 0.05% monthly rebel growth tech. Meanwhile, a lot of others have to wait till you get to the Age of Reformation and get the intelligence agency, which we need to finish our research in getting it, but we're going for our tax efficiency and stability investment cost. Technically, trade capacity might not be a good tech to get right now because the Moscow market isn't always using all of it, but the other markets kind of are, like Novgorod. And it makes them more efficient, technically. You get more trade capacity out of the exact same amount of production. I just love that we're making all this money now. I guess we should start thinking about actually upgrading to paved roads instead of spamming out gravel roads then, though. But I don't want to. I just want to make more roads, because that is so many roads we don't even have still. It's crazy to think we have so many areas that don't have any level of road. And that it's arguably better to just build more roads than it is to build paved roads. Because we can just upgrade the roads afterwards. Because the minus 20 is, it's just way cheaper to build the gravel right now. Moscow alone is 142 tax space, and we get 42% of it as tax. Delicious. Our Supreme Court building did finish at some point as well, Chad. I totally forgot to mention anything resembling that. If you're curious, we're now able to project proximity all the way to the western part of the Urals. It's not quite crossing the Urals yet, but we are projecting it to the Urals finally. So that's a step up. If I can find... Oh, wow. So base proximity is 20. There's no modifiers from land, and it's being dropped to 3.32. We have a lot of proximity cost reduction, and we're not even in the age of absolutism where you can get another minus 20. That is scary. And I think the Kerma test with the Pomor outpost has been so successful that aside from where St. Petersburg was originally founded, where I did go ahead and make a town here just for fun, aside from that, we're not going to be building on fish and fur. We're not going to make them into towns and cities, even though I really want to. Because it's just arguably better to build those outposts because the productivity is insane. For anyone joining us who hasn't seen... The Pomor outpost is kind of a special thing we can build as, I believe it's East Slavic. It gives a 33% raw material output and a little bit of trade capacity in any rural area that makes fish or fur. Specifically fish or fur. It's not capped at one level. It is capped based on development, RGO size, and if there's a river. It also gives the peasants a lot of local power, but since we built 11 of them in Kerba, it's providing the fishing here with a 363% raw material output, to where each level, combined with other benefits, is making almost 5 fish per level. This is one tile. Yeah, you're welcome, Planet. I'm happy to read things and take time. I know it slows things down and maybe we don't get through as much, but... A part of what I like to do with my channel and videos is help people understand things or learn or just show things that are fun. It's more enjoyable when you understand a game and you can partake in it in a way. But, you know, sometimes people just want to see funny things in it. Sometimes they want to ask for an explanation. Let's actually just build a bunch of Pomor outposts in different areas so the next time I glance at them I remember, hey, don't build anything here that's a town or a city. Don't be a fool. Also because... Oh, wow, our fur demand. Oh, wait, this is the Novgorod market. Of course there's no fur demand. There's, like, no nobles up here. There's no towns. That's right. The nobles demand almost all of it, and we probably don't have nobles because we don't have towns. Until we built all the ones around Moscow, and then we started getting towns. Lumber is still so cheap, I'm happy to actually build more towns on it, just because. State-appointed lay members... no, let the Holy Church be, because that just gives me good things. And the other thing costs stuff that I don't want to pay. Just because I don't want to pay it. That's the only reason. That's our real reason for not wanting to do it. We just don't want to pay. Let's actually build that up. The wheat's gotten a little... Why is wheat up there in price? Is it just high demand? Oh, it's not high in price. I'm mistaking that for how ducats how it looks in Victoria 3. It's mainly distilled wheat. We're just making a lot of beer. Liquor, really. We're making a lot of liquor. In fact, we're actually making so much liquor, it's very cheap. I forgot that was one of the things we did. Beer and liquor are also the most expensive things in the market for peasants, which is funny. Well, on average, I guess. Meanwhile, what is yours? Books, cloths, pepper, fine cloth. There we go. We have more disease resistance. As if the thing we can use in the cabinet wasn't enough disease resistance already. Crimean patriots are slowly trying to revolt. I wish them luck, because they're going to need it. So, I did see that Kerba's tax base has fallen, and I assume its tax base fell because the price of fish got really nailed. Actually, I just noticed there's technically less fish supply now in Kerba as well. Why is that? Oh, I see. Some laborers ended up leaving, chat, and there's, like, no one working the outpost now. I assume this is because the laborers migrated. But new ones are promoting, so it's okay. The really high stability and the high peasant literacy is helping with that. It could be they're moving to other Pomor outposts that we just built, or it's just entirely coincidental in a really bad way. In fact, let's upgrade paved roads to Kerba and the other surrounding areas. I know it's very expensive and what we've talked about that, but I just want to give Kerba extra love. This is entirely biased. Solely to just see this outpost shine. God, it's only at a third of its operational capacity now. That's so painful. Oh! No, I'm an idiot, chat. It's because I upgraded the fish RGO and it took 1,000 laborers. I literally sat here, upgraded it, and then I wondered where all the peasants went, all the laborers went. Like, I didn't understand. It just... Where'd all my pups go? All I did was employ them in a new building, completely different from the one that we were just using. I have no idea where they went. Okay, beer we actually do need to make more of, because we're actually importing some supply. I didn't think we were. I thought we were making too much of it. Apparently we're not. We're not making enough of it, is what's happening. Novgorod is actually exporting its pearls and its iron to Wow! So, chat, Novgorod is exporting 43 iron to Moscow, where it's then turned into tools. Because that's where all the towns are. Oh, that's really nice. So all the towns in Moscow that started building tools ended up getting iron imports from the Novgorod market, where a lot of our iron actually is. God, I wish I could build the Pomor outpost on the iron deposits. I can't, which is a shame. But God, would it be funny. Bog iron smelters can actually be built in towns. And I pointed it out before we actually got a lot of people in here. The iron technologies you can research actually benefit the bog iron smelter as well. So the bog iron smelters are operating at like 160% efficiency right now, which might be why their production method looks so bad with the coal to iron ratio being negative at the start. Because you can actually get a huge surplus bonus on it. I'm actually wondering, would it be somewhat ideal to make these bog iron smelters? I mean, I don't think so, but I mean, shoot, maybe. There's a few areas where it can be built. Because there are some restrictions where you can and can't build it. It can be built in towns. So that's pretty good. But it can only be built in areas adjacent to a lake or with wetland topography. So topography does matter in that regard. You know what? These are some recent towns that we built up too, I think. Oh, you're not even a town. You're a, you're just a rural location. Well, I can fix that. In fact, you know what? Let's max upgrade. I know this means it's using a lot of coal. That's okay. We're just going to see what happens. We're going to make some bog iron smelters in the Moscow market. And we're just going to see what it looks like. Because technically, right now they have a profitability of about 1.3 ducats with the productivity and the whole supply and demand situation. Technically means we have to import more coal or make it. And, well, coal you either make from the charcoal kiln, which can only be made in rural locations. So maybe Kerba has a secondary purpose, make lots of coal. Eventually, when you get to the age of absolutism, you do gain access to the charcoal burner, which can be built in towns and cities to turn lumber into coal. But right now, we can only use the one that's in rural areas. And since there's certain rural areas we're not going to be upgrading, maybe we also make coal there from wood. Ideally, this would actually be in areas that have the lumber RGO, because that would make them even more efficient. But, you know, that's not always guaranteed. In case the one I'm thinking actually does have access to a lumber RGO, so it would be fantastic to place. So we'll just build one there for now to make a note of it. And God, with all this planning, I really do need the promotion speed. Nobility by service. Is it in the Reformation era, maybe? Or is it... No, it's all the way in the Renaissance, isn't it? Favorite social mobility. I could have sworn there was... Oh, it's encourage urbanization. That's what it's called. Local pop promotion. We'll just add that to the list. Actually, do I cancel all the other texts and just add that in really quickly, maybe? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. It's only a Renaissance tech, so it'll finish relatively fast compared to the other technologies. Ooh, 15 cavalry power. If I can find... I think it was a Renaissance technology. It might actually be a discovery technology. Because I've already lost it. Great. Let me just look for urbanization. There it is. Social ladder. We'll schedule that to be researched, and then we actually finish the other technologies we were already planning to do. Yeah, there we go. And we'll go from there. So many little things to grab. 10% crown power being one of those. Speaking of which, with the accounting houses built up and the new 10% crown power tech, we are at a solid 45% crown power in the Age of Reformation in 1574. That is going to change and fluctuate, of course, and probably get worse as time goes on. But getting 45% of the trade income with 20% efficiency of cabinet. God, our cabinet efficiency is over almost at 100. I thought it was over 100, but no, our temporary bonuses wore off, unfortunately. Yeah, extra benefit from merchants. That'll be fine. So this is going to take a long time to promote pops. Ooh, it's actually 80, right? Because it's in a town, so it actually has a library. We need to get these places universities, then. One of them already has a university. That's fantastic, because then it's, yeah, 100. Because of all the positive stability and average literacy of peasants. No control, but 95 control, 93 control. I'm not going to blow a gasket over that. I'm going to try not to. We temporarily surpassed 600 gold income for a month tick before it fell back down, but I'll take that as a positive sign. Wineries are surprisingly profitable. Do we need a lot of wine? In fact, what is... Moscow has wine. A winery. What does the wine price look like? It is actually being imported. Not just imported. We're importing it from a foreign market. Okay. And the production method... Oh, it can use sugar and fruit. Cool. So I guess we could build a few wineries somewhere. Ideally somewhere that's actually going to get a lot of production efficiency out of it. Just because we can. Or I guess an area that only has lumber. Actually, there's a lot of beeswax over here. We could use this pretty reliably. The only question is, do any of you have lumber as well? I assume not, because we can't have fun. Not these two, at least. What about you down here? Nope, it's just barely not in the zone. So, yeah, of course, all the beeswax isn't with the lumber that we have by chance. You know, by chance. Definitely didn't design it that way. What about the fruit? The one fruit I found does actually have lumber. Wow, I'm actually coloring me shocked. But we have very little lumber to begin with. 160. Where did you just lose all your pops from? Oh, slaves being moved as part of the slave trade. Got it, got it. Also, the Golden Horde is being invaded by someone? By Hungary, actually. Huh. Neat. Didn't expect that. I guess that just means they'll be weaker then. Okay, we have 9,000 gold. I've actually got to spend that on something. I guess we could just build a couple of wineries. Just like 10 of them. I'm not going to spam it too hard here, because I think it'll just collapse the price then if I do that, and that would not be great. Temple, university. I do want to build lots of hospitals later, but I'm a little scared that we don't have any mercury, or not enough mercury, and we just shut all the hospitals down then. They wouldn't completely shut down. They'd operate at, what is like 63% efficiency instead. But, you know, they would suffer the whole time. Let's see, state, religious art. Ooh, develop the interior. Guess I know what we're doing. And we also got +5 land focus from the nobility. We're also at that stage where lessening their levy obligations is just a free way to pass laws and stuff. Speaking of which, I cannot CB Ruthenia or the Golden Horde. I guess we could go after Lithuania again, chat. They are not allied to Sweden anymore, though, so if we wanted to get after Sweden, it would be different. Oh, yeah, it looks like they even stabbed Lithuania a bit. Which is unfortunate for Lithuania. We might actually make them a subject just due to border distance. Also because I said we might make them a subject earlier, so, you know. Gotta stay true to my word if I can. I don't know if we'll be able to make demands, though, because all of their stuff bordering us is pretty cheap. But we'll move the army over to the border and prepare. We shouldn't be drifting that hard towards... Yeah, we have 0.21 centralization drift. We're fine. We can get another subject or two and be okay. And just, I don't know, maybe like enforce our culture and let that spread. Expectations of Kursk. Increase opinion. Demand for new monastery. And it's positive. Now we just leave it alone. And it's negative. Well, hopefully an event passes, or else I have to bite the bullet somewhere to help it pass. And I don't want to bite the bullet if I can help it. So this is going to convert one of the cultures we're actually accepting to, but honestly, I don't mind that too much. It'll just make it cheaper to get other cultures later on. Still can't accept Mongolian, it's too expensive. Or, sorry, tolerate Mongolian. I can tolerate Crimean, though, which might calm down the Crimean Patriots a bit. It probably won't, because, you know, their area is conquered and all that. Is it not conquered? Yeah, it is conquered. Why are you not angry, then? Government intervention. Oh, I have no idea what causes government intervention and why it's giving us so much. Yeah, I'm not sure how Hungary got all the way over here to invade. They probably just got... Oh, you want to know what? Hungary probably just did it by the sea. They technically have coastal access. They probably just invaded by sea and just pushed from there. That's probably how they did it. It's just they landed and then they invaded from there. You know what? It's stupid, chat. But we just spent like 8K building Pomor outposts everywhere. It's only like 1 to 3 levels, because... Some areas have few pops and not a lot of development. So, oh god, they can actually build 6 here. Never mind. I'm gonna stop talking. Apparently, I'm wrong. The game's just spreading out as much as possible. That's all. Oh my god, the fur production. We're over 70 fur now. I didn't even upgrade any fur RGOs. I just... Oh, fur is gonna be so cheap. And in the end, we got +7 land from that, too, which is going to be nice with the proximity. It is good for the RGO size, too. It doesn't single-handedly boost it by a huge amount, but it does help as an additional modifier. Yeah, it adds up over time. And then turning wood into coal is not very efficient. I mean, the lumber being here is 12.5%, actually, so it does have some efficiency. And I figure we have such a high wood balance. We actually have almost 100 surplus. So I figure just turn some of it into coal and then use the coal to make iron, since we have a shortage of coal and iron, apparently. Well, of course, now I'm going to get a surplus of iron, but then we can just make more tools with it. Until the tool price collapses because I've made too many tools, I guess. Which is probably how that's going to go. Yeah, yeah. So many tool icons on the map now as they're all getting built up. Tools are actually in a significant surplus, but they tend to get a lot of demand as time goes on. Laborers can demand them too, but that's not the point. The point is that they're used in a lot of production methods, and we are Actually gonna also then spend some gold to make some of the weapon workshops, which do use iron, do use coal, and do use tools. Because cheap weapons, which can be bought by our soldiers and nobles, will also make the armories cheaper. So I spend less on them, even if the people there are paid poor wages. Alright, enough stalling. Let's go beat up Lithuania. Oh, if I boarded that one, they actually would say no. But of course, it's the one at the very end, isn't it? Yeah, it's the one at the very end that's a town. Or not a town, but it's over half full. It's the one we can't reach because we don't border it. Oh, can I not reach this fort until that fort's taken? Okay, fair enough. Oh, their capital is actually really close to us. Which makes sense, that is the historical capital of Lithuania. Vilnius. Ah, +6 artillery bonus is so nice. When it's your artillery. Obviously, when it's the enemy's artillery, it's really bad. So, rights of the clergy. We are just going to strengthen their rights to keep the clergy at 100 satisfaction and also get conversion speed because, you know, we said we'd go with them. We could technically curtail their rights, actually. And they would still... It would get us what? Humanity? Nah, let's strengthen the rights. We said we'd do this. Let's just do it. Keep our LARP going. We'll strengthen the clergy, and Orthodoxy will question why we have slaves, but not actually free them. It's a really weird circumstance. They just kind of sit there, wondering what their existence is meant to be. Firearms also uses tools, which, you know what? Let's build a bunch of gunsmiths, too, to back up with the new tool production. I have to, like, find my way around this Lithuanian area because the forts are actually blocking us from moving. It's a nice amount of gold we have coming in now. I don't think it's... We're not, like, the top producer of gold. I'm pretty sure we're not the economic hegemon. Yeah, Bohemia is. That makes sense. Bohemia is making 2,400 after trade and tax? They must have gotten the mercury patios up. Oh, yeah, yeah. Their tax base skyrocketed to 3,800 in the last decade. They definitely have the mercury patios built here. Because if I go to the gold, I assume... No, they don't? It's just expensive gold? Wow, they don't even have the mercury patio built up in the gold spot right next to the capital. That is actually scary. Well, to be fair, Hungary did attack Serbia earlier, but now Serbia and Bulgaria are both in our personal union, which means attacking either of them means Hungary also has to declare war on us. And Hungary can't win that fight. Hungary knows they can't win that fight, so they're not going to take that fight. That's why you're not seeing them trying to war Serbia or Bulgaria anymore, and they're going after someone else. It's because they can't fight us. And they'd be forced to if they wanted to. So how much does it cost to make you a subject right now? 238. With plus 25. Plus 25 is probably too high, so I think we're going to have to take some territory from Lithuania. And border their capital. Or try to border their capital. Kind of like what we're doing with Kiev down here. We can always give territory back later. Wow, 700 gold temporarily. Trade is at 239 ducats. 45 iron sold in Moskva from Novgorod. But now I'm starting to make iron in Moskva. Which honestly doesn't mean much. We're still going to need the iron. I'm just experimenting with being able to build that up. Because I wanted to see how it would go. I mean, we're going to have a lot more laborers, which is nice, I suppose. I don't know if this is actually efficient, but the fact the Bog Iron Smelter gets the massive efficiency bonuses from the Iron Tech, it means I have to try. I have to try and I have to see it. If it doesn't work, oh well. If it does work, fantastic. One way or another, we're going to find out. And if it causes the deaths of they're once again invading someone that we're invading. They're just being opportunistic because they know I'm coming for them next. How much aggressive expansion is that? That is a lot of aggressive expansion. But it's only Sweden and onwards that actually get upset with us, and one of them doesn't matter to me because they're Serbia. Okay, I do need to take one more spot to actually border the capital, though. Like, I have to actually physically border the capital. So let's just earn one more point or two from occupation. Which I think that was it right there. Yeah, there we go. That way we're bordering it. And then I guess we'll make them a subject, maybe change things around, or we can keep this. I need to fix the Baltic. It looks awful. I have made border gore instead of fixing the borders, chat. I am terribly sorry. Just bear with it. Look, there's more fur and fish, chat. We can exploit these somehow. I swear, it'll work out. And eventually we'll have more core territory that isn't just a bunch of integrated lands because I'm not converting as much as or assimilating as much as I could. That being said, some of this should flip around soon. Once it flips and it's over half, I'll just stop doing it because I won't need to do it anymore. Oh, one of the armies is still in Lithuania. Come on, get out of Lithuania. We're done. For now. We'll go back later. Don't worry. Let's see. Moscow is over 400,000 pops now. Very nice. Pskov, I just noticed Pskov does not have any roads despite existing for so long. Then again, I guess they don't really have money. So let's just help them out and build it up for them. It's also just a good excuse to build the area up before we annex it later. Because why not? Let's see, another integration is done. I'll actually start integrating some of the Lithuanian area we took before it starts revolting. Probably integrate Crimea too, so it stops revolting as well, since it seems to get pretty high in the revolt scale. For now. No. Petition, unlocked brig. We have gained a core. Very nice. I mean, right now this bog iron smelter in Rostov with about 5 levels is making almost 3 iron. It's not a lot of iron, but it's making a profit of 5.7 ducats, which is 5.7 ducats to the tax base. It's actually half this place's tax base. Which I did notice the 1.10 update, which I believe is coming out tomorrow. The open beta for 1.10, I believe, is coming out tomorrow, is what they've said, or at least soon, is going to include some more UI features, such as telling you the breakdown of your tax base of what's actually making all that money, so you don't have to guess anymore. Because I'm always guessing about that, and I've always been wondering. And having that actually be spelled out will be very nice. I will very much love that. Just for that alone, I'll love playing on 1.10. Anything else will be a bonus. So at level 13 fish with 11 Pomor outposts, Kerba is making 62 fish. 62 fish. And it can fit 137,000 people. It only has 31,000. It's not going to make that much food, I don't think. We can actually build a lot of irrigation here, I just realized. Which we may as well do just to expand it so it holds even more people, I guess, because why not? That's something we're already doing as it is. It'll just give it a bit more capacity. Honestly, at this point, I may as well attract people to migrate to it as well, solely to just populate it even more, because why not? It only grows at 17 pops a month. Once again, rivaling the Mamluk of Egypt until they're no longer applicable. Oh! Our Tsar finally got his final trait, which is Architectural Visionary, which I really like because it gives you 0.002 monthly development, which doesn't sound like a lot until you realize that's half of... That number is half of what 100% prosperity is, and that's to every single location. For as long as he lives. So, if we go to Moscow, it's growing at 0.012 monthly development now, which is really nice. A lot of other areas aren't growing as fast by comparison, but 0.0075 is still a nice improvement from what it was. Oh yeah, we did, I want to let all the integrations finish. You know what, the crackdown guy, because we got the technology to encourage urbanization. And I'd like to do that. Do we want to do it in Kerba? Kerba's technically already recovered, so maybe not Kerba. Do it in Rostov, where one of the bog iron smelters has been built up pretty heavily. What can you build up to? 8? You can build up to... You're building up to 9, I believe. Oh, wow. So, it's giving a plus 127 base encourage urbanization with his skills and cabinet efficiencies. And after all modifiers, chat, we are now causing 530 promotions in Rostov. For context, it was promoting at about 100 to 120. So we have greatly increased the amount of promotion that's happening. So the literal second the next bog iron smelter is done, they're going to promote halfway to filling it. Because it won't let them promote until there's capacity for them, which means jobs need to exist. Or you need a higher town rank being a city, something like that. Speaking of which, you know, Rostov is big enough to be a city, just barely, so why don't we make that a new city? Because why not? We can, I have the money. There's actually a lot of towns we can build, but again, I'm begging for some kind of, 10% tax efficiency. For some kind, for some kind of macro builder to upgrade rural locations to towns and cities. Because I'm having to let the game play and just click on them myself and then accidentally almost upgrade fur 3 times in a row. That last part is just a skill issue. It's not actually a problem. Why can't you be upgraded? Are you too small? Oh, you need at least 5,000 people. You have 2,000. Yeah, you're, not doing too good. You can barely hold enough for a city as it is, actually. You know what? If we have 10,000 gold, why don't we just either build more gravel roads or upgrade to paved roads? Either one will do, really. Yeah, that way we have more control in the further regions. Let's build outwards a bit. And the money's gone again, chat. It's just, we spend so much money on roads. This is why I'm still building only gravel roads. Because I can just upgrade it to paved later at a part of the cost. Do I have any temples to build? Because I see the clergy are building a temple, so that makes me think I'm missing temples. I am missing temples. Several temples, in fact. Which, of course, then means I'm missing several libraries. I have 10 parliament seats now. Which I don't think really matters that much. I love how the Moskva market is what we're kind of building up with all the urbanization. But that makes sense because that's kind of where the center of our control is. So it makes sense to build that up the most. That is a lot of green on the map now. Very pretty. Lots of towns, too. If I go to the locations, that's a lot of towns. Still a lot of rural areas, too, though. But this makes it a bit easier to find, Actually, this makes it way easier to find areas to upgrade into, towns. So many RGOs I've neglected to upgrade because I knew I was going to do these town upgrades. Because I had already planned on doing a lot of them. Not all of them. Well, I did plan to do all of them initially, and then we discovered the whole thing with the Pomor, and now I don't want to upgrade some of them. Ooh, excellent minister for 5 years, so 5% cabinet efficiency. Don't mind if I do. There's fur right next to this. That's great. What about bridges now that we have a lot more? Yeah, there's a few. There's actually a lot of bridges we can build. We actually don't have enough money for them all. Which is good in my opinion, because that means that's more bridges to build. Although, a good chunk of that is just the area in or near Lithuania that we recently conquered. Some of that is actual territory that was on the border, too, so very good stuff. The irrigation in Kerba is mainly just to get population capacity from it, so it can hold even more pops, a couple thousand more. But the extra food it produces will be nice too, so at least its province will be able to produce more food than it eats. At the very least, then, that will help a lot of our urbanization not starve us during the Little Ice Age. Although I have contingency plans for the Little Ice Age when it comes around. Oh, and the Tsar's dead. Well, it was nice. The bonuses we got were nice while it lasted. Meet the 44-year-old that now rules us. Thankfully, he has about a 31 age gap with his son, so... his heir, that is. Does have some daughters that need to be married off, though, which I guess means because no one's accepting them or doesn't have anyone that's within marriage range, it means marrying someone in the nobility just so the nobility at least grow and don't die out. You're in a you're in an order, you're too young to join an order. Forgot to give you expensive education because I wasn't paying attention. So business as usual then. Let's see, what is your name? It is Tsar Ivan. Is that Tsar Ivan Alexander? It is Tsar Ivan Alexander IV. What a title. Don't mind that our money is suddenly down 500 ducats. It's because we're just spending on legitimacy because the previous ruler died. So, yeah. Oh, wow, these promotions are good. This promotion speed is something special, chat. Because the second the bog iron smelter was done, immediately it upgraded it. It's not upgrading it more now because it's building up to a city instead. So we might have to find somewhere else that needs this. Ooh, census? Urbanization is nice, but I don't need I don't need to do this for a town. Paved road network. Oh, God, but I want a census. I want to conduct a census for more pops. But paved road network is 5 centralization. Oh, I can't decide. That's a lot of pops, though. Because that'd be another, what, 7,000 to 8,000 pops for 5 to 6 months? So it's about 30. That's about 30,000 pops at minimum. 35 to 40 is what it would closer to be that we otherwise wouldn't have. And more pops means more pop growth. I'm going to do it because we don't always get the conduct a census option. So I would very much like to utilize it where we can. Also, if I can fabricate the CV now, I can. And I think Kiev is what we want to take next, just to kind of cut this down. I do want to do more of the Golden Horde, too. This technically targets them both. Technically, I should probably be targeting the Golden Horde more because targeting the Orthodox fellow here is going to make a lot of people angry in Europe, but oh well. That's why we used diplomacy to calm a lot of the big actors down. There's a lot of small actors that haven't calmed down still. They actually will almost be done in about 2 to 3 years, though. It's, they just don't like us because of our culture and language, which is probably normal. Oh, interesting. We just got a random event to give us clerical dominance for 20 years, which makes the nobles upset. The clergy get more power and they're happier. Or I upset them for 10 estate satisfaction loss. I'm not going to give them more power for 20 to 30 years. It doesn't give me anything very special, so we're just going to knock them out. I do see our crown power's fallen by about 3 to 4%. That's because one of the people who was leading our armies is no longer of the crown. They're of the nobility because we've been getting a lot of daughters and a lot of the men have died out. Yeah. Here's someone we can appoint who's actually 16 too, so we should make sure he's married so we can get more people in the crown cabinet, or the crown faction, estate, whatever you want to call it. Problem is that I can't open his portrait or his menu until he's actually in the army, which feels weird to me. I guess that's technically working, but I don't know if it is. Okay, well, I was going to say, there's at least one army that needs to be allowed to recover. It's morale. We'll have our trade capacity research done soon, which is good, because even Moscow is actually using all of its trade capacity. What is the biggest thing that we're trading? I mean, yeah. Oh, we're importing iron from Kiev. Good thing we're about to go to war, I guess. Hahaha, that's not good. We're actually exporting fish, too, I see. Which is to Kazan, which actually can't make fish, I don't think. Or at least if it can, I haven't seen it. Yeah, no, it can't make fish. Which is only furthering my desire to build up all these Pomor outposts, which is insane, just insanity. Absolute insanity. In fact, you know what? While I'm waiting for areas to build up, let's be a little funny. Encourage migration. There you are. Kurba is around here somewhere. Rostov, there it is. That's going to give it it's up to 2.69 migration attraction. And then, oh, nope, we need the follow through on threats. So threaten war, ask for the capital, they say no. And now it is a minus 25 CB war. Just how we like it. There's no guarantee our forces win, because remember, Kiev actually had a solid force that fought us before. They probably have that force again. They have over 1,000 attack space, actually. Kiev holding about 1/10 of it, so they're about to have fun. Yeah, they're gathering up a lot of levies, which we expected. But that's okay. We have artillery. We actually have 81 stability. I'm shocked at how high our stability's gotten. We really haven't been getting a lot of negative stability events. On the contrary, we've gotten a number of positive ones thanks to our traditionalism. With the economy, that is, which is funny. So how many people are going to Kerba now? 268 migrated in the last month. That's very good. Moscow's just going to grow passively then. We're going to try to just grow this to get more... Well, the Pomor outpost is built up by development and RGO size. And more pops means more RGO size, so there you go. That's what we're just going to have to do for now. It's not the best tactic. We could technically increase development too, but that will slowly grow itself. Oh, right. It is 1580. We can do the Synod now. And the event that popped up just reminded me of that because it had the name in it. And 10% research. This is like 50 to 60 research we've gotten from that now, which is ridiculous because that's at least 2 advances at this point that we've just gotten from it, essentially. Ooh, that fight went a lot better than the last ones. Their really good general must have passed away. Because I don't think he was in that fight. One of the European banks insulted us, so I have a CB on them. That's funny. Also useless, because I really don't care about them. But I find it to be very funny. Where is the Horde raiding us? Oh, no, I see. It's because Kiev took some territory up there. Right, okay. That is kind of annoying, actually. Let's actually send an army up there to deal with it, because I am actually annoyed by that. 10% trade capacity, so Moscow's got a nice small chunk increase. It's not a big increase, but, you know, every little bit counts. And then we'll go ahead and get our secret police. I just want to see if this actually increases at all, or if it already did it. Nope. Gave about 30 more trade capacity to it. That's pretty good. Ah, winter attrition, my favorite. It's the best kind of attrition. The one you can't do anything about except sit there and die to. Slowly. Yeah, we're doing pretty well most of the fights overall. I'd say they're yeah, I'm not seeing any 5-star generals now. At best, they have a 4-star general. So their 5-star general is definitely not with them anymore. Or he's hiding and I'm going to get ambushed. You know, whichever comes first, really. Oh man, they've really built up the Kiev area into several cities. That is really cool. It's gonna make a fine outpost for me. Still too expensive to make them a subject because their locations are very expensive. In fact, how much is it just to take their capital right now while the fort's around? Just to take their capital, chat, with minus 25 war score cost, not counting any other modifiers, it costs 66. Oh, that's okay. To be fair, that's to take the whole province, but that is a lot. Only 16 aggressive expansion, though. I'm shocked. Honestly, I could take just their capital, and I would be happy with the result, because it's a very well-built capital. Although I would like to connect the river and actually cut most of the area, which means I do actually need to occupy all the forts over there, because the forts are increasing the cost for occupation. Would also be good to get a quick bit of replenishment if we can. Nope. All right. And after we get our intelligence agency, we're probably going to do the cloth and fine cloth workshops. Technically, we don't need that much cloth right now. The profitability of them isn't too high. But the higher tier buildings usually tend to have better production efficiency in the sense of just how their numbers work out. But we could skip over it for a bit. I don't think it would be the main source of income for us right now. It's probably something we could skip and come back to if we needed to. Execute the troublemakers or lose prestige. No, just... I'll take the estate hit. They're happy enough with me as it is. They'll understand. I promise you, they'll understand. It'll be fine. Why is this not making any profit? Oh, it has no coal. There's no coal? Oh, yeah, wow. Thanks to the blacksmiths, I guess, and now the bog iron, there's no coal at all. So we, like, desperately need coal. So I guess Kerba's about to have a lot of charcoal kilns. Not that they're going to make a lot, but it'd be better than having none. A lot of these peasants are going to end up just working as laborers, which I don't mind at all. It's funny that clerics are migrating over here and then demoting the laborers. Like, they just didn't want to be in the temple anymore. They gave up on that life. Which I suppose is something that could actually happen, if you think about it. But I just find that amusing. What about, coal? I know we don't have a lot of, like, coal RGOs, but I want to go ahead and upgrade those anyway. Oh, it's mainly areas in the south that we recently took, so we'd actually have to develop the, the Kiev Kaffa area. Which is definitely going to take a very long time to actually do, if ever. I mean, the rivers can definitely be developed. The problem is that I don't know if some of them even reach the minimum requirement of population. And I don't want to start building cities there until we've actually properly integrated the area. Otherwise, the cities will just make it take longer to integrate. Oh, the Navy. Oh, the Navy doesn't have anyone leading it anymore. That would explain some of the loss. Problem is that there's a lot of people we can't appoint. I'm just seeing... Yeah, I'm just seeing nothing but noblemen. Yeah, it's nothing but noblemen. So many noblemen. Oh, the heir will be 16 soon, so then he can do something about it, I guess. Not perfect, but it's an option at least. Let's go ahead and develop more roads then from Moscow. Oh, I really do want to do an upgraded road. It's just the second I do one upgraded paved road, that's like half our money. You know what? I'll do it just to get the road all the way to Novgorod. Just so we can actually benefit from the gold up there a bit. Which is going to take forever because it's currently severe winter, but oh well. The recovery of the Our Lady of Kazan. Earlier brought to Russia from Constantinople in the 13th century. We conquered Kazan a long time ago. You're only giving it to us now? So, let's see. We can just use it to max out our spiritualism, so that's neat. Yep, that's another victory right there on the field of battle. Are they finally sieging us somewhere? Taking pops? Oh, no, it's the, yeah, right. Because technically they're the subject of the Golden Horde, so they're taking it on behalf of the Golden Horde. Which is fun. I assure you, it's very fun for us. I love it when they enslave all my pops. Not that they're taking that many to actually complain about. I'm just poking fun at it. Hey, 200 ducats from the Moscow market now. Nice. There's some trade capacity it's not using still, but I feel like that's just going to be a normal thing with the current iteration of the game. The subjugation of Ivan Bolotnikov. I might be mispronouncing that a bit. Interesting. Held captive, sold up to slavery. We could just get 10 belligerency and just let him die to an illness. He's left his own fate and may become radicalized. What was his fate? Where he helped organize the protests. We could purchase his freedom and safe return. His presence is questioned at court by the aristocracy due to his rebellious nature. I mean, I'm kind of curious what happens if I actually pay the 6,000 ducats. Not optional to take out the loans to do this. I'm just morbidly curious as to what will happen if I do something that deviates from history. Probably nothing, but, you know, we won't know until we try. So try we shall. And, you know, nothing will happen, I'm sure, for a while. We'll just sit here twiddling our thumbs waiting for something to happen. Nothing will occur, and we'll just be staring at it. YouTube calmly tries to suggest to me that now would be a good time to insert an ad while you have almost 70 people watching, and I'm just like, no? I have mid-roll ads off for a reason. They already had to watch an ad just to play. Oh, there's their 5-star general. He's back. He's back. Wants to liberate his homeland, or at least the capital of his home. I presume his home. Unfortunately, it will not be liberated today. Hunting accident? No! I haven't had that in a while. There goes the Crown Prince, I guess, which is really, really unfortunate because we now have a female heir, actually. Huh. Chat, we have to make an executive I can't do anything. Never mind, we're doomed. We're doomed, chat. That's all there is. We're doomed. Not really. It's going to throw us into a bit of turmoil for a while, I'm sure, but we'll probably be fine. It would definitely throw us into turmoil for a while, though. We actually have minting below our capacity. Or below our inflation level. Did not know that. So why are you not willing to agree? War enthusiasm is not low yet. Okay. It's getting there, but it's not there yet. I mean, they're losing a lot of areas, though, so eventually they're going to give up. That and their armies have been slowly depleting, which is probably not helping them at all. Right? Definitely a big battle, but it's been over a period of multiple years of us taking all that land from them. Although we did seize this whole large swath in one big war. Just all of this right here. So that was very good. And pay off half our debts so I don't feel as pressured. If only that worked in real life. So actually seizing a lot of this is going to be very expensive, I think. Yeah. Just all of that is 92. And that's with some of the forts taken. So we'll see what we end up getting. Okay, that's the provincial area taken, so it's fine. I was going to say maybe I can marry him to another spouse to try and get another child, but I realize that's not going to happen either. I can't divorce. We're not Protestant or something like that where we can ask for it. It's literally death until death does us part. And unlike Crusader Kings 3, there's not a way to implement that post-haste. She can join a foreign order of chivalry, though, so that's cool. Look, you're just gonna have to join the Order of the Swan and make a name for yourself, because you may very well end up becoming the Tsar in a few decades, if not sooner. So, you better start getting into the role right now. Oh, nope, that is actually being taken over. That's good. Gotta figure out which one of these are the forts. Yeah, their war enthusiasm's pretty dead now. I think it's just... Yeah, this is too expensive. I think I can't take all of that. I might have to go for something like this. Maybe. Which isn't great. Maybe something like that. It's hard to decide. It's not that I have any unique resources I want, because we're about to get, we're starting to get that ticking timer that's like, hey, end the war, you've already won, come on. Or we're gonna start ticking up your war exhaustion. And other things. So, we'll raise the army to look fearful and imposing, like we're fighting a bear, even though we are a bear. And, yeah, we'll go ahead and take these 4 provinces. Kiev is the huge cost of most of this. Antagonisms within it, respectable levels too. That's good. I guess we'll take 50 gold as well. This will pretty much cripple Ruthenia because they just lost a key source of tax base. They peaked at over 1100 and a half, and now they're dropped to 838 the second they lost it. And that's not even counting what might follow after. Obviously, all of this land is going to be terribly bad in control. And until I can connect the territory more directly to Moscow, So future war incoming. We're not going to be able to get any further with it. But they don't have the tax base anymore, at least. We'll actually have a little bit of the control still, which is, well, in Kiev at least, because of the city. But like a very small amount of it, which is obviously not good. Let's actually, you know what? We could bring in the troops to guard some of the area, I guess, and enforce control. We won't do too much, but it's something we could do. And although it's really out there, we'll actually incorporate Kiev right away, because I can imagine there's going to be a lot of revolts fast from it, because there's a lot of potential tax base here that we don't collect, and I am certain there's going to be some kind of national, yeah, patriots, there they are, that are going to use the tax base, and they are using the tax base to accelerate the revolt, so there you go. At least I was very much correct in that suspicion. And the roads take so long to build out here, not only because of the distance, but because of the weather. It's just the weather. Maybe we should get something that boosts road construction speed at some point. Let's see, these are still not producing. There's a lack of coal. Hey, you can get a 14th fishery. And a 12th Polmore outpost. Very nice. It's also at 50,000 pops and still growing. Just a very long time to build everything, which is unfortunate, but that's rural locations for you. They have their downsides for a reason. I do love to see that our estates are building some useful buildings like hospitals, irrigation, and universities. It's mainly just the clergy, because the clergy have money. Everyone else is kind of taxed to death, so they don't really have money, which might be harming some of our demand. So that's why we're just making more pops exist, so we're just forcing demand to exist. This all sounds awful. I really should stop. No, libraries are not run by clerics, so of course libraries will not appear. There we go. More towns, which means more temples, which means more libraries, which hopefully means slightly higher literacy average, which we're almost at 45% now. 2.42 research. Liturgical language power is putting it 0.05 because it is at 29.21. Mongolian is still the strongest, but it's definitely getting weaker now that the Golden Horde is suffering. They're one of the projectors of it, at least. There are other sources, too. I'm just pinning it on the Golden Horde because we need someone to dogpile. So I figured, why not them? Let's see, max that out. And where was the other fur? I was going to say, I know there's a really close one to, Moscow here, so we'll upgrade that a lot. Oh, you're on a river too, very nice. You're not, which sucks, because you get no irrigation then, but oh well. I will take the stability, because 7 stability is somewhat hard to come by. We're at 94 stability now, thanks to an event. That's crazy. Our estates are pretty pleased because of that. Or at least they're less angry, which is, you know, a win, in a way. More fish, livestock, lumber. Some of these areas have basically no people in them. Wow. Which is probably the point, but still. Ah, there we go. Yes. So we do actually get that as a special policy, which minus 10% power nobles, clergy, and burghers is good. But I want the rebel growth reduction instead. What, 10% partially counteracts one what do you call it, privilege. Honestly, I would rather take the secret police and get the rebel growth reduction, because then some of these, like the Russian slave uprising, will actually start to shrink in power. Others are already shrinking. The pagan zealots would shrink further. It would just suppress them more. The others would grow even slower, so they're easier to contain. I'd rather get that, honestly, unless there's any special hidden events with the other one, but I don't know that, so I have to assume there isn't. Then do I want the cloth workshop? It would basically make the production methods more efficient. That literally is all it does. It also employs 50 more burghers, but yeah, that's kind of it. The other one I think is what, the same thing. It becomes a little more. Yeah, you know what? We'll get the cloth workshop and fine cloth workshop, because all it does is it makes the output a bit higher without increasing the input. It does employ more burghers too, but the buildings don't calculate wages, so Yeah, or at least they don't have some kind of wage system in the game. So that's what we'll do then. We'll actually go ahead. I wasn't going to grab those techs initially, but I kind of went ahead and decided on it just now that we go ahead and get it. 10% RGO size would be great to get. As would food production. But we could probably let off that for a bit to actually go ahead and get... Ooh, 20% fur output. Probably get our other technologies that are over in the military tree, like the barracks and the gun workshop. There's also the cabinet efficiency that I would really love to grab, which... Probably grab cabinet efficiency. Upgrade the infantry. Barracks, cannon, guns, all of that. That's what, 12 technologies right there? That's a lot on its own. 20% cabinet efficiency is going to be super good for us. That would guarantee us over 100% cabinet efficiency. Oh, I actually have someone who's unassigned right now. That's my bad. Wasn't paying attention. I should have paid more attention to it. Don't know how long he's been sitting there. Let's see. Oh, Ivan's dead. I was wondering why I hadn't heard from him since. Oh, we don't need to start him anymore. Because he is gone. Yeah, there we go. Expand paved road network. This time there's no university. There's no census. So we'll just push for the 5 centralization. Ooh, 2 pushes for outward. The nobles just gave me 15 points to outward at the cost of 7.5 legitimacy and upsetting the others. Because outward gives us more power projection, diplo capacity, helps colonial migration too. Does hurt our cultural tradition, but honestly, our cultural tradition is so high, I really do not care right now. At least I feel like it's very high. All the Golden Hordes in the Civil War, awesome. Hopefully it stays that way for a while. What happened to those areas? That's weird. Anyway. Let's see. Moscow, if you would, please. Oh, yeah, taking the Kiev region gave us almost over 400,000 more pops. That is nice. If we had the other areas, we could colonize them, too. But we're having to colonize the little Conga line zone instead. Which I guess works for now. There you go. One little education for you. Ooh, can we steal... I'd like to steal maps, if we could, from the Golden Horde. Okay, I'm starting to get a better picture of where if the peasant empire, Yuan peasants, 58 million people, but they have horrible, ranked 925. That's funny. Oh, it's that time again where people start leaving the cabinet permanently against their will. Ooh, another fish bubble. I think it's all supplied right now properly, right? Yeah, it is. So I know, yeah, we're not making a ton of coal. We just started making like 3.4 more coal in Kurba from wood, and that seems to have worked out. I don't want to lose that cabinet member, but he's actually getting old, so I guess we'll just replace him with someone who's a bit less old. Yeah, there we go. Problem solved, I guess. Yeah, let's upgrade your wild game to the max. We might as well. You're already a town. It's not going to change anything. Same with you. There's a lot of RGOs we could honestly upgrade heavily. I've just chosen not to for whatever reason. We're just pouring money elsewhere, just letting it float around, I suppose. Sounds like we're just wasting it. In a way, I guess having it sit there doing nothing is wasting it, if you think about it. If you want to get a little philosophical with it. I almost thought that said Denmark as the town name, but that was not the town name, thank goodness. Because that would have been really strange. I know fruit can be made from fruit orchards too, but what is the production method? It's wood into fruit, and it can be made anywhere. It can be made anywhere, okay. I don't think it's not going to be crazy like the iron production efficiency one, but, you know, good to know. Because apparently we have a lot of excess fruit demand. Although that's a lot of building levels to make in Moscow, where it's already pretty much at its building level capacity. It would kind of be a bit silly to invest that much. Where are we on the economy hegemon? We've actually fallen a bit. But that's just because other areas are developing. And once they develop, they catch up. Kind of normal. Or at least I like to think it's normal. You know what? Everyone a university. I just assigned 78 universities to be built. I definitely won't be regretting that later when we run out of books. Because, oh yes, our book balance is extremely negative now. And the price is skyrocketing fast. We're on a negative 113 balance from all the books being made, the universities being made. But when it's done, we'll probably be in a surplus again. But I'll use this as an excuse to maybe make more books, perhaps. Just because we can. Actually, I really shouldn't restrict that to just the Moscow market, but it's too late. They're already building. The 6th rebellion against Georgia. In Georgia. Thanks for inviting us. We're happy to be here and watch you fight. The 2 cloth buildings should go pretty well, since we'll mostly try to just upgrade the ones we already have, so we really shouldn't have any actual issues with it. Is what I'm hoping, but, you know, you could just build them everywhere instead, and we'll have issues with it. Either one is easily possible. How much fish is this making now with 15 levels? I'm curious. 79 fish. With a 22 tax base after control reductions. Take my legitimacy. I want my stability. God, we're not even done building this place up. That's crazy. And if the RGO gets bigger, it'll just get bigger. And the RGO is going to get bigger because we're getting more people and we'll get more technologies. You know what? It was pointed out to me before earlier, and I just realized it as well. The RGO research. There is that RGO research we really should grab. It was mentioned before, and I said that we might get it, we might not get it. Obviously, we should probably grab it, because we have some areas that are guaranteed to stay as rural locations. Thanks to our fish and fur. So there really is arguably no reason not to go back to the Age of Discovery and grab it. So I'm going to quickly set that up. And then reestablish all of our other technologies. Makes the military ones take a bit longer, but arguably we should grab it. I should put it in there. And so I have. Let's see, let's maybe integrate Crimea, at least some of Crimea. So they stop inching towards revolt every 5 seconds. It's more than 5 seconds is what it feels like. Yay, no more debt until we take on debt again for the next event that comes out. Because that's just how this works. An event comes up and we spend all our money. And then we have no money. Ooh, Amber Trade's already making good money. Because we are the ones who control the Kiev market now, yeah. And we can actually export it to ourselves. Sweet. That's even better. Funny thing is, we don't actually control... we do actually control one Amber spot. Never mind. I'm speaking nonsense. The Moscow Artillery Yard. Oh! Oh! If in the capital, the country benefits by 10% artillery power, 25% reduction to artillery build cost, and plus 5% monthly research progress. For 32 ducats, yeah. Take it. Take my money. I want that research speed. Or research progress, as the game calls it. Wonder if they ever got that special building in Constantinople. Probably not, because I'm pretty sure the Ottomans are the one who need... The Ottomans are the ones who get it, I believe, and they can't seize Constantinople at this rate, it looks like, so they're not going to get it. Yeah, printer workshops are making almost 7 ducats now. Technically, our tax base is skyrocketed because all of our printer shops are suddenly making so much money, chat. The one in Moscow is at 69 profit because the book demand skyrocketed from all the university construction. It'll collapse later, but we get to enjoy the temporary revenue. Thank you, Planet. I'm glad you were enjoying it. I'm glad people are enjoying the stream too, actually, because sometimes I'm just yammering on about whatever's happening on the screen at the moment, hoping it has at least enough entertainment. without knowing if it ever does or not. So where are we on paper demand? Is that just construction of your university's paper demand? It is. So the paper demand has also gone up, and that's increased paper prices too. Some of the university construction actually stopped because it's just too much. There's too much demand and not enough supply, which I'm just amused by. Okay, let's stop encouraging migration. We actually have a use for pop promotions now. They encourage urbanization. Specifically in a rural area, of course, but that's still several hundred promotions from peasant to laborer, which I think in the state of the game, laborers demand some goods that peasants don't, I think. The problem here is I don't actually know. That's the part of the whole economy thing I'm still figuring out. I don't actually know. I think in most cases, peasants and laborers just demand the same amount of goods. No, okay, so pottery, laborers actually demand slightly more. So there is at least a slight change in one or more aspects. But in most aspects, it looks like they demand the same. So, yeah, not really much of a difference. It's just a matter of getting them to be promoted to laborers so you have the laborers to work with. Because, yeah, the Bogorod here, which I'm not going to say the full name of because I'll butcher, is promoting 708 laborers, even though it says the promotion is 647. I guess there's a disconnect between what it's telling us on monthly promotion and what it's actually giving us, which is weird, but it's a disconnect in a positive way where we're getting more of them than we actually thought we would. Which is now being done to completely fill up all the fur production here and is now rapidly about to fill up the Pomor outpost, which isn't even active yet. So right now it's making 1.4 per level in fur. And we'll see what happens when the outpost fills up in a few months. This building is insane. I thought it was like you could build a single level, and it's like, yeah, 33%. It's a nice chunk. I didn't think you could build a ton of them in one location. That's crazy. Is this the real reason why you get money from the fur trade? You just flood it with, you know, an ungodly amount. Because, yeah, they were making 1.2 before it was active. Now with 7 of them active, they're making 3.71 per level. It tripled in output. It quite literally tripled in output, and it's not done. Because it has 2 more levels to go. And that alone is probably crashing fur prices more. Yeah, it is. They're dropping all the way to 0.64. And if that doesn't increase demand to other markets, I don't know what will. Because I genuinely don't know what will at this point. Thankfully, it's all just RGO stuff, so there's no, like, building that's going to start hiring and firing people as it loses money. There's no money to be made. So, there's some... Well, there's money to be made, just not in that way. So, what is this area producing it now, actually? It is single-handedly producing almost 50 fur, and we still have 1 level to go. That is crazy. So, we'll get the 20% RGO size in rule, which is going to be specifically for our fish and fur. That's what we're getting it for, because we may as well double down on this, chat. If we can print that much from just 1 location each, imagine what happens if I start spamming this in 20 fur locations. Which isn't even an exaggeration, because we have more than 20 fur locations that we can build up for that exact purpose. In fact, I just found another one that's at 84% control, so guess what? I'm going to build it up. Very badly. And there's not enough mason. Oh my god. Wait, did we use up all the masonry for the universities too? Yeah, hang on, chat. We're gonna just spam out like 30 mason buildings. Not that it's gonna solve the problem in time, but you know, evidently we need a few more masonries to just stall out when we start using it all. What else can you make here? Tar. You can make lumber and charcoal, which is ironic because that means you're just using tools to make lumber and then lumber into coal. Not really ironic, but it's very interesting. Although I don't think you have access. You do have access to lumber. Well, what do you know? That's a second little province that we can hard build like that. At a later point in time. Oh, I don't have enough masonry for the charcoal and the irrigation. None of it can be built. All these universities are eating up all our resources. I can't build roads either unless they're gravel because Then I only have sand I need. It's actually really funny to me. Let's see, get some lumber going. So what is this making now the final one made? It's over 50, right? Yeah, 52.55. Fur price is falling down to 0.61 ducats. We're exporting to, like, some areas. Okay, we can make more fur and fish. Fantastic. And because we can make more fur and fish, chat, the RGO size went up, which actually means the Pomor outposts gain 1 or 2 levels, which, yay! It snowballs more. I mean, their tax bases aren't huge compared to the cities, but, like, 32 with 100% control, 26 with 100% control, with their good in question being made very cheap is honestly not bad. Imagine if it was at base price. It would be a nice extra chunk of change for us. That's for sure. They're building more cities after I took their cities. How cute. Okay, well, in that case, if I can't build paved roads, can I build more gravel roads at least? I mean, we're starting to get our supply back, but let's just get more gravel roads going since we have like 21,000 ducats we're sitting on. That way we get to see a very good control map. Ideally, a very good control map. Could always just be really bad in the end. It just means you get to hear a lot of shoveling because if I had a shift-click button to like mass build roads just everywhere, I would, but the only option they give me is to upgrade the current roads to the next road level, which is not at all what I'm looking for, but it's all I have. So it kind of sucks, but that's all we got. Actually build all the way down here. I know we don't really have the areas integrated, they're still conquered down here, but we can at least kind of build all the way down to it. At least until there's no more supply, I guess. Yeah, there you go. Maybe that will slightly weaken all the rebellions that keep trying to happen down there. Probably not, but oh well. Some of the paved roads up where our gold mines are still being built. They're still not done. But a lot of paved roads exist now to where we're actually propagating control and can slowly push it towards the other side of the Urals, which is nice. So, fur. Any way to actually export this for a profit? Probably not. It's looking like a lot of air. Well, I don't have any trade capacity to use yet, but no, it's looking like a lot of areas are actually having surplus in fur right now. So even though we produce a lot of fur, I can't really go selling it because everywhere has too much fur. Fish is probably in a similar boat in some areas. Nuremberg doesn't have fish because no coastline. Makes sense. Krakow technically should have fish, but I guess they don't have enough. It's very amusing. So we'll probably be done with these universities in about 5 years at the rate this is going. I might just build more masonry at this rate. You know what? Do I crash the masonry piece terribly? I probably shouldn't. That would probably backfire later on, wouldn't it? Because then we wouldn't have any clay or stone. Plus, the price of it is starting to come down, so the constructions are finishing anyway, and we have more supply now. Probably best to not overdo it. I know we import a good deal of glass. I just don't know how much glass do we import. Is it a lot of glass or not a lot? We import most of our glass. And across the 3 markets, there's probably some room to build a couple of them. So we'll get like 20 of them going. Just trying to not dump 5K into just glass production. It would probably just shatter on the floor, if we're honest. But I know the breweries, we could actually go ahead and just build a bunch of those everywhere. Because I do remember checking earlier and noticing that we were actually importing more beer. So it's a good investment right there. Yeah, this is fully urbanized at this point. It doesn't need its help anymore. Sweet. I know it does need its help, though. All the way back to Kerba. And the next parliament's ready with a paved road network option. Which means another 5 control. That'll actually max out our control because it's currently at 99.16. But all of the options are asking for inward. I mean, I can stomach inward. And a new monastery. We can't go to war with... Oh! Hey, interesting. The, Golden Horde has been replaced by the Jochid Sultanate. I guess they, revolted and took it over and became a settled country. So, good for them. Ruthunia, I don't think is with them anymore, right? No, it still is. And our truce ends in 2 months, so I'll just let that tick. So I can either actually attack... I think I'd actually attack the Sultanate instead. It's not a horde anymore, so it's going to upset all the Sunnis. But just to kind of, like, buy time and let Europe calm down. Although Serbia is the only one who's really angry with us, but we don't care about Serbia. They're in a union with us. They can't really, oppose us in any manner. They could try. Doesn't mean it'll succeed. Ooh, great nephew. You know what? We're going to give you an expensive education. Is he by chance the heir now? No, you still are. Why do you have the highest score? I guess just because you're technically the eldest. Oh, good. The ruler's a sinner now, so all the pops that, well, that follow the religion just got upset with us. Thank you, game. Very good. Very good. Oh, more fish down here. Fish down here. Oh, but these are towns. Oh, no, they've ruined it. I'll have to tear the towns down. Let's see. I really want to get Ruthunia down further just to connect Kiev here with a faster road network. Because it is kind of getting the proximity, but it's having to go a very long way around. If I could cut that downward and make it a lot more straight, that'd be good. Where's our capital now? The problem is I don't know if they'll accept my demand. Also, I really want to go more towards Siberia. And we might try to push for a Siberian push instead right now. Yeah, I think we do a bit of a Siberian push. It's a lot of horses we can get. Also, again, it'll let Europe calm down a bit. Not that I think Europe needs to do much calming down, but better safe than sorry. I do need to move the army to the border before I forget. I almost initiated the war without the army at the border. Okay, so I'm gonna have to... I don't want to strengthen the rights of the nobility. Is not fun. Losing serfdom's not fun either, but... I guess we don't really need the centralization. It's less than 1 point of centralization. We'll live without it. It's not going to kill us. I want to max it out, but it's not something I need to completely change the fabric of my laws for. It's not that important. If we don't get it now, we'll just get it later. That's all that matters. More wheat, more grains, sturdy grains to be precise. Man, even all the way up to Tver now is 96% control, but back then we were struggling to get it up to 60. Now it's just really high. This location's named Romanov. I love it. And they're both getting the urbanization bonus good, so several hundred people are becoming laborers each month. So yeah, these will easily solve any issues they currently have with employment without much of a problem. Bohemia's economic hegemon again. It's just going to go back and forth on that nonstop, I think. How much is this giving now? 429% raw material output. That is insane. That is an insane amount of fish from one location. How is that fair? I suppose that's just the thing in the game. None of these are fair. They're all meant to be unbalanced in their own way. That's just balanced enough to not be completely overpowered in some cases. Some cases. I don't know about all cases. Wouldn't say all cases. Oh, good. The bog iron smelters are working again. And they're making at least 1.5 ducats in profitability. Although that's with iron prices falling down at a hefty rate thanks to a high amount of imports. But, you know, at least coal's fine again. Partially because we make some, primarily because we import it. Okay, is there another colony we can do? Yes, there is. So we'll just keep on going. Actually, in saying that, I really should think about building one or several forts out here. Solely to make sure that in the extremely unlikely event there is a war reaching the area out here, it's not completely doomed. That it at least has a fighting chance. Oh, apparently Bohemia had became the military hegemon at some point, and then we gained it back. Which tells me Bohemia is currently in a war and just lost a lot of people. Alrighty, let's go beat up the Horde again. Technically, they're not a Horde anymore, but that's what we know them by, so that's what we'll call it by. Except this time, they have no friends to save them. No one's coming to their aid. No one's gonna come assist them in unsieging everything. Oh, is that their whole army right there? No, but it's like a fourth of it. Definitely gonna chase those levies then. Actually, move the other army. We need to... Oh, the fort. Oh, no, they moved into our way. Fantastic. We actually got it pretty easily in the end. Most of them are going to get away, but they took free losses for us. I'm going to try to take enough land to at least connect to Georgia here. I don't think we're going to betray Georgia anytime soon. Ooh, Sweden gets an insulted CB on us. How cute. We could eventually try to subjugate them, I guess, in a way, but... That's like way down the line. I don't really need to be considering that when we have a lot of other problems to handle. Oh, these roads are not going to be done for at least 2 years, partially due to distance, mainly just because, wow, the cold sucks. I guess because it's already building it, right? Yep. Thought so. Thankfully, those, like, single-lined provinces are very easy to get roads built up into. Which I am happy about. Oh, they actually built the... Oh, no! They built a city on a fur tile? Really? I guess I won't lose my head over one fur tile being turned into that. We need some kind of capital out here, and you don't want to be building that on the gold. Well, I guess we could build it on the gold, couldn't we now? Who's to stop us? Well, apparently the lack of masonry in the Kazan market. That's what will stop us. Oh. Oh, it's building subsidies. Okay, I was like, what did I just do? Just gonna plop a bunch of random... masonry pits down in the other markets just to make sure they actually have some masonry. And I'm broke. Fantastic. We can wait for our money then. All right. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get the upgraded forts anytime soon, so we just have an easy time sieging. We should get the upgraded forts ourselves at some point, but upgrading all these forts will be a nightmare. Unless there's a button specifically to only upgrade the forts we have and not build new ones, I'm going to end up spamming forts everywhere by accident, without meaning to. Which would not be good at all. Oh, how are you starting? Didn't you take the fort? Oh, we didn't take the fort. I moved it before we took it. That's my bad. I was not paying attention. Cabinets. It's like no matter how many cabinet slots we get, there's just always more stuff for them to do. Which I guess isn't that surprising if you think about it, but still, it's just like there's a lot to do. Crimean Patriots have almost started a civil war now, I see. State-controlled metropolitan. Oh, wow. Kiev literally has a bonus that gives 50% local crown power and 10% max control until the land ceases to be. That's just permanent. Well, I'm glad we didn't take it until we did, because that's a nice extra 10% control for free. And for us, at least. If you don't count all the bodies it took to seize the city. I guess you should count those, but... eh. Do you really wanna? Let's see. You're done sieging. We have the capital, so we're ticking. These roads are not being built for half a year, I swear. Let's see. I'm hoping we can get a lot of score really fast, but without battling and destroying their main force. That's going to be a while, and their main force is somewhere in the godforsaken wilderness. Well, I guess it's less a wilderness, more of a huge wildland. Oh, we found some of them hiding out of the city, actually, so... there we go. That gives us more points. It's even the first Russian... oh, the Aretnans actually joined against us? Oh, these are the Aretnans. I didn't even notice. I really shouldn't take Constantinople because it's too far away for us to operate with. But God, am I tempted. It might be too ambitious and too early for that, though. It might have to be for much, much later. When we have a lot more land close to it. Or at least we've developed Crimea as a good port and can just reach out to it. Because we haven't really invested into ports that much. Crimean Navy might be needed. More masonry. I would prefer quality over quantity, please. I know, that's not very Russian of us, but we can have quality and quantity, can't we? In a way. There's more of their troops. Which I'm kind of hoping that they're just heading towards the city. Gonna be an easy intercept. Oh, that works too, right there. Just a little worried at how the Crown Princess taking over is gonna go, because maybe it is time to change our succession laws. Yeah, you know what? It's gonna cost 50 stability and 50 legitimacy. But we'll do it. The problem is that the others might leave then. I need to call a parliament and change the integration level. How much is it going to cost? There we go. And that should prevent them from leaving. Because their succession laws are different. Because they're no longer... oh, I guess Serbia's not integrated, but Bulgaria is. Oh, right. It only... it adopts it if possible. So, switching to favored son might actually cause us to lose it. But I don't know what they can switch to. I mean, if we lose Serbia and Bulgaria, it's whatever. We switch to favored son because, at the rate we're going, we're gonna suffer greatly. But you know what? That's fine. What does this give us? Religious conformance, pop assimilation speed. I'll take it. There's probably a different succession law we could use that would be better. Oh, time of troubles could trigger again because legitimacy is below 60. Well, I mean, we don't have a lot of choices when I'm trying to not get messed up by other things. Okay, let's strengthen the government then for more legitimacy. We'll try to just bump it up as fast as we can. I don't know if it'll be fast enough, though. We might finally roll... well... I didn't want my stability anyway. And yeah, now we're actually losing gold instead of gaining gold. And the... yeah... ooh... I mean, we'll be fine. I switched to favored son in the end. We probably have to go through this eventually. How do we end this? Either 65 stability and 68 legitimacy, or 15 years. Okay, that's honestly not the worst case. We'll just have to wrap the war up faster then and defund the military really quickly. I don't want to end the war too fast because of this, but we're going to have to end the war quickish. Unless we want this to destroy us, because we're going to need to defund the military and several other things. Also, considering it's a must in order to get out, we're going to have to start boosting stability. It's not really a must, but the sooner we get out of it, the better. Whatever it takes. Could actually drop our stability spending. We'll just sit on the treasury for as long as we can for the war, and then when we can't sit on it anymore, we'll, you know, we'll stop it. What a way to roll the time of troubles. When it, only because I switched our succession law to favored son, so that the best son would take over. I do like how it shows you who would take over if X succession law is in effect. That is pretty cool. Very much like that. I'm a big fan. But yeah, our tax levels have all been lowered because everyone's a lot angrier. They get minus 25 estate satisfaction. So obviously our research is going to suffer too. It's the only good news is that after this event passes, this disaster, it cannot happen again to us as Russia. So we just have to coast through it and get out of it. The matter of succession. Oh, this is actually historical? Really? And you're part of the... You're not part of our dynasty, though. What is our dynasty? Yeah, the Rurik dynasty. We're gonna say neither is suitable. Are executed. Wait, we could just execute both of them? Oh, Romanov. Ah, is that how the Romanov dynasty comes to power, then? National Assembly opposed for 5 years, or by the grace of the National Assembly. So actually, Romanov is not the one that was picked. Confined to a monastery once Boris assumed control. So historically, Boris becoming the heir. Wait, I didn't have to switch my succession law anyway. Aw, man. I really fell into the trap. I didn't even have to switch it. Oh, God. You know what? I'm going to give the Romanov a chance. I think that would be just funnier. And so, Romanov, yeah, Romanov is now the heir. And he's immediately leading into battle. Great. Oh, I shouldn't take the capital. We do want to use that later. Was that because it'll just separate you? Yeah, you just don't like being separated. Not heavily, at least. Actually, leave all of that because we did want to push into Siberia more. It's because it would separate all of this if they don't want to. There could be territories they have here that are right there that I can't see, which I'm pretty sure is the case. So I can't take it because they're too angry when they're split. So probably take this and then just kind of cave it in a bit to push them away. Probably something like that, so they're just getting weaker. Oh! Ruthenia joined against us, really? See, now I'm more tempted to take territory from you. Not that I think I can. Not enough. Yeah, no, let's get this done instead. Just weaken them. What if I do this? Yeah, you definitely have territory up there that I can't see. Which is unfortunate, but we'll just work with it. There we go, we'll take that. And it will anger a lot of people, actually. But I think we can live. And then we are immediately going to defund the military and defund the forts, which is not enough to stop our decline, financially speaking. We are going to have to actually greatly curtail legitimacy spending later, but legitimacy is positive now, which is good. The Orthodox Synod was available a few years ago, which I forgot about. Is there anything here that might help us financially? Or maybe just... We could squeeze it for some stability instead of the 10 research. I think we will. We'll go ahead and squeeze it for the 7 stability. Just because that will start to get the estate satisfaction to go up a little instead of being negative. It'll only partially resolve our financial issues. We are actually going to lose Serbia and Bulgaria, which does kind of suck. They're paying us 14 ducats a month. Unless the law implementation actually forces it. We'll see if it does. I want to see if it does before we do anything else. So we're just gonna let the next 90 days pass. Speaking of which, one of the ongoing integrations I'm doing, I actually need to switch them over to rebel suppression now because the rebels are nearing a revolt risk, and I think it's only going to get fueled by the fact that all the estates are a lot less happy right now, which is, you know, not good. Oh, are one of the armies still in enemy territory? They are, so they're starving. Great, we're losing pops for no good reason. And then we have to pay for the replacements for... Honestly, if I lower our legitimacy spending, it will be fine enough. I'm just trying to rush it up to the requirement to actually end this. And then we'll start bumping up stability instead. Parliament agrees. So yeah, neither Bulgaria nor Serbia can adopt favored son, which I think is more unique to us as Russia than something anyone can do. Technically, we could switch it back, but then I lose 50 stability and legitimacy again. So I think we'll just stick to favored son and let it break. It sucks, but whatever. Oh yeah, Crimea can revolt too. I did forget about that. Although, honestly, that's not bad. Well, it is kind of bad because we're spending money again. Oh, God. Has this changed, or is that just me? That's just me. But yeah, what we can do is just reduce cost to core to where it's only +1, and that immediately almost fixes it on its own. Even with the military mobilized, it almost completely fixes it. Oh yeah, is succession law country interaction? We'll have to see. Negotiate succession law. Okay, so it's saying that we can't apply favored son. I think favored son is one of the ones they can't get. I think it's special to us, maybe. Technically, we could change it later. If I had known that we were going to get a guaranteed male heir by event, I wouldn't have switched it and thrown us into the time of troubles. But this just shows you I haven't played this far as Russia ever. So I didn't know about the event at all until it was too late. But, you know, oh well. It happened. And now we need to go crush a rebellion or 5. Which is, you know, oh so kindly using the very forts we built to protect Crimea from such revolts in the first place. It's a generic succession law. Okay, in that case, it's not. It's saying Bulgaria can't apply it. But let me see. Serbia has a different succession law than the favorite son is able to change it. Oh, you know what it is? Oh wait. Wait a minute. It did change. Wait, so it did change them to favored son, chat, but it's picking our head of cabinet. It's ignoring the Romanov guy. So, head of cabinet. And I can't make you heir then? There might be a way to do this that I don't know about. Because there's a score for appointed heir. Oh, because it's saying Romanov is my ruler's choice already. As my designated heir, I see. I don't know, maybe it automatically designated him. Or I'm missing something and it just is something I need to figure out. See, now I'm curious. I might have to do some research on that. Because if I go here, it's just all the different succession laws to, like, pass it. Or, you know what? It might be because... Yeah, no, I have no idea. I keep trying to figure it out. I have no idea. I think it's forcing us to take Romanov. Because it was by event. Yeah, let's check this war. I know he's got really good stats, which is partially why. It's just saying ruler's choice. I think it's just automatically designated him as the ruler's choice because he appeared by event. Or there's a way to decide it that I don't know. I thought maybe it'd be on one of the heirs or me, but I'm not seeing either of those. Because yeah, ruler's choice is just overriding all the score. Yeah, you joined Order of the Dragon trying to increase your points. Technically it works, you have more score, but ruler's choice. Through siblings of ruler. Yeah, I think it's automatically forcing Romanov because he appeared by event and we picked him in it. If we had just chosen neither, we could have just gotten one of the sons in the end. So, you know, we're off to a great start with that. Oh, I just need you to be annexed, that's all. Let's just force this down real quick. That way we can just end it. Wonder if we also can't do it because we're in war, but I sincerely doubt it's because we're in war. That wouldn't make sense. They're asking for the monetary policy again, and I am once again telling them no. They will not have our monetary policy. I mean, they can keep asking. I'm just going to keep saying no. Okay, there we go. They're annexed. Oh, we just got the random event of food riots in Crimea, funnily enough. Which eats 7 stability. That 25% of state satisfaction is just so painful. We gotta have stability cranked up at least a bit. So we're probably not gonna be building for a while because of that. We have to get like 65 stability to end it or go through this for 14 more years. Oh yeah, we took those loans, didn't we? I totally forgot about... Oh no, those are paid off. Never mind. Yeah, I should look at the dynamic historical events through the GitHub. That could be fun. Give me the prestige. But yeah, I think it's because we chose a historical character, and it kind of designated them as the next heir because they're meant to like take over and rule next, to continue the stories and all that. That's my guess. Guy's got no children. I really should have him marry someone. The closest person to get... Okay, you're just marrying a lowborn then, which I know eats 10 legitimacy, but and she's a sinner. Why does that always happen? 10 legitimacy, we lose money. It's just Karelia. It's okay if Karelia suffers, right? Just a little. I mean, as long as we get out of the time of troubles before the Age of Reformation, Age of Absolutism hits, and we'll be fine. Look at that Russian Tsardom though, nice and big. Definitely not overcompensating for anything. Can actually explore Western Siberia now. We probably could have done this a while ago and just never did. But it'll definitely be a lot easier to explore now that it's much closer. Mongolia too. Technically I shouldn't do this because it costs money, but they don't cost that much money. We can always cut the funding later if we have to. Just trying to see more over here so the next time we take territory, we don't miss things because we can't see it. How is the Reformation doing? Oh. I will leave them to it. Because that is messy. We can call another parliament to conduct a census. Yes. And I do kind of need that to pass. 5 land. Demands for new monastery. And then they all want me to change policy. Oh, you know what? The colony one I could actually get by. That just doesn't give me enough support, though, so I guess we'll wait and see. But the other ones, the change policy to Central Council, I don't want to do. We can actually upgrade our military now. We got the better version. It just unlocked, but obviously we don't have the financial stability to do that right now. I'm kind of letting us bleed money on purpose here to bring back stability. Figuratively and literally. France is no longer a valid rival. Did France go into civil war? That's what that sounded like. Yeah, at least... Oh, France must have had something happen. Because they're not a great power anymore for some reason. I want to let the next month tick and see if anything happens to them. Some tax loss, but not that much. Diplomatic reputation of 7.77. I don't feel lucky in our current circumstance, but I'll take the joke. 17 fisheries and 1 in Kurba. It makes 94.98 fish. What is lacking? Oh, the charcoal kiln. That makes sense. Yeah. Tax base of 30.82 at 100% control if we could ever get it there. That is crazy. The RGO is making 5.58 output. And the craziest thing is that this still isn't maxed out because it can still hold more pops. All right, looking at the time, I think this is a fantastic place to leave it off. We have effectively done the Siberian expedition. We didn't get all the way to the Pacific Ocean, but we've gotten a good step of the way. We're in the times of troubles, which we avoided until we switched our succession law, which we might switch back. Don't know. But we're going to get through it. We're going to end it. We won't have any more trouble with it in 13 years or less, give or take. We've gotten all the way to the Black Sea as well, and before the times of troubles hit, we were making over 800 ducats, which was very, very nice. Now we're just bleeding money, but it's okay. Everything's fine. Look at our tax base. It actually dropped from 3K. That's not good. Well, you know what? It's fine. It'll be okay. I cannot wait to do more of this with the fur buildings and the fisheries with the Pomor outpost. It is crazy. And I love how absolutely dirt cheap the furs are becoming and how much we're producing. And we can't sell it. There's not enough demand. The fish we also kind of can't sell because there isn't enough demand. But the areas feed themselves at least, so that's good. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope you had a wonderful time watching the stream. Many of you came today, which is extremely shocking, but very enjoyable. I hope you all had fun, and I will see many of you, I hope, next time.